Irma dorta hirna don all nefa curfuing. Consinas during organifer agus neart the grass the runa oring. Cní de hort con creaco na scorucha hos offer ar nila vrihir agus ar nila gani fast agus gur tria to create no free three creased our dearna. Direct we beseech thee, O Lord, our actions by thy holy inspirations and carry them on by thy gracious assistance, that every word and work of ours may always begin from thee and by thee be happily ended through Christ our Lord. Amen. We'll now take leaders' questions under Standing Order 36. Deputy Mary Lou MacDonald, please.
Thank you, Concorla. Taoiseach, at a Fine Gael press conference, you told reporters that as you canvass around the country, you have heard too many examples of the bulk buying of homes by wealthy property funds. But of course you already knew that this was happening, Taoiseach, and that it's not happening by accident. Property funds bulk buying family homes is a direct result of government policy. Over a decade ago, Fine Gael rolled out the red carpet for these funds with sweetheart tax deals. And you have renewed that policy year after year, choosing repeatedly to value the interests of vulture funds over ordinary people looking to buy a home. And that is exactly why these funds can push ordinary home buyers out of the market and then rent these homes back to the same families at rip-off rents. The stories of property funds snapping up family homes have hit the headlines over and over again. I've lost count of the number of times that we have raised this greedy and damaging practice with your government. So you shouldn't have to go out on a canvas to tell you how bad it is out there. You'll recall in January how a British fund bought up 46 of 54 homes in a new estate in Balgriffin. They then put these homes up for rent for extortionate rents of up to €3,000 a month. And this wasn't a once-off. According to the CSO, over 4,200 homes were bought up by funds in 2021 and 2022 alone. And your response to this has really been no response at all. New figures show that the 10% stamp duty that you introduced on bulk buying of homes is failing. Since your government introduced this measure, funds have snapped up hundreds of homes that should be available to workers and families. Far from being deterred, property funds, vulture funds, were in fact emboldened. Bulk buying actually increased in the years after you introduced this measure. They know that they can offset the stamp duty by charging sky-high rents. So after backing the property funds to the hilt, and now 2 weeks before an election, you say that there are too many examples of funds buying up family homes. You also said that you want a review. You must think people have very short memories, Taoiseach. You've had chance after chance to stop these funds in their tracks. When government introduced the 10% stamp duty, we told you that it was too low to act as a deterrent, but you didn't listen. 4 months ago, following the fiasco in Balgriffin, we brought forward a motion to stop property funds bulk purchasing family homes, but you voted it down. And we've repeatedly called on government to increase the stamp duty on bulk purchase to a level that will actually work. But only last week, Minister McGrath told my colleague Pearse Doherty that he has no plans to increase the rate of stamp duty that vulture funds are charged from buying up homes. So that's the hard reality, Taoiseach. Tá cistí muoine sever fós a ceannach tithe teaghlaí ó thrón na ceannaitheoirí tí. Ní mór inis ag an rialtas rud ag an suntasach a dhéanamh faoi seo agus sin cad atá daoine ag éirí. Taoiseach, so you're talking about a review. I think that is simply spoof, and I think it is spin. But you might like to tell us what you propose. What level of stamp duty do you propose as a deterrent, since your 10% is clearly failing?
Taoiseach, please.
Well, thanks very much, Ceann Comhairle, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity today to expand in relation to this important issue, because it is always important when it comes to housing, when it comes to one of the biggest intergenerational challenges of our time, that government is willing to listen and that government is willing to respond. And of course, something you don't hear from the previous speaker is that we do live in a country now where every working day we're seeing so many homes being built, where so far this year, every working day, we see around 350 new homes being built, where every week around 500 young people and couples are buying their first home, where this year so far over 32,000 homes have commenced construction. Almost as many homes have commenced construction this year so far as did totally in the previous year. That is real progress, and that does give people wanting to move out of the box room of their parents' house, and indeed parents wanting their adult child to move out of the box room, real hope as well. But the issue of bulk buying and bulk purchasing of houses is an issue that I want to see further action on, because, as I've said previously, it's clear from the Housing Commission report, which you lauded here last week before having an opportunity to read it, that we do need both private and public investment to add to our housing stock. But I do think even within that context, we cannot have a situation where the bulk purchase of homes needed for first-time buyers is allowed to continue unimpeded. Now, we have already acted, and it's important to acknowledge that, Ceann Comhairle, something that again didn't get mentioned in the previous 3 minutes. The government has already put in place both tax measures and planning measures to try and address this issue. But I'm very clear, I want to take further measures. And just to be clear, that's exactly how I voted in the Dáil in January. It's exactly how Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and Green TDs voted in the Dáil in January. When we voted not down your motion, we voted for our motion, and our motion very clearly said that the government is committed to ensuring that newly built houses are available to first-time buyers and owner-occupiers, and the government will continue to examine how best we can achieve this. So we didn't vote in the way that you like to describe. My own party at our Ardèche in recent weeks also passed a motion calling on this party and me as its new leader to take further action in this situation as well. So be clear, Ceann Comhairle, it's government policy to prevent the bulk purchase of houses. We've already introduced a higher rate of stamp duty, and we've already introduced new planning rules. But we're continuously monitoring the situation to see if more needs to be done. Now, for some context, the higher stamp duty rate has applied to less than 1% of residential property transactions between May 2021 to the end of 2023. And we have also seen the Minister for Housing introduce Section 28 guidelines in 2021. This aims to provide an owner-occupier guarantee by ensuring that new own-door houses and duplex units in housing developments can no longer be bulk purchased by institutional investors in a manner that causes displacement of individual purchasers or social and affordable housing, including cost rental. And what the figures already show is that the introduction of these guidelines to December 2023 has resulted in over 40,000 homes granted planning permission with conditions prohibiting the bulk purchase by or multiple sale to a single purchaser. So we have acted. We will take further action, but let's not misrepresent the government's position at all. I know why you wish to distract from the positive housing figures that we've seen, because you've never seen a challenge you don't wish to exploit, misinform or misdirect people on.
Yeah. MacDonald.
So I'm astonished, therefore, if what you were saying was accurate, why it is out on the canvas that you're hearing so much about this.
That's not accurate.
How is it that if the government's response has been so effective, how is it then, Taoiseach, out on the canvas that you are hearing these accounts of vulture funds snapping up family homes? I mean, are the people out on the ground wrong too? We live in a country where we have sky-high housing prices, sky-high rents, record homelessness, and young people and their parents, frankly, in despair. Your housing policy is not working, and do a little bit more canvassing, Taoiseach, if you doubt me, and you will find that I am reflecting to you the truth on the ground. You introduced the 10% stamp duty, and in fact, far from the number of bulk purchases falling, it actually accelerated year on year. I have the figures here. They were given to my colleague Pearse Doherty by means of a parliamentary response. They have trebled, quadrupled between 2021 and 2023. Now, you say you want a review and you want to take further action. Here's an action you need to take. 10% is not a deterrent. What level will you set the stamp duty at to be a real deterrent and stop these vulture funds in their tracks?
Thank you. Taoiseach.
So it's entirely possible, Deputy MacDonald, though it might be a new one on you, to be able to report progress in an area of societal challenge and still wish to do more in that area. As I travel around the country, and I'm sure you do, most of the time anyway, as you travel around the country, I'm sure you see plenty of examples of new homes being built. I'm sure you knock on doors where you see new people having moved into homes. I'm sure you meet people, probably hundreds if not thousands, who've benefited from schemes that for some bizarre reason you're against. Any first-time buyer watching this today, or the parent of a first-time buyer who's gotten the first-time the Help to Buy scheme that you'd abolish, thousands of their own money back, they wouldn't have been able to actually save for their deposit without that. So as I travel around the country, I see lots of progress when it comes to housing, and I now know that there's 350 new homes being built in this country every single working day. 500 people a week buying their first home, over 32,000 homes already. But we still wish to do more. Less than 1% of residential property transactions saw that higher rate of stamp duty. I want to see more. I want to see it reviewed. The government intends to review it in the context of the budget.
Holly Kearns, the leader of the Social Democrats, please.
Taoiseach, every week I think we've witnessed the limits of human cruelty and depravity when it comes to Israel's genocide in Gaza, and each week I'm proven wrong. Israel's missile strike on Sunday evening on a tented refugee camp in Rafa was not just a despicable human rights violation, it was depraved and inhumane. On Sunday night, displaced men, women and children cowering in tents were deliberately burned alive. One man who was pictured in the aftermath held the badly burned body of his beheaded baby in his arms. I say this not to be graphic or to shock, but because we have to talk about the reality of the hell on earth in Gaza. What we're witnessing is mass murder by a rogue government that flouts international law and ignores rulings from international courts. Israel's military initially described the missile strike as precise. Later, when even Israel's biggest cheerleaders expressed horror, Netanyahu said it was a tragic error. Just like the tragic error last month that led to missile strikes on an aid convoy, killing 7 aid workers. Is there anyone who still believes that the enormous death toll in Gaza is an error? Because it is abundantly clear that civilian deaths are not just acceptable to the Israeli government, they are deliberate. Taoiseach, yesterday, as civilians in Rafa searched through ashes for dismembered remains of their loved ones, the EU issued a press statement about sanctions. In fact, it issued 2 statements about sanctions, but they weren't directed at Israel. They were about Russia. The EU has set up another sanctions regime to target Russia. Russian war crimes are rightly condemned and sanctioned by the EU. But Israeli war crimes are not just ignored, they are facilitated by the EU through the sale of arms and preferential trading. Some have referred to the meeting of EU foreign ministers yesterday as being a hopeful sign that the EU apathy is ending. Frankly, I think it's outrageous it took until yesterday and more than 36,000 deaths in Gaza for sanctions on Israel to even be discussed in a serious way. The EU has disgraced itself through its callous inaction and ambivalence on Gaza. EU leaders complicit in this carnage, like Ursula von der Leyen, should be ashamed. Taoiseach, I really welcome that today we will formally recognise the State of Palestine and that finally the Palestinian flag will fly on the grounds of Leinster House. Symbolism and solidarity are important. But what we really need are punitive sanctions on Israel, here and at EU level. Taoiseach, why won't your government take that action against Israel? Introduce the Occupied Territories Bill. At least give me the new legal advice that you promised last week I still haven't received. Don't vote for the re-election of Ursula von der Leyen and remove the diplomatic status of the ambassador.
Thank you, Deputy Kearns. Taoiseach.
Look, I want to thank Deputy Kearns for raising this very important issue. And I too, like her, welcome the fact that today Ireland will recognise the state of Palestine. I think it's a significant moment. I think it's a historic moment. I think it's an important moment, both to recognise that you can't have a two-state solution without recognising two states, but also I hope to create a positive momentum towards more countries now recognising the state of Palestine. And I know there are others actively considering it, and I today repeat my calls for them to join us through their national processes in the coming weeks as well. But I too am very much aware that we recognise the state of Palestine today against a backdrop that is almost unimaginable and is utterly unconscionable in terms of the humanitarian catastrophe that is unfolding in Gaza, in Rafa, and in the region. Children being starved, hunger being used as a weapon of war. And this country has been calling for an immediate and sustainable humanitarian ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access for many, many months. We are now seeing children starving, and we are seeing children going to bed not knowing if they will wake up. But what we're also now seeing is a new despicable trend where every now and then, amidst the backdrop of death, maiming, injury, pain, we're seeing an event of particular horror that takes place, and then we're seeing the Israeli Prime Minister emerge and apologise for what he terms a tragic mistake. April's tragic mistake was the bombing of aid workers providing food to starving Gazans. May's tragic mistake was the bombing of displaced children, parents and families who had fled to a designated safe zone in truly appalling scenes. Imagine taking your child to somewhere that you believe they will be somewhat safe, to have that very place of refuge then bombed, and then the apology for a tragic mistake. The question the world must now ask itself, Ireland, Europe, the United States, what will June's tragic mistake be? And much more importantly, what are we going to do to stop it? As I've consistently said, and I said at the April meeting of the European Council, there's an onus on every country and on the European Union to use every lever at its disposal to help bring about a ceasefire. It's not enough to just condemn. It's not enough to just find it repugnant. It's not enough to just be repulsed. There is a need for action. And that's why I do warmly welcome the decision of the Belgian presidency yesterday, belatedly, to convene a meeting of the EU-Israel Association Agreement. Because this country, I think there's a political consensus on this country and Spain since March have been calling for the association agreement, which is effectively a trade benefit agreement, to be reviewed. Contained within that are human rights clauses. Human rights clauses are not there for padding. They're not there to make the agreement longer. They're not there because they're nice to have. They're there and they have meaning. And those meanings must be adhered to as well. So everyone needs to look at all levers at our disposal. I have answered before the question in relation to occupied territories. I will share with you more information in relation to that. But the way I think you address this issue is through, at an EU level, the association agreement and the review of that.
Thank you, Taoiseach. Deputy Karen.
Taoiseach, the rhetoric is great, and I think I'm blue in the face acknowledging it. What we're asking for is action that's proportionate. So you're talking about wanting the EU to use every lever available to them. And that's precisely what I'm asking you to do, because there are actions we can take as a sovereign state while the EU hasn't come round to the very obvious breach of the human rights clause in the EU-Israel trade agreement. Months ago, your predecessor, Leo Varadkar, wrote to Ursula von der Leyen seeking a review of the EU-Israel trade agreement, and she didn't even reply to the letter. She's someone who gave Israel her unqualified support for their war crimes. And yet you're happy to recommend the re-election of this person as the European Commission President. Do you really think that Fine Gael MEPs and candidates in the European election are representing their voters on this issue? Taoiseach, when international institutions fail, it's up to independent states to take a stronger stance. You're saying you can't introduce the Occupied Territories Bill because of this legal advice. You promised to show us last week, but we haven't seen it. What of the illegal Israeli settlement divestment bill? What of the diplomatic status of the ambassador? What about all of these levers that are available to you? So you're calling the EU out and saying they're not using the levers available to them. What are you going to do about the things that are available to you now?
Taoiseach.
No, I'm not calling the EU out. We're part of the EU. We joined it. We're members of it. We're around the table. And what I'm doing every single day with colleagues across government, including the Taoiseach, is working at a European level to help bring about the actions that do need to happen. Europe has not covered itself in glory in relation to this humanitarian catastrophe. I'm very clear in relation to that. Mistakes have been made. Condemnation is not enough. There needs to be clear action. It has been the position of this country and one other member state, Spain, since the month of March, that the association agreement should be reviewed. We saw yesterday the fact that there is now growing support for that position. These things don't happen by accident. They happen through the diplomatic and political efforts of this country, and we'll keep that up, and we intend to continue to engage. We're taking practical actions every day, whether it's humanitarian aid, whether it's engaging with Palestinian counterparts, whether it's talking to people in the region, whether it's the Taoiseach attending the meeting of Arab states and EU states yesterday, whether it's the recognition of the state of Palestine, working with Norway and Spain. In relation to the ambassador, I don't believe in expelling ambassadors, because I believe you keep lines open even with countries you vehemently disagree with. But what I do take grave offence to is the way our ambassador was treated in Tel Aviv. You don't parade ambassadors in front of television cameras and video them while they watch horrific films. We'd never do that to an ambassador in this country.
Deputy Cathal Berry, please, on behalf of the regional group.
And good afternoon, Taoiseach. I want to raise with you today the issue of road safety, particularly in advance of the bank holiday weekend. As we all know in this chamber, the fatality statistics are trending in the wrong direction again, which is very unfortunate and sad. 79 at the last count already this year, which is 10 more than the same period last year. And we know what the reasons are for these things, Taoiseach. We know that it's driver behaviour, it's speeding, driving under the influence, it's distraction with mobile phones, it's weather conditions sometimes. But one factor, one variable that's never really mentioned, it's the pre-hospital medical trauma system in this country. Will a functioning pre-hospital trauma system reduce the amount of collisions? No, but it will certainly mitigate against the downstream consequences, and it will improve viability, it improves survivability and outcomes as well. So Ireland is very fortunate. We have 2 helicopters on station at the moment, one in Cork and one in Athlone, and they're providing a very good service at paramedic and advanced paramedic level within their scope of practice. So they have saved hundreds of lives since those 2 services were conceived a number of years ago. But Ireland is unusual. Ireland is an outlier. We don't have a multidisciplinary medical team on board these helicopters, and specifically I mean consultant anaesthetists, consultant emergency medical physicians. We have paramedics and advanced paramedics, yes, but not the full multidisciplinary team. And all the international evidence would suggest that if you put a multidisciplinary team together, you're going to have a far better outcome. And the reason is simple. You'll be much more capable of doing advanced interventions at the roadside or at the point of injury. And what I'm talking about is intubations, advanced resuscitation and blood transfusion. So look, Taoiseach, Wales has 6 of these HEMS teams, they're called, Helicopter Emergency Medical System teams. Northern Ireland actually has 2 of these HEMS teams, but this jurisdiction has none. So what I'm asking the Taoiseach is, would you be prepared to meet a group of consultant physicians, to listen to them, to hear their arguments in relation to upgrading our pre-trauma helicopter medical service so that we can all work together to reduce the number of fatalities on our roads. And on top of that then, if you're happy with that meeting, Minister, will you task the HSE to look at this proposal, to see is it viable, and see can we end this carnage that's taking place on our motorways and our roads around the country. Thank you very much, Taoiseach.
Thank you, Dr. Berry.
Well, thank you very much to Deputy Dr. Berry for raising this issue, for this important issue. And at the outset, let me say I absolutely will take that meeting and think we'd benefit greatly from that expertise and from listening to those individuals. So very happy to do that. I want to thank you for raising, firstly, the issue of road safety, as we do face into another bank holiday weekend, and everybody needs to be conscious of what they call the killer behaviours that can take place on Irish roads. We are putting a particular emphasis on road safety. This is something I've put a particular emphasis on in recent weeks as well, working with Minister Chambers, Minister Ryan, Minister McEntee. We have met with the Road Safety Authority. We've met with Garda Síochána to hear what more they can do urgently to address the issue. And following that meeting, we did agree a number of immediate measures that could be put in place, including further awareness campaigns, increased public expenditure on those awareness campaigns that I think people want to see and expect to see more of on their TV screens and on their radio stations as well. Increasing public awareness of enforcement plans by An Garda Síochána, steps to resolve the suspension of data sharing between the RSA and local authorities, and investment to deliver safety improvements on our roads. I also convened and chaired a meeting of the Government's Ministerial Road Safety Committee to ensure early progress on these issues and other responses in relation to the recent increase in road deaths. And this is, of course, in addition to the Road Traffic Bill 2024 that's been brought forward by Minister Chambers. It passed the Dáil on the 6th of March and passed the Shannon last week, and it passed the Shannon on the 11th of April, and it's due to be signed into law shortly. This bill does deal with a number of issues. As Deputy Berry has said, aeromedical services are a highly effective means of reaching patients in remote areas and in vital situations where road ambulances would be incapable of achieving an effective or a timely response. I'm very aware of the calls for multidisciplinary teams on board. This is an issue that has been raised on a number of occasions. It's important to say at the outset that in terms of consultant-led HEMS response, the HSE National Ambulance Service does provide 2 consultant-led HEMS responses in Ireland, both of which indeed the Deputy has mentioned, with additional aeromedical support from the Irish Coast Guard. Both HEMS responses provide fast access to life-saving pre-hospital emergency care interventions at the scene by highly trained advanced paramedics. The focus of HEMS in Ireland is on providing rapid access for patients to the most appropriate clinical care. But this is an area in which we should be seeking to do more. We should be examining our responses, and we should be willing to listen to new ideas. So I am very pleased to inform the Deputy that the HSE's National Ambulance Service are now about to commence a feasibility study of physicians crewing on the NAS HEMS aircraft next month, with the trial expected to last around 4 months. This trial will see the National Ambulance Service affiliated emergency medicine consultants with considerable experience in pre-hospital emergency medicine undertaking a number of rotations per week on each of the HEMS aircraft alongside advanced paramedics. The ambulance service will then evaluate the information gathered from the trial to determine the clinical competencies best suited for the HEMS service and how best to deploy these in the future to support optimal clinical outcomes for patients. So very much look forward to taking that meeting and hope that this trial gives us some good information too.
Thank you, Taoiseach. Deputy.
Thank you, Taoiseach. That's better than I was expecting, actually. So thanks for the response. Thanks also for agreeing to meet the physicians, and the feasibility study as well. It will be very, very positive development. So reducing the number of fatalities on our roads would be a sufficient reason for this system. But I see my constituency colleague, Minister Martin Hayden, across the chamber there. So it's not just roads, also from a farming point of view. There's a lot of trauma incidents with machinery on farms and also building sites all across rural Ireland. So it's not just confined to our roads. I think we need to get this system up and running as soon as possible, Taoiseach. And I would urge the Taoiseach to move towards implementation as soon as the feasibility study is complete. Thanks very much, Taoiseach.
Taoiseach.
Deputy Mayor, I'm conscious I'm sitting beside a colleague and a friend, Minister Humphreys, who knows all too well how that life-saving service made a massive difference to her own daughter Tara's life. This is a service that I think everybody in Ireland really, really values. They do absolutely incredible work. We live in a country that is small in geographic size, but can be somewhat vast in terms of the remote ways in which our emergency services need to endeavour to respond to people in real time, and at a time when we know both response times and indeed the clinical competencies at the scene can make an absolutely incredible difference to the clinical outcomes and indeed to the life of an individual. So I am really pleased that this is an issue that is being taken very seriously by the Health Service, by the National Ambulance Service, really encouraged and foot of inquiring into this to find out about this new feasibility study where physicians will be crewing the HEMS aircraft from next month for a period of 4 months, and there'll be rotations and an opportunity to learn from that, and not just a trial to see is there benefit in doing this, but actually a trial more specifically to identify the clinical competencies going forward, and very much look forward to taking that meeting with the physicians and thank them for reaching out.
Thank you. Deputy Catherine Connolly.
Bhíl mágad the Ceann agus bhhatlam fille an ceist na Palestina agus bhhatlam fáilte cá raibh an cinenne an rialtas ahantas a hort don stát mar stát neamhsplach is rud is céim chun cinné sin ach tá gá le bríthar eile is gá le gníomh a dhéanamh anis réimse leathan gníomha chun bart a dhéanamh de réir am ríthair. I'm returning to Palestine, and it's difficult to talk actually with the images coming on our television screens night after night, and it's clearly that Israel is out of control. The government and the army is out of control, and they're acting with impunity. And while I welcome your very good decision, and it's a proud day for Ireland, and later on today the Palestinian flag will be raised, I absolutely welcome that. It has taken too long. It has taken the deaths of 36,500 people, the vast majority women and children. And it has taken their deaths, and there are more deaths today, for us to do the most basic thing that we've promised for years, to recognise the state of Palestine. And in recognising that state, we must then decide what steps will we now take to give meaning to that, because we need to give meaning to that decision. And we have taken that decision, and I'm praising you for it. However, it was taken following the protests on the ground over and over, and the sense of outrage and upset. I mean, on any given day, I think TDs in this stall were receiving up to 10,000 emails telling us to do something, to act. And while we have acted to a certain extent now with the recognition, I would like today, Taoiseach, either in response to me or later, what steps precisely you're going to take to make that meaningful. And obviously, for me, the most meaningful number of steps is to stop the troops and the arms going through Shannon, to enact the Occupied Territories Bill, to stop the trading with Israel, to have sanctions against Israel, and to recognise that they are completely out of control. And why it has taken us this long is something we need to reflect on, because we are also part of that bloodshed that's happening in Palestine, in our name. Because we have refused to act with various reports and various decisions. Amnesty International told us quite some time ago that the system was apartheid. They were running an apartheid regime. We ignored when 6 human rights organisations were classified as terrorist. And we ignored a lot of other things, including the fact, as far back as 2015, the International Criminal Court started a preliminary investigation into crimes that Israel were committing. And from 2015, slowly and methodically, the chief prosecutor built up a case to the point where she opened a formal investigation, and her successor is now following up on that. And the reason, by issuing arrest warrants, can you imagine, arrest warrants have been issued for the Prime Minister of Israel and for his Defence Minister, as well as the 3 leaders of Hamas. And that's followed on from years, slowly and methodically, building up a case, while we did nothing. We did absolutely nothing other than words. In fact, the Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur, told us we were very good on rhetoric and not on action. I'll finish on the month after the 7th of October, the General Secretary of the United Nations told us that Gaza was becoming a graveyard for children, that the nightmare in Gaza was more than a humanitarian crisis, it was a crisis of humanity. And yesterday he affirmed there was no safe place in Gaza, demanding that the horror must stop. My apologies for going over time.
I want to thank Deputy Connolly for raising the issue in relation to Palestine and the horrific humanitarian catastrophe that continues to unfold. I acknowledge her welcome for the fact that it is a proud day for Ireland in recognising the state of Palestine. And I also recognise that this is very much something that the people have led on. I very much heard that as I go around the country, and as I've met people, very respectfully and very forcefully and very passionately putting forward their view that Ireland must act. And the only point I'd slightly, not to be disagreeable, but slightly disagree with you on when you say it's taken too long. It's always been the position of this government and previous governments, and indeed many governments around the EU and other parts of the world, that recognition of a 2-state solution would come as part of a peace process. What we've actually done is change the order, because in many ways we're recognising the state of Palestine now at a time when a comprehensive, sustainable, just peace settlement looks further away than ever before. And we're doing so because we have to keep that destination alive, because others are literally seeking to bomb it to oblivion. So I do think, and I do sense from my engagement with people in the region, from my engagement with counterparts in the region, from my engagement at an EU level, the actions that Ireland, that Spain, that Norway have taken today will have a positive effect beyond just our own recognition. For example, there are more member states in the European Union now considering doing the same. A number have publicly indicated their wish to do the same in the weeks ahead. Is it possible that you get to a point during the course of this year where a majority of member states of the European Union now recognise the state of Palestine, where a majority of prime ministers and presidents at the European Council recognise the existence of the state of Palestine. And what does that do in terms of positive momentum and change in policy and approach as well? I do think Ireland, by any objective standard, has been extraordinarily proactive in relation to this. I pay tribute to the Taoiseach, I pay tribute to our diplomats, to my own department, to my predecessor, to so many who have done a lot of work in this area, whether it's supporting the work of the ICJ when others somewhat seek to undermine it, whether it's providing additional funding in a very practical way to help the work and the investigations, whether it's increasing aid from a humanitarian point of view to UNRWA when others seek to distance themselves from UNRWA as well. These are all practical measures that we have taken. But I do believe when it comes to the Occupied Territories Bill, I mean, the clear legal advice to government is, and consistently has been, that that legislation would not be compatible with EU law. And therefore, I think the ways we need to advance this is at a European level. And I think the decision yesterday of the Belgian presidency in relation to a meeting on the Israeli-EU association agreement is significant. I genuinely believe it is significant. The practical measures we now intend to take is to continue at every single forum, because ultimately the results of success or not here for everybody in the world is a cessation of violence. And anything that doesn't bring that about will prove to have been ineffective.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
We've come to the point where we're recognising the state of Palestine, where there's very little left to recognise, except the determination of the Palestinian people. Palestine has been bombed practically out of existence. The International Court of Justice last week issued a very strong order. Israel completely ignored that. Over the weekend, they dropped a 2,000-pound bomb. That's what was used, supplied by the US, our friends, of course. And there was a British, I understand, a British Air Force Shadow spy plane flying overhead at the time. Since that order, over the weekend, 200 Palestinians, mostly women and children, have been murdered, and I use that word, murdered, by Israeli bombing in several areas throughout Gaza. It's glaringly obvious that the whole purpose is genocide and to eradicate the Palestinian people. I did not join in with the call for the Israeli ambassador to be expelled. And on the last occasion that I spoke, I said it was becoming increasingly difficult for me to stand by that decision. This is a woman, an ambassador, who was threatening us in relation to trade, who was openly using our airwaves to threaten us, doing exactly what Mossad did, outlined yesterday in The Guardian, what Mossad did in relation to the International Criminal Court, in relation to the chief prosecutor. So it is time for us to act. The most basic thing is not to support van der Leyen, who from day one said she would stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. That would be one obvious thing.
It's the clear position of President von der Leyen that she wishes to see an immediate ceasefire in the Middle East. That is the clear position of Ursula von der Leyen. You can shake your head if you wish, Deputy Pringle. It's the clear position of the conclusions of the April European Council. I was at it, you weren't there, but the ability to read the count, the ability for Irish people to not be misinformed or misdirected in relation to the position of the European Council, including the President of the European Commission, is important, because there's enough misinformation out there at the moment. We need to see an immediate ceasefire. We need to see practical actions to help bring that about. And as I have said on behalf of Ireland at the European Council, what I have said this morning, what I will say this evening, what I will say everywhere and in every forum, as will the government, we must now use every lever at our disposal to bring about that environment. It's not enough to just call for a ceasefire. We have to see what can be done to put pressure to make that a reality. And that's why it's the position of Ireland since March that the association agreement, the trade benefit agreement, should be reviewed. I'm pleased now to see others join us in that call. That needs to happen, because I'm not ready to stand idly by and wait for Netanyahu's apology for the tragic mistake of June, as he continually does now when there's particular horrors that emerge on our TV screens and on our radio stations. This is an extraordinarily, horrifically difficult situation. The scale of humanitarian catastrophe I don't think is even fully understood, and I want the people of this country to know that the government is doing everything we possibly can to voice their concerns and their views in every forum, and we're taking a very practical step in recognising the state of Palestine today to give hope to the Palestinian people at the darkest hour, and I know that's really appreciated and means a lot to people in Palestine today.
Thank you very much. That concludes Leader's questions for today, and we move to the order of business. In accordance with Standing Order 35, and I'll call on the Chief Whip, Minister Hildegard Naughton, to to move the arrangements for the week's business?
I move.
Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Is that agreed? Deputy Mayor Lou MacDonald.
Corla, I want to raise again the issue of safety in Dublin city centre. Sadly, today we have had another incident on Parnell Square where children have been left frightened and traumatised. I want to say to you, Taoiseach, that people who live in the inner city of Dublin, communities are sick and tired of the ongoing antisocial behaviour, the sense of threat and dread, sick and tired of the lack of support and services, sick and tired of government hollowing out these communities, sick and tired of the fact that the Garda resource is stretched beyond imagination, and absolutely incredulous at the fact that your government claims that the city centre is safe. I am very sorry to tell you, and I say this as a proud Dubliner, that is not the case.
All right, thank you,
so we need serious action and we need a proper investment of resource. Taoiseach, you had a lot to say about setting up a task force in terms of Dublin. We've heard nothing back on that, and today again we have circumstances where very small children are now very, very afraid again, and their parents too, and that is not acceptable. We need statements on this, and we need a concrete plan from government once and for all.
Deputy Duncan Smith.
We need a debate and indeed legislation in terms of ethics in public office. This is long overdue. We're nearly a decade on from the Mahon Tribunal. Ethics are not optional extras. We've had another example now of go-away money from a developer being given to, in this case, a candidate in the local elections from your own party. Now, I know that candidate has said they're suspending their campaign or whatever, but they'll still be on the ballot paper with a Fine Gael logo beside their name. So, Taoiseach, as still a relatively new Taoiseach, what are you going to do in terms of legislating in this area? When are we going to have the debate? And what do you say to the constituents of Drogheda Rural in relation to the candidate that will be on the ballot paper with your party's logo beside his name?
Jennifer Whitmore.
Thank you, Ciarán Comhairle. Taoiseach, we need a debate on climate targets and how we're going to deal with our emissions in this Dáil. Today, for the second year in a row, the EPA has said that even if government implements all its policies, you will still only meet 29% of reductions that you're meant to meet, as opposed to the 51%. What we see from this government is spin over action. We have a situation where the warmer home schemes are taking 2.5 years for people's homes to be complete. We have a minister 4.5 years into term who is now announcing an infrastructure package and EV charging points 4.5 years in, when actually there was a target and they were needed years ago to ensure people could move to EVs. It is absolutely, we're at a crazy situation, Minister, where we have Taoiseach, where we have so much talk and press releases and spin about what we're doing in climate, but the reality and the evidence is very, very different. We need your government to move on climate action now and to actually commit and make sure that you're doing what you say you're doing.
Deputy Boyd Barrett.
A number of weeks ago, the Housing Commission that you set up issued a damning report about the failure of government policy to address the absolutely dire housing and homelessness crisis. We have been since then asking for a debate on that report, and we were led to understand last week that such a debate would take place, and yet it is not on the schedule for this week. Now, given the absolute anger and despair that is being expressed by hundreds of thousands of families affected by this housing crisis, particularly in the teeth of election, it looks as if the government doesn't want this debate in advance of the local elections because it is so damning. Now, that is outrageous if that's the case. There is room on the schedule later this week to have the discussion on that report, which we got indications from the government we would be allowed to have. So the government should allow for those statements this week before the local elections take place.
Deputy McGrath.
About the migration treaty not being on the debate here today. We tried at Business Committee to have it included. There is time on the schedule, so you're deliberately hiding and burying the migration pact treaty until after the local and European elections, because you're getting it on the chamber here. The same situation with the hate speech. That's buried again until after the election. And of course, you won't even mention the WHO pandemic treaty, which has been derailed, no thanks to ye, because you gladly went along with it. So why are you trying to evade debate in this House about a burning issue that's out there for everybody that's knocking on any door or going near any area canvassing, because it's #1 issue, which polls have shown it to be. We have situations in Clonmel now, Carrick and Shore, and the Drum House Hotel, which is housing Ukrainians. 60 iPads going in there now as well. So all over the country, every town and village and hamlet, and this is going on, and you won't debate it in this House. We have had 2 debates thanks to our private members' time, and 1 lot of statements, no other debate here with the last 15 months about it.
Thank you. Taoiseach.
Thanks very much. So firstly, I have been briefed on the incident which took place in the North Inner City this morning. I understand in Garda Síochána have made an arrest. I want to thank them for their swift and effective response to this incident, but I'm also very sure that people who are in that area, particularly children who witnessed this, would be very distressed. Thankfully, nobody came to physical harm, which I know we all welcome, but I understand that Garda Síochána have maintained ongoing patrols in the area, including at both opening and closing times for educational facilities. And of course, I call on any witnesses or people with dashcam footage to come forward to the Gardaí, but there has been an arrest made in relation to the City Centre Task Force that has been established. It's due to report back in July. The Chair, David McRedmond, the CEO of An Post, has been appointed to chair that, and I'm sure it can engage with interested public representatives in this House. In relation to ethics in public office, very happy to have a debate in relation to that. We'll get an update from Minister Donoghue in relation to any legislative proposals in regards to that. And Cabinet today agreed to a series of amendments, several hundred amendments to the planning bill that will be coming back to this House, I think, on the 11th of June. And one of them is very much in relation to that issue of spurious objections, or indeed seeking money from developers to withdraw an objection, which is never an acceptable situation in any manner or mean. In relation to climate targets, very happy to, the Business Committee can seek how best to do this. There's always lots of requests for lots of important debates. Very happy to have a debate in relation to this. Of course, the EPA figures today don't, and they'll acknowledge this, fully factor in or model in yet a number of initiatives, including our biomethane strategy approved at government today, including, well, that's what they say, Deputy, and also a number of other initiatives, including traffic plans around our city. There is a demanding agenda in relation to climate, but very happy to have discussion because there are reasons to be very positive. We are seeing our retrofitting numbers really soar, 80% up in 1 year alone. Our fuel use for heating fell very considerably in 2023 as a result, and we need to build on that positive momentum. In relation to Housing Commission, we'd love to debate it with you, Deputy Boyd Barrett, because you were almost giddy with excitement in here last week about it. I'd love to know, do you support all of the 83 recommendations? Because I don't think you do. I don't think you support reference rents. I don't think you, and I get a little chance to speak too, if that's okay. I don't think you support reference rents. I don't think you support incentives for landlords, and I don't think you support any private investment fund. So there's 83 recommendations. The Minister has published our view on each and every one of them. Maybe you'd do the same in relation to yours, and we can certainly have that debate. But there was a very lengthy debate on housing for all in this House only as recently as last week. Unfortunately, some deputies decided to adopt their position on the report before they read the report. Deputy McGrath, I've never known someone who's against something. I've never. Please,
please, without interruption.
I've never. Yes, can everyone just? Please. I've never known.
Please. Sorry, Deputy Boyd Barrett, the Taoiseach is responding.
Yeah, I've
to
just
Deputy
answered.
McGrath.
We're not having a further one this week. We had one last week. We've lots on the agenda this week. If you want to schedule for the Business Committee, go for it. Deputy McGrath, I've never known anybody to be as enthusiastic about wanting someone to come back into this House to vote on, which you're so vehemently opposed to. I've never known somebody to be so eager to have the government table something for it to adopt which you wish to reject. That will come back in due course at a time of our choosing.
Thank you, Taoiseach. The question now is, are the proposed arrangements agreed to? Agreed. Agreed. Thank you. We move then to questions on promised legislation. Deputy Mary Lou MacDonald.
And 113 patients were on trolleys at University Hospital Limerick yesterday. It's 110 today. At the end of April, Taoiseach, you deployed a HSE support team to the hospital to address pressures on health services in the Midwest region, and a month on, nothing has changed. University Hospital Limerick remains in a constant state of emergency, under huge pressure every single day. So you need to stop with the window dressing, Taoiseach, and take real action to make a difference. UHL needs 288 additional beds. We need you to fast-track them. UHL is short of the staff it needs. You need to lift your dangerous recruitment ban. And the Midwest needs a real health plan, including increased step-down in community beds and a review of the closure of Ennis and Nina emergency departments. The people of Limerick and the Midwest deserve better than the chaos that your government is delivering.
Taoiseach.
Former Chief Justice Frank Clark been described as window dressing before because he's carrying out a very major report into UHL. I think the fact that the government has appointed a former Chief Justice, the top former judge in this country, to look into the situation outlines to you the seriousness with which we attach to a number of very concerning incidents that have happened in that hospital. We have seen record levels of investment, record levels of staff, and we've also now asked HICWA to carry out a review, including, to your point about the region, including whether there is a need for a second emergency department in the Midwest.
Duncan Smith.
The Housing Commission report. We will obviously need to debate it, and it's a big document. We need to do that very soon, but there is stuff that can be done very quickly, which needs to be done, which would, I'm sure, have agreement on all sides of the House. And I'm referring to recommendation 52, number 5B, and that's the raising of income limits in relation to access for social housing supports and indeed the cost rental scheme. The limits were reviewed a couple of years ago, but they are out of date. And we have people coming to me, most recently indeed Councillor Brendan Ryan in the last week, who may not be able to take a job for fear that they will lose their place on the council list. And if they did, they wouldn't qualify for any of the housing supports. This can be done quickly. Taoiseach, please do it quickly.
Taoiseach.
I want to thank Deputy Smith. Do look forward to debating the Housing Commission's report in full, but appreciate the practical point he's making about quick things that could be done. Social housing support income levels for other schemes, as you say, have been increased. We do need to be alert to any kind of poverty traps where someone trying to work finds themselves then falling outside the scheme. I'll ask the Minister for Housing to provide an update to the Deputy on his plans in this area.
Ciarán O'Callaghan.
I want to ask you about investment funds buying up housing. Earlier this year, 85% of new built homes in Belcamp Manor were bought up by a fund. The government's 10% stamp duty on bulk purchases is clearly not working and is not stopping this practice. Earlier this year, the government voted down a proposal from the Social Democrats for a 100% stamp duty, which would effectively eliminate the bulk purchase of homes. The Minister for Finance has said that he's not going to increase the 10% stamp duty anytime soon, but yet yesterday you said there's plenty of scope to do more in this area. So Taoiseach, how much longer is it going to take you to make up your mind on this? When are you going to act, and will you increase the 10% stamp duty to a more effective rate?
Taoiseach.
So as you know, we've taken two measures already, the stamp duty, higher stamp duty rate and the planning changes brought in by Minister McGrath and Minister O'Brien respectively. We are continuing to keep this under review. That's what we voted on in January, said we'd continue to examine it. My party also put it in our manifesto for the local elections yesterday. Generally, these matters are addressed at budget time.
Deputy Paul Murphy.
All eyes are on Rafa. You spoke earlier about the horrific scenes that the world watched. Children being burned alive, children who had fled elsewhere in Gaza, like a million other people, to Rafa before being targeted by Israel. Can you tell me, Taoiseach, whether any Irish exported technology was used in the preparation of that massacre, or in the other, close to 40,000 deaths, the AI targeting that is happening? Is any technology exported from Ireland being used in that? Because we know that more than 70 million euros worth of goods were exported from Ireland, technology, which can have a dual use, which can be used by the military to export it to the state, to the defence industry, or to companies with connection to the defence industry. And that has been given licence by the Irish state. We know that since the 7th of October, 32 million euros worth have been exported. So you said earlier, it's not enough to condemn, there needs to be action. Can you, at the very, very, very least, stop the issuing of export licence for dual-use goods to Israel?
Taoiseach.
I have no knowledge in relation to that, but we are acting as a government. We're taking practical actions on a constant basis to support humanitarian aid, to try and bring about peace and a ceasefire, to recognise the state of Palestine, to work at a European level in relation to the association agreement, and to recognise that the best way for peace for both Israel and Palestine is a two-state solution.
Regional Group. Deputy Berry, yep.
The issue of the Acres Farmer Support Scheme. There's two main shortcomings. As we're all aware, the weather was horrendous up to a few weeks ago, so a lot of the work initiatives are behind time. Secondly, there are some outstanding payments even from last year for some farmers. So I'd be grateful if the teacher could raise this matter with the Department of Agriculture and with the Minister. If the two things can be sorted, first of all, some more flexibility introduced into the scheme, that any outstanding payments would be honoured in full and promptly. Thanks very much, Taoiseach.
Thanks to Deputy Berry for raising the issue in relation to the acres scheme and the need for flexibility and also outstanding payments to be addressed. I'll raise both with Minister McConalogue and ask him to revert to the Deputy Director.
Thank you. Deputy McGrath.
We all want to respect the hedgerows and biodiversity, but we have ladies and gentlemen now going around in cars and vans, taking on the role of officers of some state body or something. They're part of an NGO who are intimidating ordinary workers, driving machines, cutting hedges, for health and safety reasons, by order by the county council, and sometimes for farmers to stop cattle from going over the ditches when the fences are being contacted by briars and by weeds. And these people are pulling in, causing a danger to traffic and to the tractor operator, and telling them that they're out breaking the law. I understand it's the National Parks and Wildlife that deal with this, and I want to commend the officers from them for engaging with contractors and farmers and being reasonable. And we have no time for NGOs in this country who want to act as legal people to try and bully people out of their jobs, bully contractors and then bully farmers. This is a shocking situation from a funded NGO that people can do this, take the law into their own hands.
Respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the Deputy is referring to. Certainly you're correct in relation to the MPWS role in relation to the enforcement of the Wildlife Act, which is currently under review in my department as well, in relation to hedge cutting and other issues. But certainly, if the Deputy would provide the information to me, we can certainly investigate.
Thank you, Mr. Noonan. Deputy Pringle.
Taoiseach, several deadly US Air Force Osprey aircraft crashes have taken place in recent years, one of which occurred in June 2022, when 5 US Marines were killed in an Osprey crash in Southern California. Following this, the Marine Corps published their investigation on the 21st of June 2023, which stated that the mishap was due to an unpreventable mechanical failure and not any error on the part of the pilot's crew or maintenance personnel. Despite the publication of this report, a US military flyover, including Osprey aircraft, flew over Dublin as part of the American football event in the Aviva Stadium on the 25th of August 2023. This was just 2 months after the publication of the crash report and just 2 days before further 3 Marines were killed when their Osprey aircraft crashed during a training exercise off the northern coast of Australia. 3 months later, 8 airmen were killed in another crash in Japan. Following this, the military grounded all its Osprey aircraft until the beginning of this year. My question is, Taoiseach, did the Minister know about this report published by the US Marine Corps in June 2023 before Osprey aircraft were given permission to fly over Dublin in August of that year? If not, why not? And if so, why was this allowed before new safety recommendations were implemented?
I want to thank Deputy Pringle for raising the issue. I'm sorry I don't have information to hand on it, but I will ask the Minister to directly answer your question.
Deputy Jackie Cahill.
Taoiseach, on the 1st of January this year, the limit for derogation was reduced from 250 kilograms per hectare to 220. Individual farmers are finding it very hard to calculate their exact position with banding and the allowance for feeding low protein feeds, etc. Individual farmers are finding it very hard to know what their exact stocking rate is. I would ask that the Department of Agriculture would send a statement to each farmer in derogation for each individual month from June on, so as farmers can know the exact position and that they won't exceed the limit, the new imposed limit.
Yeah, it's a very sensible suggestion from Deputy Cahill. I'll convey it to Minister McConalogue and ask him to revert. And of course, the next big thing that we all need to unite and pull together on is making sure we maintain the derogation. And the first step in relation to Ireland's national effort in regards to that is the European elections Friday week, when we need to elect MEPs who understand the importance of it.
Deputy Chris Andrews.
Taoiseach, 3,800 homes are due to be built on the Glass Bottle site, yet only 350 of them will be social housing. How can this government justify the low level of social housing on this site and the unaffordable, so-called affordable homes on that site? Government need to buy more social housing and genuinely affordable homes instead of allowing 75% of them go to private ownership and almost certainly be taken up and bought by private vulture funds. Government needs to ensure that people who live and work locally are prioritised so they can continue to live and work in their community. When will contracts be signed, and will this government look at ensuring that the government and Dublin City Council purchase extra social and affordable homes on this site.
Thanks, Concordia. I want to thank Deputy Andrews for raising the issue in relation to the glass bottle site. Now, this is an issue Minister Ryan has raised also. I'll ask that the Minister for Housing comes back to you directly in relation to the point you make around the affordable housing and social housing on the site.
Deputy David Stanton.
Previously, up to 10,000 people in East Cork are under a boiled water notice on and off for almost 8 years now, through no fault of their own. This could cost some families up to €500 per annum. Would the government consider some compensation for families towards the cost of this, because it's due to the fault of the state not providing adequate drinking water as it should? I'm told to be at least another 22 months before it might be resolved. It's extraordinarily expensive in some families, and they must buy plastic bottles or boiled water and so forth. It's gone for about 8 years now. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Stanton, for raising the issue, and I can hear the frustration in your voice on behalf of your constituents in East Cork. I'll ask both Ishka Éireann and the Minister for Housing to come back to you and I in relation to this matter.
Thank you very much, Deputy Paddy O'Sullivan.
Taoiseach, I'd like to raise the issue of sound barriers on motorways. Currently, obviously, there's major development around the Dunkettle interchange. That's most welcome, but with that development comes, I suppose, the increased use of traffic on the roads, and the likelier, I suppose, more likely it is for noise to emanate from that. Unfortunately, we're in a position at the moment where it's up to the TII to provide for sound maps periodically, and they do that process, but when they are found to be above the acceptable norms and decibel levels, there's actually no provision there for the TII to provide for noise barriers or any other mitigation measures that they may deem necessary. And they say it's actually the role of the County Council, and the County Council say that there's no actual fund for them to draw from to provide those mitigation measures. So I'm acutely aware of the timing coming up to the budget. I would ask that this would be given consideration and just get your opinion on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank Deputy O'Sullivan for raising this matter, and Minister Butler tells me that it was raised with her last week, I think, in the Shannon as well. So this is an issue the government will look at, because I'm conscious that regardless of where the responsibility lies, it's a real frustration for people. So in the run-up to the budget, let's see if we can address this. But I'll ask the Minister for Transport in the first instance for review.
Matt Carthy.
Taoiseach, I've raised before the atrocious conditions of local roads across rural communities, including in my own county of Monaghan. Local roads are in the worst state seen in decades because your government has underfunded councils. It now appears that rather than addressing the shortfall at a time that you're increasing fuel costs, we've been actually told by industry that the TII plan further unexpected cuts to road projects. It seems that government were hoping that this news of cuts would be kept under wraps until after the local elections. But I'll ask you today, Taoiseach, if you will let us know if you intend to provide councils with the additional funding they need to restore our local road network, or is it actually the case that you propose to reduce the number of road projects being completed this year?
We certainly intend to invest more in roads, more in the TII and more in the local authorities, including Cavan Monaghan, and I expect news very shortly.
Deputy Patrick Costello.
Count Corla. Taoiseach, I also wish to raise the issue of dual-use exports to Palestine. As has been said, since October 7th, we've had 32 million of dual-use export licences granted. And in granting a dual-use export licence, the Department of Trade is supposed to consider the human rights record and the respect for international law of the destination country. Now, surely since October 7th, everything we have seen would suggest that there is no respect for human rights and there is no respect for international law. Equally, everything we have seen in the brutal occupation of Palestine would say that there is no respect for human rights or international law by the Israeli government. So I don't understand how we're still granting licences to export 32 million worth of dual-use goods to the Israeli government. Furthermore, in the light of the recent ICJ ruling and the brutal assault on Rafa, surely we should be reviewing our dual-use licensing.
Thank you, Deputy. Taoiseach.
Yes, thanks to Deputy Costello for raising the matter. I think it falls within the remit of Minister Calleary in the department. So let me talk directly to the Minister and come back to you, Deputy Costello.
Deputy Jobseeker Madigan.
Thank you, Taoiseach. There is a commitment in the programme for government in relation to sanctions for contempt of court violations against social media companies. You'll recall, Taoiseach, back when the last time I was a backbencher, I brought forward a private member's bill in relation to contempt of court. It's really important that we prevent any conduct that abuses, prejudices or indeed obstructs the administration of justice. It's absolutely vital that we move this forward, that we fulfil our commitment in the programme for government. That is something that has been put on a statutory footing in the UK since 1981. It's been called on for many different occasions here, from the Lower Reform Commission to the former Chief Justice Susan Denham. If we look back to the Jobstown trial many years ago, it's not something that we want to see again, and I would ask that it be expedited in the programme for government, hopefully through this administration. Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thanks to Deputy Madigan for raising this issue, which I know she's had a long-standing interest in. I'm very eager that any outstanding issues in the programme for government are advanced and progressed. I'm sure Minister McEntee is working on this, and I'll get an update from her for you.
Rose Conway-Walsh.
Minister, or Taoiseach, I'm glad the Minister for Social Protection is beside you and she might be able to answer this. She recently announced changes on job seekers related benefit, and I was contacted by a woman from Mayo that has worked 30 hours a week cleaning a school for 8 years. Every summer she's forced to sign on. She told me that she dreads the summer and how every year is a struggle, that she sometimes waits all summer for the payments to be sorted. Something has to be done for the many people like her that through no fault of their own will be left without pay during the summer. And I want to ask you, Minister, how will the changes to the job seekers related benefit affect the many workers in her situation and like her? Thank you.
Deputy, and I'm glad to announce that I've got approval from Cabinet for Jobseeker, or for the pay-related job seekers payment. I think that that's a step in the right direction, is to protect people so that they won't have a cliff edge drop in their income if they're unfortunate enough to lose their job. I'm starting this evening to bring the legislation through the Dáil. And I take your point on that, those particular people that are laid off during the summer months, and I will certainly outline those issues when I'm addressing the Dáil later.
Thank you, Minister. All right. Thank you. Deputy Willie O'Dea, please.
John Corla. The Taoiseach will be aware that the Government will be seeking the advice of the Attorney-General on whether a constitutional referenda will be necessary if Ireland is to sign up to the WHO Pandemic Pact or Treaty, and also whether Ireland is to sign up to the EU Migration Pact. What I want to ask the Taoiseach is, has the Attorney-General offered any views on these matters yet? And secondly, would the Taoiseach agree with me that because these are changes of such fundamental importance, that whether or not a constitutional referendum is required, that the matter should still be, the opinion of the people should nevertheless still be canvassed? I mean, there is provision in the Constitution, Article 47 specifically, for referendums to take place on matters that don't involve an amendment to the Constitution.
Taoiseach.
Thanks to Deputy O'Dea. In relation to the WHO Pandemic Treaty, I'll just have to seek an update from the Minister for Health in relation to that. I'm not aware personally of any advices in regards to that. In relation to the EU Migration Pact, I am very confident of the ability of the Government and the House of the Oireachtas to opt in, and there being no legal requirement for a referendum. Certainly in relation to that, we're not proposing one, but we are proposing plenty of time in this House for people to debate through the provisions, tease through it. We obviously also provided extra time to the Justice Committee at their request to consider it also.
Thank you very much. That concludes questions on promised legislation. We move now to a motion re proposed approval by Dáil Éireann of the People's Leave and Benefit Act 2019, extension of periods of leave order 2024, and I call on Minister Roderick O'Gorman to move the motion.
Move.
Is the motion agreed?
Agreed.
Motion is agreed. Just members, before moving then to the important statements on Ireland's recognition of the State of Palestine, I want to ask you to join with me in extending a very warm Céad Míle Fáilte to someone who is familiar to us all here, Dr. Gillan Abdallah Maljid, Ambassador of Palestine. You're very, very welcome. And as we proceed to take the debate, can I just say a word or two of caution, please? We will in this debate understandably want to express our horror at what I think has correctly been described by Deputy Holly Cairns as the depravity that we have seen over several months now taking place in Palestine, and indeed the events of the 7th of October in Israel. But I do need to make it very clear that when we speak here, we do clearly differentiate between Hamas and the Palestinian people, and we do clearly discriminate between the government of Israel and the Jewish and Israeli people. And we think, I think, particularly as we speak, about the very small but treasured Jewish community that we have in this country, that we value, that we treasure, and that we do not want to feel in any way undermined by our justifiable criticism of unthinkable acts of depravity that we have seen happening. I think we do need to bear all that in mind. So, that said, can I call on the Taoiseach? You're leading off, Taoiseach, are you, for us on this matter?
Ceann Comhairle, firstly, thank you for your own words of leadership in relation to this, which I wholeheartedly endorse. Last Wednesday, with the Taoiseach Minister Ryan, we announced that Ireland was recognising the state of Palestine alongside our partners in Spain and Norway. Today, the government gave formal effect to that decision, and now Ireland has formally recognised the state of Palestine. Colleagues in Madrid and Oslo have also taken the same step. This decision fulfils our commitment in the programme for government to do so when the time was right. We have said many times that our goal was to offer recognition as part of a process that could lead to peace on the basis of a two-state solution. As the House knows, unfortunately, 3 decades on from the Oslo process, we are perhaps further than ever from a just, sustainable and comprehensive peace settlement, one that can bring peace and security to the people of Palestine, to the people of Israel and to the people of the wider region. In these circumstances, it would not have been right to withhold our recognition when we were convinced that it was the right thing to do. It was not unreasonable to ask, if not now, then when? Today is a historic day, but it takes place in the most sombre of circumstances as we witness a humanitarian catastrophe continuing to unfold in Gaza and in Rafa. We see children starving. We see children going to bed not knowing if they will wake up. And we see that new despicable trend where every now and again an event of particular horror takes place and the Israeli Prime Minister then apologises for the tragic mistake. As I've said, April's tragic mistake was the bombing of aid workers providing food to starving Gazans. May's tragic mistake was the bombing of displaced children, parents and families who had fled to a designated safe zone in truly apoplectic scenes. What will June's tragic mistake be? And more importantly, what are we all in this world going to do to stop it? As I've consistently said, there is an onus on every country and on the European Union to use every lever at our disposal to bring about a ceasefire. It is no longer enough just to condemn. It's no longer enough just to be repulsed. That's why I welcome the decision of the Belgian presidency to convene a meeting on the EU-Israel Association Agreement. The human rights clauses in that agreement are and must be meaningful, and when they're not being adhered to, that too must have consequences. We need to look at all the levers at our disposal to bring about a cessation of violence before Netanyahu's next tragic mistake. Formal recognition of the state of Palestine here today is an act of powerful political and symbolic value, and I hope it sends the Palestinian people a message of hope that in this, their darkest hour, Ireland stands with them. It is an expression of our view that Palestine holds and should be able to vindicate the full rights of a state, including self-determination, self-governance, territorial integrity and security, as well as recognising Palestine's own obligations under international law. Generations of Palestinians have endured occupation, dehumanisation and humiliation. In today's West Bank, we see an extreme form of Zionism fuel settler violence and appropriation of land, illegal actions that largely go unchecked. In Gaza, since last October, we have seen tens of thousands die, many of them children, many more suffering life-changing injuries. We've seen schools, hospitals, cultural institutions, religious buildings reduced to rubble, vital civilian infrastructure destroyed, millions turned onto the road, dislocated from place to place, in search of safety. The very least we can do is let them know their suffering is not going unnoticed and that it will be acted upon. Last week I said that recognition is a message to those in Palestine who advocate and work for a future of peace and democracy, that we fully respect your aspirations to be living freely in your own country, in control of your own affairs, under your own leadership. I said that moving in lockstep with our European colleagues, we sought to be bearers of hope. We wanted to reaffirm our belief that peace is possible, that justice is achievable, and that recognition of both states, Palestine and Israel, is the only cornerstone upon which that peace must be built. You cannot have a two-state solution without two states. We have long recognised the State of Israel and its right to exist in peace and security within internationally agreed borders. Today we say we equally recognise the State of Palestine and its right to exist within internationally agreed borders. When I spoke to President Abbas last Wednesday, he thanked Ireland, Spain and Norway for our leadership in recognising the State of Palestine, and he praised our decision as one of a beacon of hope to the Palestinian people. But our historic decision is not just about hope and symbolism, notwithstanding their importance. For me, recognition also serves three fundamental purposes. Firstly, it is our view that it is time Palestine takes its place among the free nations of the world, that it can pursue self-determination, self-governance, fulfil its obligation and avail of its rights under the UN Charter, and that it might have territorial integrity and sovereignty. Secondly, it expresses our belief that Israelis and Palestinians alike have an equal right to self-determination, safety, security and dignity, that no child, no matter their nation, is worth any less than another. Thirdly, it cements our fundamental conviction that the only just solution to the Israeli-Palestinian generation-long conflict is a two-state solution. Ireland, Spain and Norway are not alone in our recognition of Palestine. 3/4 of UN member states already do. The two-state solution is not a new idea. It has long been endorsed by the vast majority of nations, including through several UN Security Council resolutions. Palestine has long been seeking to take its rightful place among the free nations of the world and has already joined international organisations such as UNESCO and the International Criminal Court. The free countries of the world agree. 143 of them voted earlier this month in the General Assembly for full UN membership for Palestine. Ceann Comhairle, the ever-increasing number of illegal settlements and displacements of Palestinians have left the viability of the Palestinian state hanging by a thread. If countries do not now take this formal step to recognise Palestine, I fear there may not be the opportunity in the future. Now is the time to act. The 1967 borders have slowly been eaten away, and this cannot continue. Recognition says to young Palestinian people growing up in Gaza and the West Bank or in refugee camps around the region that there is a viable political path to achieve your dream of a Palestinian state, that there are people of goodwill in Ireland and elsewhere who will stand with you and work with you shoulder to shoulder to get there. We want to encourage and reward those who want to walk the political path, however difficult the journey. We on this island know how vital that support can be. The current government of Israel, the most right-wing in its history, has said that it will never accept a Palestinian state. The Israeli government have been strongly critical of our decision. It has wrongly sought to portray it as a reward for terrorism and a boost for Hamas. This could not be further from the truth. We have been clear, time and time again, that we utterly reject Hamas and all that it stands for. As I said last week, Hamas can bring nothing but pain and suffering to the people of Israel and the people of Palestine. I'm disappointed by how Israel has decided to conduct its interactions with ambassadors of Ireland, Norway and Spain following our decision. Mutual diplomatic respect is something that we should always aim to uphold. I want to, on the record of the Dáil, praise Ambassador Sonia McGuinness and her colleagues for their dignity and their professionalism with which they conducted themselves, and I want to thank her for the way in which she conducted herself in representing the views of Ireland and the Irish people. Lines of communication must be kept open if we're able to explain and understand decisions. That's why I welcomed the recent opportunity to speak directly to President Herzog. Pursuing a peace based on shared fundamental values, as enshrined in the UN Charter, It is the ultimate way in which we defeat Hamas. It's how we defeat evil terrorist ideology and those who share that way of thinking. And let me be crystal clear once again. Ireland unreservedly condemns the despicable actions of Hamas on October 7th. We cannot begin to understand the immense pain and suffering of those held hostage and the families who desperately wish to see them returned to the arms of their loved ones. But recognising Palestine does no harm to Israel. We wish nothing for the people of Israel but security, peace and friendship. But that's what we wish for the people of Palestine too. We're obliged to speak up when we think others take the wrong path. We've long called for an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages, urgent and unhindered access to Gaza for humanitarian aid. On Friday, the International Court of Justice said that Israel must immediately halt its military offensive in the Rafa governorate, which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza's conditions of life that could bring about the physical destruction in whole or in part. The situation could not be more grave. The stakes could not be any higher. The ICJ's orders are legally binding. Israel must immediately comply. Ceann Comhairle, we're not naive. We know that recognition of Palestine alone will not resolve the conflict between Israel and Palestine, but it can make a real and meaningful contribution. We must be on the right side of history. It is a single step in a long and difficult path, a path Ireland is ready to walk with the people of Palestine, towards a future where there are two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security together. We want to see Israel and Palestine both take their rightful place on the world stage as equals. We want Israelis and Palestinians to know that there can be an end to this conflict, that peace is possible. We know that most Israeli people and Palestinian people want their children to be able to live in peace and security. And for all of this to happen, the fighting, the killing, the barbaric actions need to stop. So I want to conclude today by reiterating my statement from last week to the people of Palestine. In the West Bank, in Gaza, in refugee camps, in Ireland, those who join us in the Dáil today, around the world, we here in Ireland, we see you, we recognise you, we respect you, and today Ireland formally recognises the State of Palestine.
Thank you, Taoiseach Taoiseach.
Ceann Comhairle, vadan dhéanann rialtas cinenne firemuil a hananta sa bhunna Stáit na Palestínig. Cinenne starúil agus táchtach é seo, agus is son chásta síochána a dhéanamar an cinenne. Is ceart agus is cóir é a dhéanamh. This morning, Ireland formally recognised the State of Palestine. It is an occasion of deep significance, not only to deputies in this House, but to the people of Ireland and to the people of Palestine. Much thought, analysis and diplomatic effort has informed the timing and context of this decision. Let me first emphasise that some considerations have never been in any doubt. Our commitment to international law and to the full implementation of a two-state solution, as outlined in multiple UN Security Council and UN General Assembly resolutions. Our desire to see the Palestinian people's right to self-determination vindicated. Our dream that this and future generations of Palestinian people will enjoy a peaceful and secure existence, living side by side in peace with their Israeli neighbours. Our commitment to supporting Palestinian state building and the development of Palestinian institutions throughout our development cooperation programme. The deep ties between the Irish and Palestinian people at every level and in every sector of our society. In this spirit, I know that recognising the State of Palestine has been heard by the Palestinian people as a clear expression of solidarity, and I want to join with colleagues in welcoming the Palestinian head of mission and soon-to-be full ambassador, Dr. Gillian Abdel-Majid, to the House. I know that this is a special day for you, and I want to pay tribute to your work on behalf of the Palestinian people. Many Palestinians have told me that Ireland's decision has provided hope at what is a very dark time in Palestine, most obviously in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. It's my firm belief that in recognising the State of Palestine at this time, the government has also maximised the impact that this step can make to translate our hopes and aspirations into reality. Ceann Comhairle, I will return to the issue of recognition in more detail shortly. Before doing so, it's important to reflect upon the shocking reality in Palestine. Earlier this month, following weeks of warnings, the World Food Programme indicated that northern Gaza is now experiencing famine. Just over a week ago, the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court applied for arrest warrants for leaders of Hamas, as well as for the Israeli Prime Minister and Israeli Defence Minister. Last Friday, the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to, quote, immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in the Rafa governorate which may inflict upon the Palestinian group in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, unquote. The court characterised recent developments, in particular Israel's offensive in Rafa, as exceptionally grave. It ordered the immediate opening of the Rafa crossing for humanitarian aid and the facilitation of access by UN investigative bodies. And yet, we see the horror of the airstrikes on Rafa on Sunday, killing dozens of innocent civilians, babies and children, sheltering in a camp for displaced people. We see an entire population in Gaza, 90% of whom have been displaced at least once, and many multiple times, that is acutely food insecure, unable to access healthcare, education, or the most basic of social services. We see rockets continuing to be launched by Hamas towards Israel, indiscriminately targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, emphasising again that organisation's utterly malign intentions and role. 7 months on from the savagery of the 7th of October, the unimaginable ordeal of Israeli hostages and their families continues. And I want to again restate my utter and unequivocal condemnation of what Hamas did that day. During my visit to the region in April, I saw firsthand the obstacles and restrictions facing aid entering into Gaza via Rafa. I also discussed humanitarian access in detail with my Egyptian and Jordanian counterparts. The challenges they outlined have been compounded further since then by the Israeli offensive in Rafa and indeed Hamas rocket attacks, which have disrupted the flow of aid at both the Kerem, Shalom and Rafa crossing points, by repugnant attacks on aid trucks from Jordan as they drive through Israel without effective action by the Israeli police, by the continued lack of a proper deconfliction system inside Gaza. Universally, partners have urged Israel not to proceed with its offensive in Rafah and to ensure full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza. Israel has chosen to disregard these calls, but it cannot choose to disregard the orders from the International Court of Justice. These are legally binding. They must be complied with. We discussed all of this at the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels yesterday, following an excellent and informative meeting between European Union and Arab foreign ministers. We agreed to convene an urgent meeting of the EU-Israel Association Council in the context of our grave concerns in respect of Israel's adherence to the human rights clauses in the Association Agreement, and particularly in the context of the ICJ provisional orders. It is no secret that Ireland has been pushing the European Union to act more decisively and at an earlier stage, and we will continue to do so. But I am encouraged that we are now beginning to see a clear view emerging amongst Member States that it is simply not credible that the EU-Israel Association Agreement can remain entirely unaffected by the behaviour of this Israeli government. Ceann Comhairle, as this House is aware, the government has had a long-standing commitment to recognise the State of Palestine. We committed to doing so as part of a lasting settlement of the conflict, or in advance of that, if doing so would progress efforts to reach a two-state solution or protect the integrity of Palestinian territory. The government set out its reasoning for doing so at this moment in time when we announced this step alongside Norway and Spain last week. I believe it is also important that these reasons are also put on the record of this House. Our recognition of the State of Palestine has three fundamental purposes. First, it makes clear our view that it is time Palestine takes its full place amongst the nations of the world, that its right to self-determination, self-governance and territorial integrity and sovereignty must now be vindicated. As the UN General Assembly agreed earlier this month, Palestine is ready to take on all the rights and obligations of a state under the UN Charter. Second, it is an expression of our belief in the equal right to self-determination, peace, security and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. The aspirations of both peoples must be afforded equal legitimacy based on a two-state solution that delivers a just and sustainable peace. Third, it is a reiteration of our fundamental conviction that the only just and sustainable peaceful solution for both Palestinians and Israelis is the implementation of that two-state solution, ending the Israeli occupation of Palestine and resulting in a viable, contiguous Palestinian state in the West Bank, Gaza and East Jerusalem, based on the 1967 borders. The policies and actions of successive Israeli governments, in particular the current government, have seriously undermined the prospects of a two-state solution and the viability of a Palestinian state. Prime Minister Netanyahu has publicly rejected even the concept of a Palestinian state. The urgency of protecting the integrity of Palestinian territory has reached a point that our efforts to do so through the legal and policy avenues we have used to date were no longer sufficient. In particular, this is the result of the sustained Israeli assault on Gaza, specifically on the civilian population and civilian infrastructure, as well as the denial of sufficient humanitarian aid over a sustained period of time. There has also been a significant increase of violence, displacement and annexation in the West Bank. In parallel, there have been renewed international efforts, in particular by Arab partners, to develop a clear pathway to implement a two-state solution. Not to talk about it, not to repeat our commitment to it, to implement it. I and my officials have spent the last few months in constant contact with partners in the region, particularly Egypt and Jordan, as they have developed an Arab peace vision. This document prioritises concrete steps to end the brutal war in Gaza and to take concrete, irreversible steps to build a Palestinian state. The Arab peace vision recognises that any final settlement will, of course, need direct negotiations between the parties. We all agree on that. But importantly, it starts from the premise that no one, not this Israeli government, not any government, can have a veto on the building of a Palestinian state. Israel does not get a veto on whether Palestine exists or not. I've spent the last few days in Brussels undertaking intensive discussions with partners. On Sunday, I attended a meeting convened by Norway and Saudi Arabia, bringing together over 40 partners from across Europe, the Middle East and elsewhere, with a focus on tangible steps towards implementing the two-state solution. Arab partners set out the core principles underlying the Arab peace vision. The new Palestinian Prime Minister spoke about the dire resourcing situation that the Palestinian Authority is facing and the need for early and comprehensive support for their service delivery and reform efforts. 6 of the Arab foreign ministers then attended the Foreign Affairs Council yesterday and presented their thinking in more detail. The European Union unanimously agreed to work with the Arab Contact Group on their peace vision, to add our ideas about how it can be implemented, and suggest practical steps that European countries can take to be part of that process. It is notable that the very first ask that the Arab peace vision has of European states, the top priority for Arab partners, is that all European countries recognise Palestine. As many of you know, this is the political framework within which Ireland, along with Spain, Norway and others, have been discussing the issue of recognition over the last few months. It has long been my view that recognising Palestine would be most impactful if done in a coordinated manner with other partners. That we've taken the decision to recognise the state of Palestine together with Norway and Spain, and in the wider context of a regional peace initiative, is important. I am confident that there is a growing consensus among like-minded partners that Palestinian statehood can no longer wait until the end of a process of final settlement negotiations between the parties. I anticipate that other European partners may decide to recognise Palestine in the coming weeks and months. Las Ceann Comhairle, the challenge now is to maintain this momentum. We need a fundamental paradigm shift in the way all of us in the international community view the solution to this conflict. We need urgency and we need concrete steps. We have said many times that an immediate ceasefire, the unconditional release of hostages and full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access are essential. They remain essential and we will not rest until those are achieved. Simultaneously, it is urgent that we support the Palestinian Authority. I spoke in some detail to the new Palestinian Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa in Brussels on Sunday night. He highlighted a number of immediate priorities which I brought to the Foreign Affairs Council yesterday. I asked that the European Union increase pressure on Israel to release the tax revenues it is withholding from the Palestinian Authority, but also that the European Union Commission release pending funds immediately, as well as putting in place an ambitious and comprehensive package of support for 2024 and beyond. I asked the EU High Representative to invite Prime Minister Mustafa to present his reform programme in detail to the June Foreign Affairs Council. I was impressed with Prime Minister Mustafa and his team, some of his ministers whom I met, and it's unforgivable, it's unconscionable that Israel would withhold Palestinian revenues from this technocratic government, which is impairing its capacity to hit the ground running to try and deliver services to both the people of the West Bank and to Gaza. Our own bilateral development cooperation programme with Palestine will of course continue and intensify alongside our humanitarian support for the immediate basic needs for the population in Gaza. We also need to move quickly to get the former EU border assistance mission at the Rafa crossing operational again. The European Union can play a constructive role in maintaining the vital lifeline for goods and people between Egypt and Gaza open. With Spain and Norway and Arab partners, we will also continue to build momentum behind the Arab peace vision. We will encourage others to recognise the state of Palestine, and we will work to build support for a comprehensive effort to bring an end to this conflict. We will continue to push in New York for full UN membership for Palestine, and we will continue to hold this Israeli government accountable. We've already committed to intervene in the South Africa versus Israel case under the Genocide Convention at the International Court of Justice. As we work on our intervention, our most immediate focus will be ensuring compliance by Israel with the provisional orders issued last week. Getting agreement at EU level to convene a meeting of the EU-Israel Association Agreement in this context is an important step in doing so. We will step up our support for the vital work of the International Criminal Court, even as the prosecutor and his staff are threatened with sanctions. We must robustly uphold the independence of these international legal courts and fora. Let me briefly address, Alaska and Cora, the Israeli reaction to the decision taken by Ireland, Spain and Norway. In our private engagement with Israel, as well as in our public communication, we have been clear in setting out the thinking and motivation behind our decision to recognise Palestine. We support the right of the State of Palestine to exist and the right of the Palestinian people to peaceful self-determination, just as we, without question, support the right of the State of Israel to exist and the right of the Israeli people to peaceful self-determination. We understand that this Israeli government disagrees with our decision. That is their right, as it is their right to inform us of their view, forthrightly and robustly, through diplomatic channels. We have no problem with that. However, the time and manner in which this was done was unacceptable. I have made clear that the treatment of our ambassador in Tel Aviv and her Spanish and Norwegian counterparts fell far short of what we would expect from any country, irrespective of our political differences. And I want to pay tribute to Ambassador Sonia McGuinness for her resilience and her outstanding performance as our ambassador in Israel during a very, very challenging time. I have, for my part, and will continue to treat Israel's ambassador to Ireland with courtesy and with respect. I expect the same in return. We wish to maintain functional diplomatic engagement and dialogue with Israel, Diplomacy comes into its own at times of intense disagreement between states. Imposing limitations on the Ireland-Israel diplomatic relationship would make no sense, and we do not intend to do so. In my view, it would be a self-defeating mistake for the Israeli government to decide to do so. I also want to emphasise in the House today what I stated clearly last week. Israeli and Palestinian citizens alike are a valued and cherished part of our society here in Ireland. And I challenge and reject anyone who would seek to delegitimise either's history, culture or beliefs. I also unambiguously reject those in Palestine, in Israel and around the world who call for the entirety of the land between the Mediterranean Sea and the River Jordan to be a mono-ethnic state based either on forcible exile or subjugation. These are messages that I wish to convey clearly to the Israeli and Jewish communities here in Ireland, and I will be doing so personally in the very near future. Last Ceann, there is much work ahead through both multilateral and bilateral engagement, through continued advocacy and diplomacy, through building and reinforcing our friendship with the Israeli and Palestinian people alike. This Irish Government's commitment will remain unwavering, grounded in the resolute belief that we can together realise the aim that is overwhelmingly endorsed by the international community, a two-state solution based on 1967 borders with the State of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine living side by side in peace and security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem serving as the future capital of both states. This may sound like an impossible aspiration, but there is no other just and sustainable option. We refuse to accept that the only future for Palestinians is one of dispossession and occupation and displacement and brutality. We refuse to believe that the only future for the Israeli and Palestinian people is a future of hatred, conflict and death. We cannot accept that, and we will not accept that.
Thank you very much, Las Concorla. I was very proud that the Green Party argued passionately for the recognition of Palestine in the programme for government we agreed with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael back in 2020. Events have moved on since then, tragically so, but the case for recognising Palestine was as strong back then as it is now. It wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when and to what effect. And today we deliver on that commitment as a government and as a parliament, and the timing, in my belief, is important and right. Firstly, because we do not do so alone, not just Spanish and Norwegian colleagues, but it also comes after that vote in the United Nations on the 10th of May last, when 143 countries voted in favour of Palestine being recognised within the United Nations system. And secondly, as the Taoiseach has just said, the timing is important here because that Arab peace plan presented at the European Council yesterday has central to it the issue of recognition and the benefit and the momentum it can bring to deliver a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire. And thirdly, the need for that ceasefire. The fact that we cannot stay silent, either on the release of hostages or what we saw the day before yesterday, the bombing of a refugee camp in Rafa, which is similar to what had happened right through the last 7 months. And critically as well, our timing of this recognition comes on the back of an application from the International Criminal Court for a warrant against the Israeli Prime Minister for the actions that are taking place, and the International Court of Justice called similar to ourselves for an immediate end to the assault on Gaza. So today we recognise the state of Palestine, and I believe it has a particular resonance for Irish people, given the echoes it brings from our own history. It's the right and proper thing to do. I know the concept of nationhood can be a fraught one. Populations can move and intersperse with others, borders can shift back and forth with time, and ethnicity is as inexact a concept as it is a motive. But there can be little doubt that the Palestinian people have an undeniable argument for nationhood. Denying or hindering such an obvious claim is as morally wrong as it is unwise. It stores up grievances that future generations will ultimately have to deal with. Some of the responses from the ordinary Palestinian people we've heard from since we announced our intention have been very moving. The need to secure a ceasefire and get humanitarian into Gaza remains without doubt the most pressing challenge facing the people of Palestine, but it has been heartening to hear that the decision of Ireland, Spain and Norway has offered some solace to those who may have despaired that the international community have forgotten their plight. It's not merely to offer a sense of solidarity that we take this step. We recognise Palestine today because we recognise that peace cannot be achieved without doing so. Joseph Borrell, the EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs, put it well last November when he said that our political myopia has led us to think that the conflict was manageable by paying lip service to the two-state solution and then leaving it to fester. He was right. The West averted its gaze and was content to let the situation fester as long as the uneasy peace continued and didn't intrude upon our lives. We have learnt the hard way that this tactic was not just morally wrong, but strategically foolish. And we are unequivocal. Nothing can justify the barbaric slaughter Hamas carried out on the 7th of October, but neither can any of us stand here and say that we never suspected that the powder keg that was Gaza would not explode with such devastating consequences. And we know that Ireland's recognition may present challenge for Jewish people in Israel and across the world, and I ask our Jewish friends with real respect that you look to our experience here on this island, where the long-term denial of one community's rights in favour of another's led to similar misery and devastation. Such an injustice can be maintained for decades, maybe even longer, but a people's right to exist cannot be suppressed forever. Let me also reiterate to Israel, the Irish people recognise your rights to exist as a nation. Recognising Palestine does not in any way diminish your rights as a state. In fact, it is the opposite. Our dearest wish is that the establishment of a Palestinian state solidifies your existence and allows you to prosper and flourish in peace and harmony with your neighbours. I particularly want to offer reassurance to Jewish friends living here in Ireland. The last 7 months have not been easy, and many maybe feel that there's a change in attitude towards them or people of their religion. We need to assure them they are welcome here, they belong here, they are as Irish as all of us. They're respected and a part of our state, our citizenship. And long may Ireland be a home to Jewish people so they can continue their outstanding contribution to our nation in art, in science, in business and in politics. This House has benefited so much from people from our Jewish community. I share their frustration at the one-sided approach that some people take to the conflict. There are some who appear to think that Israel's government's appalling actions mean they can be silent on Hamas's atrocities. I do not. This is not a matter of taking sides. The atrocities were committed towards innocent Israelis on the 7th of October were vile, as is the slaughter that the Israeli Defence Forces have unleashed upon innocent Palestinians after it. Both are wrong, and we are vociferous in condemning both. I said this outside government buildings when we made our announcement last Wednesday, that we had learned the hard way in Ireland that using violence against innocent civilians to try and achieve political goals can and must never win. Whether that's a car bomb on the streets of Omagh or Jerusalem, be it a rocket landing in Tel Aviv or a no-warning bomb blast in Birmingham, be that the assault on a kibbutz or a bomb dropped from a jet fighter onto a refugee camp in Gaza, it is all wrong. There is no hierarchy in death. I would like to conclude by responding to criticism that has been levelled at us by the Israeli government that by recognising Palestine, that we are somehow emboldening the terrorists of Hamas and that this decision will only lead us further down the path of violence. Again, I think valuable lessons can be taken from the Irish experience. There was a time, after all, when similar warnings were made by the British establishment, a long time ago now, that the Irish were not fit to govern themselves and that anarchy would surely follow if we were given the chance. The path to Irish statehood wasn't smooth, but over a century on from those dire warnings, the nation that we represent in this chamber, I think, stands up for the rights of the United Nations, the rights of individual nations, stands up to try and help build peace in our very troubled, conflict-ridden world. If allowed to, and with the support from around the world, I pray that Palestine could in time follow a similar path to our own. There will no doubt be missteps, just as we have made, and setbacks, undoubtedly, but the only path forward involves recognising that Palestine, too, has an unalienable right to take its place in the international community. When the people of Palestine ask for us is not outrageous or extravagant, if anything it is modest. As the Palestinian-American academic Edward Said said, it is no more than any of us would ask for ourselves. The long-run goal, he wrote, is the same for every human being, that politically he or she may be allowed to live free from fear, insecurity, terror and oppression, free also from the possibility of exercising unequal or unjust domination over others. Today we recognise Palestine as a state. We commit to working with our European colleagues here in government, across the aisles, I'm sure, in this House, to do everything we can to support an immediate cessation of the assault in Gaza, and that the day after that ceasefire, we help deliver a two-state solution, which is the only path to peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Moving Sinn Féin, ich habe Mary Lou McDonald.
Good morning, Las Corla. We teach life, sir. We Palestinians teach life after they have occupied the last sky. We teach life after they have built their settlements and apartheid walls. After the last skies, we Palestinians wake up every morning to teach the rest of the world life, sir. These are the words of Palestinian poet Rafa Ziada, words that powerfully captured the cry of Palestine to the world, a cry that has reverberated for generations. See us, hear us, stand with us, vindicate our nation and our people, recognise us. Today, the Irish Government at last responds to that cry for justice and becomes one of the first Western European countries to recognise the state of Palestine. The people of Ireland have always stood with the Palestinian people in their struggle for freedom, self-determination, human dignity and peace. Conscious of our own history of colonisation, of oppression, dispossession, famine and partition. A history that has ingrained in the collective consciousness the impetus to confront injustice and inequality and human rights abuse across the world. So today we say again to the Palestinian people, you are not alone. Ireland recognises you, your people and your right to nationhood. We stand on the side of justice, of freedom, on the side of a just and durable, lasting peace. Ireland's recognition of the Palestinian state comes as the people of Gaza endure the darkest of moments, as they continue to endure horror on an unimaginable scale. As world leaders continue to draw a false equivalence between the impoverished occupied and the oppressive occupier. By recognising the state of Palestine, we recognise the right of Palestinians to their homeland, the right of Palestinians to a future free of oppression and war. We recognise the human rights of the Palestinian people to exist as equals in this world. Today's announcement has been a long time coming, too long. 10 years ago, the Dáil voted unanimously in favour of a Sinn Féin motion to recognise the state of Palestine. A decade ago, we had cross-party support for this. It shouldn't have taken us this long to get here. But of course, it is never too late to do the right thing, and this is the right and the just thing. I want to welcome and to acknowledge the incredible work of the current Palestinian ambassador and of all her predecessors. Long before I was ever elected to the Dáil, I stood with so many others outside the gates of Leinster House, calling on, imploring the government and the European Union to deliver justice for Palestine and its people. Activists have been constant in their commitment to Palestine, relentlessly pushing, standing their ground, standing up for what is right, never giving up, slowly and surely changing the conversation. So I want to pay special tribute to activists the length and breadth of this country and beyond, who for decades have marched, protested and rallied in solidarity with Palestine, and whose steadfast effort has brought us to this day. The Palestinian struggle has gone on for generations. The catastrophe of Nakba was only the start. 76 years, the story of Palestine has been one of colonisation, occupation, apartheid, violent, brutal human rights atrocities at the hands of the Israeli state and its ferocious military. Daily oppression that saw Palestinians killed, jailed, tortured and forced from their lands. Homes, schools, health facilities bulldozed to the ground as illegal settlers violently overtake Palestinian lands and villages in direct violation of international law. Palestine is a nation threatened by annihilation. The world was always going to face a moment of reckoning on Palestine and Lascan Corla as Israel continues its brutal onslaught on the refugee population of Gaza and launches horrific missile attacks on Rafa. I believe the moment of reckoning is now. Rafa is the place where hundreds of thousands of Gazans were forcefully displaced in the wakes of Israel's initial bombardment. There is nowhere left for them to flee, nowhere left to go. They are trapped. And on Sunday, as Israel bombed a refugee tent camp and took countless lives, they described it as a tragic mistake. Today, we have reported that 7 more lives have been taken in Israeli airstrikes in Rafa, and there will be more slaughter unless Israel is confronted by the world. The life of a Palestinian child is worth the same as a child anywhere else in the world. But we ask, where is the protection of international law for every child killed in Gaza, for every child who will be killed in Rafah? We've all seen the images of heartbroken Palestinian mothers inconsolably weeping over their dead children. Their entire world collapsed forever into tiny white sheets. Fathers desperately digging their children out of rubble, knowing that they have breathed their last. Little boys and little girls horrifically injured, covered in debris, being rushed to hospitals that are overwhelmed with the maimed and the dying. This is a criminal war on the young. Half of Gaza's population is under the age of 18. If you're a child of the age of 11 in Gaza, you've already endured 4 Israeli military bombardments. For 8 months, Netanyahu has conducted a war on children, and the world has looked the other way. This annihilation is the cruel crescendo of 76 years of occupation and apartheid. Since October, almost 36,000 Palestinians have been killed, 15,000 children. So this is not a moment of an intense disagreement between states. Rather, this is a moment of catastrophe, of savagery, of an Israel that has brazenly, repeatedly broken every international law, has acted with impunity, and as of yet has not been held to account. And for this to stop, the international community has to act. The European Union, Britain, the United States of America must remove political support, end preferential treatment for Israel as it perpetrates crimes against the Palestinians with impunity. They must stop funding and arming the Israeli military machine as it commits genocide in Palestine. The ordinary people of Europe, I believe, don't want a European Commission that shamefully endorses Israel's action. And I'm conscious we'll have a new European Parliament and a new Commission. And I do not believe that a European Commission or a President of the Commission can condone the actions of Israel. Rather, they must confront them. And Ireland must insist, all of us insist on that point. Today, along with Spain and Norway, we take a lead. But recognition of the Palestinian state can't be the end. It has to be just a beginning, a new departure in pursuing freedom and justice for the Palestinians. The Irish Government must now follow recognition by enacting the Occupied Territories Bill, and we have Senator Francis Black joining us here, and the Israeli illegal settlement divestment bill brought forward by my colleague Deputy Brady. We also have to take the lead in the European Union, pushing for sanctions against Israel, holding Israel to account by joining the ICJ genocide case. Israel, for now, turns its face not alone against peace, but against the rule of international law. And therefore, a movement against apartheid in Palestine with the same momentum and the same drive as the movement against South African apartheid is, I believe, essential. I believe it's vital to secure the enforcement of international law. We need, of course, an immediate ceasefire. We need the return of all hostages, the renewal of a peace process grounded in international law. This is the only way the children of Palestine and Israel can have the future of peace they deserve. Young people in particular have stepped forward, standing for the cause of Palestinian freedom. They've marched in cities and towns throughout Ireland and the world, calling for an end to the slaughter and an immediate ceasefire. On college campuses throughout the world, they've stood together against Israeli war crimes. And world leaders must now listen to the voices of the young, because this generation is right. Our recognition of the Palestinian state is an important moment, but the real power of today will only be defined by what happens next. This must be Ireland's first step in pushing for an end to Israeli occupation, apartheid, an end to their human rights violations. Because Palestinians wake up every day not knowing if it will be their last. Palestinians wake up every day to teach the rest of the world life. They cry out for freedom, for justice, for human dignity. They cry out for life. And Ireland and the world must see that they have it.
Alaskan Corla, I welcome the Palestinian ambassador, members of the Palestinian community and long-standing campaigners for justice in Palestine here to the Dáil today for these statements that mark an historic moment for both Ireland and Palestine. The decision to officially recognise the state of Palestine fulfils a Dáil mandate that is now almost a decade old. It was in December 2014 that the members of this House adopted the Sinn Féin motion that called on the then government to take this step. Better later than never, of course. When the then Sinn Féin leader Gerry Adams proposed that motion, it was in the aftermath of the 2014 bombardment of Gaza that had resulted in the killing of 2,251 Palestinians, including more than 500 children. Better later than never. What we have had since is yet another lost decade when the world turned a blind eye to the ongoing relentless violation of international laws perpetrated against the people of Palestine by Israel. During the 2014 bombardment, the world had watched as 4 little boys playing football on a beach in Gaza were deliberately targeted and bombed by the IDF. The world did nothing. Irish governments, often saying the right thing, did nothing.
It was the same in 2015 when Amnesty International documented 20 cases of unlawful killings of Palestinians. And in October that year, when 17-year-old Dania Jihad Hussein Irsed, with her arms raised, pleading for mercy, was shot at least 6 times by Israeli forces in Hebron. Strong words, sometimes no action ever. In 2016, when the world watched settlement expansion in the West Bank and when the impact of the brutal blockade in Gaza was reported by human rights organisations, the world stayed mute. A new Irish government failed to enact the Dáil decision to recognise the state of Palestine. It's not the right time, we were told. Better later than never. In 2017, when 4 Palestinian human rights groups submitted a report to the International Criminal Court outlining that high-level Israeli officials were complicit in committing war crimes against the people of Palestine, again, world leaders stayed silent. They described Israel as the only democracy in the Middle East. Some, including Irish ministers, called for restraint in settlement expansion. But as the occupation continued and the blockade intensified, Israel faced not a single consequence. In their attempt to draw international attention to the impact of the blockade, throughout 2018 and 2019, Palestinians in Gaza engaged in what they called the Great March of Return. They were doing what we, across the Western world, had told them was the effective way to highlight their cause. They were engaged in peaceful, non-violent protest. Israel responded by murdering 223 of them, including little 11-year-old Yasser Abu Najah from Khan Yunis, who was shot dead as he hid with 2 friends behind a bin. His crime was chanting a Palestinian slogan at the cowards who described themselves as the most moral army in the world. And it still wasn't the right time to recognise that Yasser's state existed. In 2020, when Israel was continuing to benefit from the most preferential trading, economic and diplomatic relationships with the Western world, international leaders ignored the appeals of UN human rights experts when they called for an independent investigation into the killing of 15-year-old Ali Abman Abu Alia, who had become the 6th Palestinian child to be killed by Israel that year. And on and on and on it went. The Gaza bombardment of 2021 that left 254 dead, including 67 children. The regular brutal attacks on refugee camps, including the 2022 attack on Jenin camp and the accompanying targeted sniper assassination of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh by an IDF sniper. Throughout the decade since this House has called for the recognition of Palestine, there have been 2 constants. Israel's disregard for international law and the lives of Palestinians, and the refusal of world leaders to hold them accountable for their war crimes. Alaskan Corla, I am immensely proud that this day has come. I'm proud not of any politician, I'm proud of the people in the gallery who forced it to happen. I'm proud of the hundreds of thousands of Irish people who marched, who campaigned, who have refused to allow us to turn the other way. I'm proud of those Palestinians who have shared their story with the people of Ireland. We, in turn, have taken them to our hearts. I regret the last lost decade, when Ireland said the right things but failed to do the things that needed to be done. Better later than never. Because it was as a result of world inaction that brought us to where we are. The horrendous attacks of Hamas against innocent Israelis on October the 7th have rightfully been condemned over and over and over again. But history did not start on October the 7th, 2023, and the war crimes of that day provide no justification for the war crimes committed by Israel every day since. As we today declare that Ireland recognises the state of Palestine, we do so against the backdrop of over 36,000 Palestinians having been killed by Israel in Gaza, including more than 15,000 children in just 7 months. So let us declare as well today that there will be no more lost decades, lost years, lost opportunities. Israel has been conducting a genocide because history tells it it can do so with impunity. Some states like Ireland saying the right thing but not doing the necessary things. Other powerful states being complicit in every illegal action conducted under the Israeli flag. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has now sought arrest warrants for Israeli leaders, including Benjamin Netanyahu. The International Court of Justice now considers a charge of genocide and has ordered Israel to cease the attacks on Rafa. Ireland, Norway and Spain officially recognise the state of Palestine. All better later than never. But today is not an end, it's just a beginning. A beginning of an international chorus that demands an end to the savagery of Israel against the women, men and children of Palestine, that demands an end to the occupation, the apartheid, the oppression, the bombings. If we say that Palestine has a right to a state, then we must take action against those who are determined to destroy that objective. If we say that international law matters, then we cannot trade with a state that breaches it every single day. If we say that the lives of Palestinian children have worth, then we cannot engage in diplomatic niceties with the state that is murdering them. We know that action is better taken later rather than never. But we also know at some stage there will be no later. This is the last chance. If there is to be a free, sovereign Palestine, then we must act now. No more wasted decades, no more lost opportunities, no more excuses. Now is the right time. Stop the preferential treatment for Israel. Stop arming Israel. Stop the economic supports for Israel. Stop the war. Stop the genocide. Because, unfortunately, Lascan Corla, it is too late for far too many Palestinians, but it's better later than never. Today is a historic day, but it's just a beginning.
Thanks, Lascan Corla. I'd just like to welcome the Palestinian ambassador here today with us, because today is an important day for Ireland in recognising the state of Palestine. It is the right thing to do. Ireland's formal recognition of the state of Palestine firmly reflects support and solidarity for Palestine by the people of Ireland. And I'd just like to acknowledge the presence of members of Irish Sport for Palestine in the gallery and all the work that they do. Ireland, along with Spain and Norway, have stood up against the shameful inaction from the EU. For years we have witnessed the inaction and silence from the EU towards apartheid Israel. Increased EU trade deals with Israel, while Israel unleashed a brutal system of apartheid on the people of Palestine. 10 years after the Dáil voted in favour of a Sinn Féin motion calling for Ireland to officially recognise the state of Palestine, it is shameful that it has taken the murder of 36,000 Palestinians in the current phase of slaughter by Israel before we recognise Palestinian statehood. Today is welcome and important. It's really important that politics is seen to work. If politics doesn't work, militarism flourishes. We need to show Palestine that politics works, because to date politics has failed Palestinians. We must ensure that the government's solidarity to the state of Palestine does not stall for another 10 years while thousands more die at the hands of the Israelis. We must see meaningful actions taken to sanction apartheid Israel. We need to enact Francis Black's Occupied Territories Bill and the Sinn Féin Illegal Israeli Settlements Divestment Bill 2023. Both these bills will have the potential to have immense impact on apartheid Israel. It is vital that we see these two bills enacted as a matter of urgency. And while today is a historic day, our eye must be on Rafa right now. We must ensure that we do all we can to halt the genocide being inflicted on those seeking shelter and safety in Rafa.
And I also want to welcome the Ambassador and also to the campaigners in the gallery and also the ones outside Leinster House today. I'm proud to be able to speak on this historic day as Ireland finally recognises the state of Palestine. It's been 10 years since the Dáil unanimously supported the Sinn Féin motion calling for Ireland to recognise Palestine. It should not have taken 10 years, but it did. Now, for not the first time, the Irish people are ahead of the Irish government. The Irish people have always recognised Palestine. For decades, people of Ireland have wholeheartedly stood side by side with the Palestinian people in their struggle for freedom and justice, a struggle that we Irish know only too well. Both Ireland and Palestine have a shared history of struggle against partition and oppression. So today, Leinster House joins thousands, I should say, of ordinary houses right across Ireland who have always flown the Palestinian flag for decades. But when recognition is historic, it must not be the end. Words without sanctions are absolutely futile. The Irish government must now take the steps in supporting the Palestinian people to secure a viable and free Palestine. We must sanction Israel for their ongoing gross violations of international law. Ireland must enact the Israeli Settlement Divestment Bill. It must enact the Occupied Territories Bill. It must join the ICJ case against Israel, and it must increase funding to UNRWA. Israel must be held to account. Israel must face sanctions. No more excuses. Ireland must use our position to persuade and pressurise the European Government or the European Union to act. The EU has failed to take any meaningful action against Israel. The European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen has provided cover for Israeli war crimes. What we are witnessing right now in Gaza is ethnic cleansing. This is a war crime. This is genocide. This week, the Palestinian people who moved to a so-called safe zone in Rafa were bombed out of existence. Children were burnt alive as they slept. It is beyond words. The people of Gaza have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Imagine the torture of knowing that each moment could be our last as the bombs rain down. And if they survive the bombs, they wait to face starvation and famine. This famine is man-made. The Israel blockade must be lifted right now. A ceasefire must happen right now. And America must stop supplying Israel with the arms.
At the outset, I'd like to congratulate the Government on taking this decision. It is of some historic significance, and I know the Government will have come under pressure not to do so. Ireland once sought international recognition, and so we are proud today to stand with Palestine and to help them take their place amongst the nations of the world. I would like to commend the Taoiseach in particular for the manner in which he has represented the views of the Irish people in recent months. We don't have to agree on every point to appreciate the sincerity with which he has approached this issue. However, the recognition of the State of Palestine is not enough. It will not save lives in itself. I found it particularly poignant to hear the voice of a little Palestinian child in the gallery earlier. The Palestinian people need an immediate and permanent ceasefire. The hostages must be released. The man-made famine and medical disaster for injured civilians can be stemmed if Israel stops blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza. The EU can and must act by suspending the trade agreement with Israel. The EU is Israel's largest trading partner, with 32% of Israel's imports coming from the EU. And the Irish Government can send a further message of solidarity by passing the Occupied Territories Bill to ban any goods and services produced in Israeli-occupied settlements in the West Bank. However, the reality is that there is one man with unparalleled influence to bring the disaster in Gaza to an end. His name is Joe Biden, and he has to do better. We know things about peace processes in this country. We know that if there is to be peace, it has to be premised on the absence of violence. We know that if there is to be peace, there has to be compromise. We know that if there is to be peace, then one side cannot win absolutely. And in this context, you cannot have a two-state solution to this problem without a state of Palestine. But you cannot have a two-state solution either without the state of Israel. This has been an awful catastrophe to watch. From October 7th onwards, each day has brought forward new and fresh horror. The scale of the loss of life is simply horrific. It is emotionally gut-wrenching. It is anger-inducing. The decision of the Irish state, along with those of European friends in Spain and in Norway, to join with many other countries in recognising the state of Palestine, it is an important one. It is symbolic, but in and of itself, it will not save a single Palestinian life. Only Israel can do that. And we understand that Israel itself feels under siege. We understand too that for historical reasons, Israel has an understandable sensitivity to its place in the world. And we know that Israel finds it hard to understand that when we in Ireland look at this problem, that we see primarily not Israeli and Gazans, but David and Goliath. What has taken place in recent months has added to Israel's insecurity. You cannot eliminate Hamas by perpetuating the grievance that sustains its existence. To begin to put in place an end to this tragedy and this conflict, we need a peace process. The career of a single politician cannot be allowed to impede this necessity. President Joe Biden, in many ways, has had a remarkable presidency, but on this issue, the conflict in and over Gaza, the United States and President Biden have not had the courage of their convictions. President Biden knows that there is no long-term security for Israel that does not cater for the national aspiration of the Palestinians. You cannot say that you advocate a two-state solution by word if those words are not matched by deeds. You cannot and should not protect an Israeli state that is not open to a genuine attempt to relaunch the peace process. You cannot do good while ignoring or cajoling a bad faith actor, because we know that whilst tragedy unfolds on a daily basis in Gaza, the geographical basis for the two-state solution is being undermined by extremist settlers in the West Bank. And in the face of sheer horror of the last few months, there is only one legitimate response by the international community: try again, try harder, try seriously. So I say to you, President Biden, from these houses, discreet phone calls to try and rein in Netanyahu isn't global leadership. Your current approach is prolonging this tragedy, not shortening it. The evidence shows that your strategy is contributing to the loss of life in Gaza and elsewhere. And to you and to incoming UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, I say this: you know Ireland well. You know our peace process too well to think that you have one going on in Israel and Palestine, and you've got to do better than that. Others stand to help in good faith, but you have to lead, and a Labour Prime Minister in the UK must also lead. Without a peace initiative involving the United States, UK and the EU, we will witness the continuing brutalisation, impoverishment and radicalisation of the Gazan people. And I fear we will have to witness more of the horrific scenes from Rafa that shook everyone to the core this weekend. This war on the people of Gaza will not bring security to Israel. It will only create another generation brutalised by war, orphaned by war, and intent on revenge. The longer Israel continues its action in Gaza, the further we get from peace. Since mid-October, we have witnessed the entire population of Gaza herded from pillar to post, increasingly desperate for food, shelter and medical aid. Aid has become a negotiating card, not a humanitarian priority. And the basic infrastructure of a functioning society, hospitals, schools, playgrounds, has been systematically razed to the ground. This is the intentional destruction of the Gazan people and their society, an attempt to bomb them into hand-to-mouth existence. It is collective punishment of an entire people for the crimes of Hamas. It is genocide. It is a moral outrage, and Israel has to stop. Last week, we joined with our EU partner, Spain, and our European partner, Norway, in recognising the state of Palestine. We also know that other European states, such as Portugal and Slovenia, for instance, are in favour of recognition in principle and are seeking a broader EU consensus before making further moves. This only serves yet again to underscore how dangerous and arrogant Ursula von der Leyen's actions last autumn were. She does not represent the people of Ireland or the millions of Europeans who have marched to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. She does not represent the people of Ireland. Her credibility amongst people across the European Union is at zero. And at the time of her visit to Israel last autumn, we knew we were on the brink of a disproportionate Israeli military response, engendering a humanitarian crisis on an unprecedented scale. In short, we knew that thousands of Gazans would be killed and injured by the Israeli military, yet she said she stood with Israel. Her unilateral decision to give a blank cheque to the Netanyahu government was reckless, senseless and immoral. Ursula von der Leyen has lost all moral authority. She cannot lead the European Commission for another term. So in conclusion, I'll ask Concordia, last week was a proud day for Ireland. I would like to pay tribute to those in campaign groups across Ireland who have kept the flame of peace alive over the decades and who have highlighted the plight of the Gazan people. However, our work in this House and beyond cannot stop at symbols. As I mentioned earlier, there are practical steps that Ireland and the EU can take to put pressure on Israel for a ceasefire. And most importantly, we have to use our influence to lay the foundations for a real peace process. a peace process that delivers dignity to the Palestinian people and security to the people of Israel. We know it is possible. We know the first step is ceasefire, and that ceasefire has to happen now. And we should lead in demanding an international boycott of the Israeli state on all fronts, on all levels, until that ceasefire begins and steps through a process of peace begins. To Palestinians in Ireland and across the world, your existence is your resistance, and we recognise it here today.
It's a very significant and important day when a state formally recognises another. And it didn't really hit home for me today how significant this was until I saw the Palestinian national flag flying on my way into Leinster House. When my party was negotiating more than 4 years ago for a commitment to recognise the state of Palestine in the programme for government, we never thought it would be under such circumstances. Nevertheless, this formal expression of solidarity is hugely significant. I know from my own time working in Palestine that the Palestinian people look internationally for support in a variety of ways. And this act of recognising the state of Palestine will have a real impact on the hopes that Palestinians have for peace and for justice. Since I've been in office, I've endeavoured to use my role whenever possible to support the protection of human rights in Palestine. When Palestinian human rights organisations were blacklisted by the IDF, I visited the West Bank and met with them and publicly declared support for their mission. I've met with the ICJ, I've met with the ICC, and I've met with UNRWA in Brussels and Geneva, and again publicly supported their mission, and I'm proud that Ireland was first out in their defence. At the time, I wrote to ambassadors of all the countries that paused UNRWA funding, and many have reversed that decision, and I urge the remaining countries to follow suit. This movement against UNRWA was and is symptomatic of a bigger issue. There is a war in Gaza, but there is another war operating in parallel and now escalating. And that is the war being waged on human rights, international humanitarian law, but also, and in particular, against the institutions that endeavour to protect and uphold them. The International Court of Justice is one of those institutions. It's one of the 6 organs of the United Nations. Its decisions are binding. And let's just recap on some of the orders over the last 5 months that the ICJ has made. Initially, in January, the ICJ announced that Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to commit genocide. In March, one of the orders to take all necessary measures to ensure humanitarian aid is accessible, including increasing capacity and number of land crossing points. And just recently, last week, Israel must immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in the Rafa governorate. We all know how Israel has viewed these orders. People not familiar with the history of the illegal occupation of Palestine might not be aware of the decades of impunity that Israel has built this war on. And it is this impunity that must change if we are to expect a different outcome to the long-standing conflict. There must be consequences. It's important to recap that in February, former Taoiseach Varadkar and the Spanish Prime Minister wrote to President von der Leyen to request a review of the human rights clause in the EU-Israel Association Agreement. And frankly, what has followed has been a level of disregard for international agreements and human rights that has not just been hugely damaging to the Palestinian people, but also damages the credibility of the Commission and other international institutions. If the EU does not at least temporarily suspend the EU-Israel Association Agreement, it is de facto supporting the growing disregard for international agreements, international law, the ICJ, the UN and the ICC, which have all been under attack of late. It is vital that we defend and protect the international institutions that endeavour to maintain a basic moral and legal order internationally. Their legitimacy is under attack, and we should be very worried about this, not just in the context of Israel's actions in Gaza, but going forward. Other international actors are watching closely to see how far Israel can go without major consequence and to see how much these vital international institutions are undermined. I want to acknowledge the role that civil society has played in Palestine in keeping hope alive among everyday Palestinians. I also want to acknowledge the role civil society in Ireland has played in pushing for justice, in pushing for true respect for human rights, and in organising extraordinary experiences and expressions of solidarity. In particular, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary event that Bohemians Football Club organised recently with the Palestinian national women's team, and anyone there on the night will absolutely understand and respect and acknowledge that expressions of solidarity do have a very real impact on people and their hopes as well. A vibrant and a varied civil society plays an important role in expressing public opinion in an open democracy. And I want to acknowledge the efforts of the Students' Union in Trinity College in what they have achieved. Civil society plays an important role in sparking change, and I feel there is more potential for civil society to spark change with cross-societal agreement with unions and with businesses. I think we can go further in nationally expressing our respect for human rights and our abhorrence for what has been inflicted on the people of Gaza.
Minister Emer Higgins. Please. Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to suspend. The Dáil is suspended.
Since 2020, when I was first elected, time and time again, I've risen to my feet in support of the fundamental rights for Palestinians. Today, we raise the Palestinian flag above Dáil Éireann. Today, we signalled our support for a two-state solution. Today, we are proud to be Irish. It's a momentous, significant and historic day, and Spain and Norway join us in our recognition of the state of Palestine, and we hope and we encourage more countries to do the same. Because how can we ever get to a two-state solution without recognising Palestine as a state? Last Ceann Comhairle, every time I've risen to my feet here to discuss Palestine, the death toll there has increased. The destruction of Palestine has increased. The carnage in Palestine has increased. And so too has the propaganda from the Israeli government. The Hamas attack on October 7th is something I absolutely condemn. And the 1,000 Israeli lives who have been lost since then should not have been lost. But those awful figures, which represent real people and real families, stand in stark contrast to the 35,000 Palestinians in Gaza who have died since then. And over 15,000 of them were children. 10,000 more are missing. That is completely disproportionate. The Israeli Defence Forces, known for its military precision, it's them that are targeting babies and hospitals. The Israeli Defence Forces, who have their state-of-the-art technologies at their disposal, can't tell the difference between artillery and aid at their borders. That's not credible. That's not an accident. That's not a mistake. Children are starving to death, and humanitarian aid is being purposefully blocked before it can get to them, before it can save children's lives. Israel has very clear obligations to provide access of humanitarian aid, and it should be held to account on that. I've been to Palestine. I've seen firsthand how Palestinians are treated by Israeli Defence members, and that's before this level of tension. That's before this level of war. And because of that disdain, the United Nations has been forced to halt all food distributions in Rafa after running out of supplies. And we know that families are leaving their homes to travel to so-called safe zones, only to get there and find their death zones. And Israel needs to be held to account on that. And that is why I believe that at a European level, we need to talk sanctions, because Israel is blatantly ignoring the International Court of Justice ruling last Friday. Ireland and Spain have been seeking to convene a meeting of the EU-Israeli Association Council for this reason, and I'm glad that the Taoiseach secured this agreement yesterday. And I really welcome the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach's continued engagement with the European and Arab ministers to coordinate support for the Arab peace vision, because diplomacy and negotiations are the only way to end the war in Gaza and to de-escalate tensions in the Middle East. I've collaborated with the Taoiseach and his team, with Sadaka Ireland, the Palestine Alliance, and with the Palestinian ambassadors here with us today. And I have been to the United Nations headquarters to call on fellow international parliamentarians to back humanitarian aid, to back UNRWA, to back justice, to back freedom. This conflict has upset and horrified so many people here in Ireland. And students from St Joseph's College in Lucan visited Leinster House this morning. And one of the first questions they asked me was, how is Ireland supporting Palestine? And I was proud to be able to say that Ireland is leading on this internationally. Ireland was one of the first countries to call for a ceasefire. Ireland was one of the first countries to continue to back funding for UNRWA, to support the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. And today the Palestinian flag flies proudly over Dáil Éireann as we formally recognise the State of Palestine. Caoimhe Duffy, a sixth-year student from that same school, St Joseph's, just last week won the Thomas Francis Meagher Scholarship for her poem, Dóchas Faoin Amrat, Hope Beneath the Flag. And I'd like to finish, Last Ceann Comhairle, by reading a section of this poem in its English translation. Now the flag is a symbol of peace, and there will be hope for the children of Ireland and the children of the world. If you're born in Cork or in Donegal, in Ukraine or in Palestine, when you see the Irish flag flowing, it says 100,000 welcomes.
agus inis a Rashka Sinn Féin Heachta Ingus Osnoddy.
The Zionist government of Ben Netanyahu seem to believe that they can act with impunity, so much so that they've threatened Ireland, Norway and Spain with dire consequences for doing what we are doing today, what should have been done decades ago, for doing what all states in the world should be doing as a minimum, and for doing what this Parliament agreed to do 10 years ago. Most of the world's nations are looking on as Israeli forces are involved in continuous barbaric attacks on defenceless Palestinians involved in genocide. For decades, they have imposed a stranglehold on the region, and in revenge for Hamas's barbaric, unjustifiable attack on the music concert in Israel on October 7th last year, they have activated their murderous plans. Hoppig Realtas Benjamin Netanyahu and Desh Taresh Unsi Marufach Hamas Israel in Gaza, Skris Umlan Yanov Gaza, and Poblaun Awaru Nor Risha, Agus Tilla Tolav Aguidon Palestine, Unas Nakmech, Ein Chance, Gemech Start Palestine, Bio Bahach, Amakan Shop. The Israeli government are blatantly targeting, murdering men, women, and children, having starved them, destroyed their homes, shift them here, there and everywhere in a small enclave of Gaza as if they were cattle, before corralling them into kill zones where they drop their precision bombs on them while sleeping in their tents or in shelters pulled together from the rubble of their homes or surrounding buildings, bombed out of existence for over 7 months now in a modern-day carpet bombing of a city. While within minutes many Western nations rightly sought to impose sanctions against Russia and send aid to Ukraine and Ukraine's illegal government, the world has been very slow to act in defence of or to aid the besieged, starving Palestinian population of the Gaza region. The message should go out loud and clear. Sanctions now, boycott now. It's high time that the human rights clauses of the European Med Agreement should be triggered and triggered in full.
Dr. John Brady.
Thanks, Mr. I want to welcome Ireland's long overdue recognition of the state of Palestine. But as we look on that state today, or what remains of it, only a fraction of that remains under Palestinian authority. Israel has steadily and illegally annexed huge areas of Palestinian territory, employing a strategy of apartheid, displacement and dispersion. Palestinians remaining in these territories are left in a fragmented people living in South Africa like Bantustans, subject to indiscriminate violence from both the state and illegal colonial Israeli settlers. There are over 700,000 Jewish Israeli settlers living in over 144 illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Recently, the Israeli Minister of Settlement and National Missions said that there will never be a Palestinian state in the land of Israel, and every cultured person in the world knows that this land is ours for the Israeli people and only us. They claim that there is no such thing as a Palestinian people. Today's announcement, while long overdue, is a beacon of hope to Palestinians that there still is a Palestinian state and that there still are Palestinian people and always will be. This action today should not be symbolic. The next steps need to take place now. As the bombs continue to fall on Rafa and elsewhere in Gaza, we need to see the full implementation of international law. We need to see the application of sanctions, not just against the State of Israel, but of the individual architects of its campaign of genocide. We need to see the establishment of a full Irish embassy now in East Jerusalem. We need to see the implementation and enactment of the Occupied Territories Bill. We need to see the introduction of the Illegal Israeli Settlements Bill. And we need a commitment that if the war criminal Netanyahu sets foot in this state, that he will be arrested immediately. Let the message go from the Dáil here today to the people of the world, on behalf of the Irish people, that in our thousands and in our millions, we are all Palestinians.
Social Democrats, Holly Cairns.
And I just want to begin by warmly welcoming the Palestinian ambassador and everyone in the gallery. I'm proud to stand here today with the Palestinian flag raised outside as we officially recognise the state of Palestine. It's more important than ever that we take a stand as a country to make our support for the people of Palestine clear. I was struck by the words of Charlotte Phillips, a Palestinian footballer who played in the recent game with Bohemians and Dalymount. As she stood on the pitch with thousands of Palestinian flags waving and chants filling the stadium, she stated, "They thought they could get rid of us, and they can't. This is proof of our existence." The simple things that we take for granted, the ability to fly our flag, sing our anthem, to express our culture and nationality proudly and openly, is out of reach for millions of Palestinians. As the very existence of Palestine is under threat, it's essential that we do everything in our power to assist the Palestinian people in their time of need. Today, as we stand in this chamber, Israeli tanks are entering Rafa. According to Israel, Rafa was a safe zone. Because of that, more than 1 million people were displaced there. Now, it's a battleground, like everywhere in Gaza, because nowhere is safe. There is no safety from disease, from famine, or from Israeli missiles. On Sunday, Israel bombarded a refugee camp in Rafa, killing at least 45 people. Many of those who died were burned alive inside their tents. The images of families desperately trying to save each other from the enormous flames, of charred bodies, of maimed children, are some of the most horrific to emerge in these 8 months of relentless slaughter. These images should be seared into the memory of every person and every government who has excused and facilitated this genocide. Israeli claims that this attack was a tragedy and that they will investigate how it happens are barely worth acknowledging. We already know what the conclusion of this so-called investigation will be, because it will be the same as every other investigation into the murder of Palestinians by Israel. It was a mistake. They were aiming at Hamas. This won't happen again until it does. And the exact same excuses are churned out over and over again. Worst of all, these pathetic excuses will be accepted by their allies. Germany has not even waited for the Israeli investigation to take place before declaring it a mistake. Meanwhile, Germany continues to supply Israel with weapons. German military exports to Israel have increased tenfold. For too long, the international community's reaction to conflicts like this is to defer to America. But the Americans will not act to stop Israel's carnage. Joe Biden has made it clear that there is no red line for Israel, there is no action Israel can take that will stop America from arming and funding this genocide. The ICJ has called on Israel to immediately halt their military offence in Rafah, but their call is falling on deaf ears. This is a real test for the concept of the EU as a peace project, as a force for good. It is a test that is currently spectacularly failing. EU leaders must ask themselves, do they respect human rights? Do they respect the Genocide Convention? Do they respect the Geneva Convention? Do they respect the independence of the ICJ and the ICC? The unprecedented ICC decision to seek arrest warrants for Israeli government and Hamas leaders speaks to the enormity of Israel's war crimes in Gaza. The Israeli government is doing everything it can to avoid accountability. The Guardian reported today that the former head of Mossad threatened a chief prosecutor of the ICC and tried to pressure her into abandoning war crimes investigations. According to accounts shared with ICC officials, he is alleged to have told her, quote, "You should help us and let us take care of you. You don't want to be getting into things that could compromise your security or that of your family." Last Ceann Comhairle, the recognition of the State of Palestine is welcome and long overdue, but it must be the first step of many. We cannot maintain normal diplomatic and trade relationships with a country committing a genocide before our eyes. We need to push harder to suspend the EU-Israel trade agreement. We need to stop Ireland's export of dual-use technology to Israel. We need to enact the illegal Israeli settlement divestment bill and the occupied territories bill. We need to do absolutely everything in our power, use every lever to stop this genocide, and even if we have to act alone.
Dr. Gary Gannon.
Good morning, last Ceann Comhairle. Let me begin by acknowledging Ambassador Gillan, our friend, acknowledging the members of the Palestinian community who are in the gallery, and in particular extending my warmest welcome to Dr. Wahil Abu Namas, his wife Suha, and their 7 children to the chamber. Bombed from their home in Gaza, they found refuge in my community in East Wall, and they have made our community all the better for it. We're so sorry for every single one of your suffering. We mourn with you, and we hope that this will come to an end. In beginning, let me acknowledge the importance of what we're doing today in recognising the State of Palestine. I'd also like to recognise that our government has gone further than most because the bar has been so low. I hope that you will recognise that this cannot be the end and that we have so much more that we need to do, and this in itself is not even close to being enough. But also, please, do not call this a victory for diplomacy or any one approach, because it simply is not. Well, the Taoiseach talked of intense discussions that led on for months behind closed doors. There wasn't a roof or a door in Gaza that wasn't blown off its hinges. If diplomacy is acting at a slower pace of genocide, diplomacy is failing. So as we come here today, there will be a singular call on Cur across the chamber, and I hope it's listened to, that we must intensify our efforts, that we must go further, that we must go beyond ourselves. If diplomacy is acting at a slower pace than genocide, it is failing, and genocide is exactly what is happening. We see that in the enforced famine that is being impacted on the people of Gaza. We see that in the 2,000-pound bombs that are being dropped every single day. There was a time in this chamber in around about late October, November, when we debated whether Israel had bombed the hospital, and we are told to be careful because we don't know the full facts yet. Well, at this point, Israel has bombed every single hospital in Gaza, and we know the facts. They've obliterated universities as a way of ending the cultural and intellectual integrity of Gaza. They have killed 36,000 people at this point, not counting those who remain under rubble, including 15,000 children. They make no distinction between man, woman and child. We know the facts. They have targeted journalists precisely to prevent them from telling the truth. UN workers annihilated. We know the facts. What we have known is that until very recently, until the last 48 hours, until potentially this act, Israel has faced no consequence, absolutely none. So as we recognise the State of Palestine, recognise what led us to this part, the suffering, the horror, the death, the inhumanity, the apartheid that had to bring us to this particular space, just by which we recognise Palestine, 31 years after the Oslo Accords. So we're in acknowledging the pace of that, which was too slow, which led to all this devastation. Please, can we intensify our efforts? Can we please go further? Israel-EU trade agreement finally came onto the table last night. Far too slow. Humanitarian clauses built in, may as well be taken out. We talk of the fact that we somehow have to deal with Israel through our trade as if they were a normal entity, because we're told legal advice that is unseen suggests to us that we cannot enact the occupied territories bill. Why not? I mean, boycott is a tradition given to the world by the Irish people against their own oppressor. Why can't not we apply that to the oppressor of others? So in terms of the occupied territories bills, we have to. We are told that we cannot cease diplomatic relations with Israel, despite the fact that Israel behaves like no other entity, despite the fact that Israel summons our ambassadors and makes them watch videos for the world's media to mock and to condemn. Why do we treat Israel as if it's a normal entity? Why do we have to maintain the illusion of democracy, the pageantry of diplomacy? All the while bombs are raining down and raining down. Bring this horror to an end. It will not end without consequence. Israel have never faced consequences for their actions, and you've only become more emboldened, more sinister, more absolutely indiscriminate in their massacring. And every once in a while, I say, oh, sorry, we got that one wrong. and we're supposed to go, well, fair enough. No more. Bring this horror to an end. Bring the slaughter to an end. Go beyond that. If you believe in a two-state solution, recognise that one has been obliterated and that we cannot have normal relations under those conditions. Thank you.
Alaskan Corlin, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. And I want to start by paying my compliments to the Taoiseach and Micheál Martin for taking the lead on this, for doing the groundwork over a number of months to get us to this position. And of course, I want to recognise the role of the Taoiseach, Mr Ryan, and indeed many members in this House who have called for recognition for a long time. I believe it is an important moment. It is symbolic, but also practical. And it underlines our view that the Palestinians' right to have their own state is as valid and equal to that of the Israeli people. It means that the starting point for any internationally mediated talks should be that there is a fully fledged Palestinian state. That is not a Palestinian entity, not a form of a state, not a dependency, not a reservation or a Bantustan, but a fully fledged independent state. Negotiations, of course, will have to take place over borders, about the transition, about security guarantees for Israel and Palestine, which will be needed, about normalisation of relations between Israel and all of the other countries of the region, which is crucial, and also the fraught question of the future of refugees and the holy sites. I would like to take an opportunity to make a few points that I think are relevant. First of all, recognition of Palestine is not support for Hamas, nor recognition of Hamas in any way. The United States recognises Cuba and Iran. Nobody would suggest that the United States endorses the governments of those places. We recognise Afghanistan and Russia. Nobody would suggest that means recognition or support for the Taliban or for Putin. And indeed, we recognise Israel and have done since independence. And that does not mean that we support Israel's government or the actions of the IDF. Recognition, as the government has said, is based on the 1967 borders, and these can only be changed by negotiation and agreement, not by violence or annexation. I know that it is popular to refer to the term from the river to the sea. That may refer to different things to different people. To some people, it means the end of the Israeli state. That is not what we're saying here. We're saying a two-state solution, an Israeli state and a Palestinian state in the area between the river and the sea. Ireland now joins about 140 countries out of 200 countries in the world that now recognise the state of Palestine. We are not in the minority. We are in a very large majority of countries in the world that recognise the state of Palestine. Those that do not are almost all in the global north, in the west if you prefer that term, and they are countries that often have their own history of colonialism and imperialism, and that is not a coincidence. I do think more countries will follow suit. I'm encouraged that President Macron in France has said that it's no longer taboo to recognise the Palestinian state before peace talks are concluded. I note that Penny Wong in Australia has not ruled it out, that Belgium, Malta and Slovenia have said they'll do so when the time is right. And I do hope that what's being done here by Spain, by Norway and by Ireland will help members of the public in other countries and politicians in other countries to put pressure on their governments for recognition and then for further action. In terms of next steps that we can take, and I do believe that we are correct to pursue things in a way that is multilateral, not unilateral, and seeks to bring people with us, not prove how righteous we are. And I think when it comes to talking to the United States, we should take up the call for the Leahy Act or the Leahy Act to be extended to Israel. This is legislation that exists in America that says that when America sells weapons to other countries, it can do so with conditions, conditions applied to the general forces or to specific forces, and that is legislation that I think long since overdue that it be applied to the IDF. And I think at EU level we can continue to press for a review, if not a suspension, of the EU-Israel Association Agreement. I think for too long, those of us in the Western world, or most of us in the Western world, have allowed ourselves to be convinced that Israel is a liberal Western democracy and belongs in our club. That clearly is not the case. This is a country that does not share our values anymore, if it ever did. We can see that from its actions in Gaza. It is profoundly illiberal and far from being a democracy in the European or American sense, is a country in which there are different sets of rights for different sorts of people. Jewish people with one set of rights, even if they only arrived yesterday. Israeli Arabs with a different set of rights, even though they may have been there for generations. And then, of course, those who live under occupation under military law for 70 years now in the West Bank and Gaza with a different set of rights. Again, a fourth set of rights if you include the Druze community. And there's no democracy in the world that operates on that basis. In terms of the change of policy by the government, previously we'd taken the view that recognition should only happen when a two-state solution is agreed. And that has changed, not because of the events of October 6th or 7th or 8th or 9th for that matter, but rather the rejection of a two-state solution by the Israeli government and the Israeli Prime Minister. The fact that no serious talks have taken place since 2014, and of course Israel's actions in Gaza. And while Israel, like all states, has the right to defend itself, it doesn't have the right to do wrong. And I believe we are witnessing a war of revenge, the collective punishment of the Palestinian people, and gross violations of international humanitarian law and basic principles of humanity. And Ceann Comhairle, I believe the war in Gaza is a disaster. Most of all, of course, for the Palestinian people who've been killed, injured, maimed, are bereaved or suffering. But it's also a disaster for Israel. It has gone on now for 6 months, and it is a total failure. Hamas has not been defeated. The hostages have not been released, and some are now dying in captivity. Israel is losing support around the world, in Europe, and indeed in the United States, where people of colour and those of the younger generation are increasingly turning against Israel. And it is radicalising people in the Middle East and other parts of the world, some of whom may become a security threat to Israel in the future. It is a total military and political failure, not just a humanitarian catastrophe. Finally, Ceann Comhairle, I just want to say a few words about anti-Semitism. Ireland is a safe country for Jewish people. We have a small Jewish community here for centuries, which has made a valuable contribution to the state in politics and law, in business, in medicine and other fields, and we're grateful for that. To my knowledge, no Jewish person in Ireland has ever been killed or even seriously injured as a consequence of their faith or identity. However, anti-Semitism does exist in Ireland, and we should be upfront about that. It exists in every country. And for the first time, I know that some Irish Jewish people feel a conflict between their Irish and Jewish identities, and that is very sad. And I have Jewish friends in New York, in London and other places who for the first time in their lives are uncomfortable about wearing the Star of David around their neck, are expressing their Jewish identity and feel threatened by some of the things that happen at pro-Palestine rallies. And I think we must say today that we also unequivocally reject anti-Semitism. Irish Jews and Jewish people in general are not responsible for the actions of the Israeli government or the IDF. Many are not even citizens of Israel. And we know during the Troubles, when the IRA committed terrible atrocities and targeted civilians, sometimes Irish people in the UK and other places were made to feel bad about that or made to feel responsible for that. And that was wrong. And we must make sure that we protect Jewish communities around the world and the Irish Jewish communities from that kind of politics or those kind of attitudes. And we shouldn't forget that Israel itself is a society in which many people are protesting for a ceasefire, and many support a two-state solution if they can be confident that a Palestinian state will not be used as a base to attack them. Hamas is a deeply anti-Semitic organisation, and we need to be clear in speaking to Palestinians that there can be no role for Hamas in the future government of Gaza or a Palestinian state, at least not with our support and assistance. Finally, just in relation to BDS, I think we need to be smart in the way that we approach this and proportionate. Yes, it's right to boycott and divest from settlement activity, but I don't think it would be right to do so from the Israeli state that we recognise. Similarly, I think when we engage in boycotts, we need to be careful not to boycott the wrong people. There is a strong strain of academics in Israel, human rights activists and civil society who oppose the human rights abuses that are occurring and have a different vision for their state. I think it's important that they're the ones who shouldn't be boycotted or ostracised, and we should do so on an appropriate basis. Thank you.
You were to have 6.5 minutes. If you like, in 15 minutes there's another government slot and there's 6.5 minutes available.
Yeah,
So
no, I'll proceed now.
You proceed now?
Yeah.
Well, we'll take the 3 minutes from the next government slot.
Yes,
Give it
perfect,
to you now.
perfect.
Okay. With the agreement of the House. Agreed.
Ceann Comhairle, May 28th, 2024 is an historic day. Today, Ireland formally recognises the State of Palestine, along with Spain and Norway, based on the 1967 borders. This brings to 8 the number of European states who have done this. It has taken many years and much diplomacy and negotiation to bring us to this point. In 1980, Ireland was the first EU state to back the principle of Palestinian statehood. In 2014, as we've heard, the Dáil and Seanad passed motions calling on the government to officially recognise the State of Palestine. And then in 2020, a commitment was given to do this in the programme for government, agreed between the 3 coalition parties at the appropriate time. In recent days, the question has been asked, why do this? What is the practical effect of this policy decision? Some have said it's nothing more than a symbolic gesture. Recognition at this time, Ceann Comhairle, given all that has happened, particularly since the brutal attacks by Hamas on October 7th, helps advance the cause of a two-state solution whereby both Israel and Palestine can exist side by side in peace and security. It is clear that a two-state solution is the only viable option to secure the just and lasting peace in the Middle East for which we all hope for. Unfortunately, this move has been criticised by the Israeli government, so let's just put a few things on the record. Recognition of the State of Palestine does not constitute anti-Semitism, and neither does it indicate support for Hamas or reward terrorism. Nor does it mean that Israel does not have the right to exist. The complete opposite is in fact the case. And finally, condemnation of the actions of the current Israeli government in Gaza should not be interpreted as anti-Semitism or opposition to the Israeli state itself. Ireland's guiding principle on this issue and on foreign policy generally ultimately boils down to a commitment to international humanitarian law and to upholding fundamental human rights. The actions of the current Israeli government, led by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in Gaza, must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The Israeli ambassador to Ireland, Dana Ehrlich, is well able to defend the policies of our government by making all sorts of threats on Ireland and testing our patience and tolerance in the process. You would have to ask at this stage, is Israel going to continue as a liberal democracy at all? The treatment of the Irish ambassador to Israel in response to the recognition announcement by the Israeli Foreign Ministry was disgraceful and not in keeping with the norms of a democratic state or international diplomacy. In recent years, we have witnessed the rowing back on democratic norms in Israel, as witnessed by the mass protests on the streets, which started well before the October 7th attacks. And now we are watching the Israeli government completely ignoring the rulings of the International Court of Justice. As we know, in the context of the genocide case taken by South Africa, the ICJ ordered Israel to halt its military offensive on Gaza, among other things. And the response of Israel was to launch a full-scale military operation on Rafa, which also included attacking the Rafa refugee camp. Ireland must continue its efforts to secure a ceasefire in Gaza. There must be an unconditional release of the hostages, and we should continue to advocate for safe and unhindered humanitarian access to Gaza. In this regard, I would like to pay tribute to the Taoiseach and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Micheál Martin, for the time and effort he has been putting in to resolving these issues. Ireland has led the way on these matters. I am aware that the Taoiseach is engaging in talks this week with EU and Arab leaders to help advance the Arab peace vision. Now is most definitely the time for the international community to get behind these initiatives once and for all. It is welcome that EU foreign ministers yesterday, for the first time, discussed the prospects of imposing sanctions on Israel, given its response, or lack of it, to the ICJ orders. In addition, the EU needs to support the reform plan of the Palestinian Authority. It is also time, finally, for the European Commission to review the EU-Israel trade agreement, having regard to its human rights clauses. And I welcome the developments yesterday at the meeting of EU foreign ministers in this regard. So, as we've heard from other speakers, there is much work to be done, but today is an important milestone. As we've heard, the Palestinian flag is flying proudly in the grounds of Leinster House. And today is just a first step. We must now do all that we can to finally bring about a just and lasting peace in this very troubled part of the Middle East. So, Ceann Comhairle, I will leave it at that and conclude my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy High. Deputy Louise O'Reilly is now sharing with Deputy Pauline Tully, please.
Ceann Comhairle, I've listened to the commentators in recent days talk about the significance of the recognition of Palestine here in the Dáil. There are some who are saying that this is merely symbolism and that symbolism doesn't matter. If you doubt the power of symbolism, I would encourage you to listen to the words of the Palestinian national team player Charlotte Phillips, who lined out against the Bows women on May the 15th in Dalymount. She spoke after the game with her grandparents by her side, and she said, "They thought they could get rid of us, and they can't. This is proof of our existence." And while we rightly mark this occasion, Ceann Comhairle, I cannot get the images from Rafa out of my mind. Children massacred, maimed, families destroyed and people burned alive. The sheer brutality of the actions of Israel must have consequences. We can and we must do more. We must do it, and we must do it now. And to hear government spokespersons telling us that we have to wait for the European Union, so we didn't wait in 1984. Mary Manning didn't wait in 1984. She showed leadership, and we need to show that leadership now. There is no hiding place anymore. None. We can see it on our phones, it's in our living rooms. Even those who were not aware of what was happening in Palestine cannot be unaware now. We have to do more than symbolism, although symbolism is important. And I want, in the few moments that I have, to pay tribute to the men and women of the Trade Union Friends of Palestine and the work that they have done. Long ever before we had social media to bring us our news, we had the Trade Union Friends of Palestine bringing the message of the Palestinian struggle to union conferences, to training sessions and directly onto the shop floor. People like my friend Mags O'Brien, a tireless campaigner and an activist who never, ever missed an opportunity to remind us to keep the people of Palestine in our thoughts and in our actions. And for Mags and for all of the campaigners, today is significant. But what we do tomorrow and every day after is what will really matter. That means real consequences for the Israeli genocide and no votes for Ursula von der Leyen in the European Parliament.
Ceann Comhairle, it will be 10 years in December when a Sinn Féin motion was passed mandating the government to officially recognise the state of Palestine. It is truly an historic development that Ireland is now finally recognising Palestinian statehood, but it is gravely unfortunate, however, that it has taken so long and that it has taken the savagery, especially in the last 7 months, for the government to finally act. The cruelty and barbarity over the last 7 months in Gaza has resulted so far in over 35,000 Palestinians killed by the Israeli military, with more than 70,000 injured. Recognition in and of itself is not enough. The government must put in place sanctions against Israel for their ongoing breaches of international law. Israel's brutal attacks on civilians sheltering in Rafa on Sunday underscores the need for sanctions to bring Israel into adherence with the recent order of the International Court of Justice that they cease military operations in Rafa. The government needs to stop hiding behind EU procurement obligations. The 2014 EU directives on public procurement contain specific provisions excluding tenderers who are guilty of certain human rights infringements from participation in public procurement. So, according to a recent report commissioned by Uplift, Ireland imported military equipment from Israel to the value of at least €8.5 million, primarily from military drones and other equipment, in the last 10 years to 2024. Half of this trade was with Israeli government-owned company Aeronautics Defence Systems, whose unmanned aerial vehicles or drones have been used in the current onslaught on Gaza. Elbit Systems, also beneficiary of state contracts, has been subject to allegations including the production of cluster bombs. Elbit surveillance technology is used in Israeli settlements as well as in Israeli annexation wall, which the International Court of Justice deemed as unlawful in 2004. The government must stop its trade with companies who are providing the Israeli military with the equipment that they are using in their brutal attack on the Palestinian people in Gaza, the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And this must include enacting the illegal Israeli Settlements Divestment Bill, enacting the Occupied Territories Bill, joining the ICJ case against Israel and increasing funding to UNRWA. Cancorla, a just and lasting peace between Palestine and Israel requires an end to the occupation and apartheid systems currently imposed on the Palestinian people and the establishment of an independent sovereign Palestinian state. Sinn Féin is committed to playing a constructive role with the Irish Government and international community to encourage and actively support dialogue between all sides and to develop a durable, inclusive and sustainable conflict resolution process. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Tully. Now, Deputy Boyd Barrett sharing with Deputy Smith and Deputy Kenny.
Can I also welcome the Palestinian ambassador, other members of the Palestinian community and activists to the gallery. In particular, can I welcome Zach Hania and his wife Batul and their children. And I'm delighted that Zach has escaped the horror of what Israel has been inflicting on the people of Gaza, but which, as we speak, continues as men, women and children are slaughtered by this genocidal regime. This day of Palestinian state recognition is the result of the endless and heroic resistance of the Palestinian people and the enormous protests and mobilisations of people across this country and across the world. It is that resistance, that protest, that has brought us to this day. But it should not have taken 7 months of a genocidal massacre being inflicted on the people of Gaza, with 35,000 people slaughtered, 15,000 children, Gaza destroyed and famine conditions imposed on the entire population of Gaza for us to get to this moment. The horror of the last 7 months is a direct result of the impunity that has been granted to Israel by the United States, by the European Union, including this state, for failing to impose sanctions on a regime that has been guilty of ethnic cleansing, of occupation, of apartheid, of the siege of Gaza, of the systematic, ongoing, brutal, murderous oppression of the Palestinian people for decades. All of the European Union and the United States have the blood of Palestinians on their hands for failing to rein in this rogue regime. And symbolic recognition of the Palestinian state, while it is a welcome step forward, will not end the horror of what Israel is willing to inflict on the Palestinian people unless the succour, the support, the arms, the weapons, the political support, the trade relations that the European Union and the United States continue to extend to a regime that is capable of this horror ends. Is it now not obvious there is no atrocity that Israel is not willing to commit? None. They will do any horror to the Palestinian people. And you see, I have to, in the short time that is available to me, challenge the constant mantra of a two-state solution. We all want a ceasefire. We all want peace. We all want an end to this horror, whether it is Palestinians, whether it is Jewish people, Christians, or people of no religion. But is it not obvious to people now that the Israeli regime is not interested in any of those things? It was built on the expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. It has been sustained every year for decades and decades by ethnic cleansing, by murderous occupation and by apartheid. That is not the product of this or that government. It is written into the laws and constitution of the Israeli state. Indeed, former Taoiseach Leo Varadkar was absolutely right. I wish he'd said this when he was Taoiseach. There is a systematic apartheid operates in this regime. So will we say it is okay to continue with an apartheid system? That it is okay to continue to deny millions of Palestinians the right to return, which they have under international law, because a two-state solution will not give them the right to return. It will not dismantle the system of apartheid. Apartheid has no place in the civilized world. The Palestinian refugees, all of them, have the right to return under international law. And the people who are occupied have the right to resist. Those who defend apartheid have no rights under international law. Those who defend occupation or enforce occupation have no rights under international law. Only the people who are occupied have the right to resist, and they have the right to dismantle that regime. And what we need to do is do what was done to apartheid South Africa and dismantle this occupation, dismantle this regime that is capable of genocide. That's what we need, sanctions, as was done with apartheid South Africa. I hope this will be the first step towards that, but the people will have to lead, because we know governments have failed to do so up until now.
Count Carla, I haven't got much time, but there's brutal times and there's happy times in all our lives. And the happy time is today, where we can celebrate and welcome the recognition of Palestine. Some people will call it symbolic, but symbolism brings huge hope across the world. And where there's hope, there's solidarity and there's friendship from the people of Ireland. But there's also brutal times. And then brutal times continue in Gaza at this moment of time. If anybody watched the Channel 4 Dispatches programme last night, Kill Zone, they would be left cold in the face of inhumanity to humanity. It was an affront to humanity, where people, children, are slaughtered on a daily basis. And there has to be accountability for this, Count Carla. There has to be, because if there's not, that will be a stain on humanity. Israel has to be made accountable politically, economically and diplomatically, because if we don't, that again will be a stain on our history and our humanity. Sometimes there's no adjectives left in terms of what is going on at the moment in Gaza, but we have to keep hoping, we have to keep marching, we have to keep talking, because that's what gives the people of Gaza hope in terms of the out-and-out slaughter by the Israelis. Because if our humanity is gone, then everything is gone. We can't lose humanity, we can't lose our sense of humanity in terms of what's going on in Gaza at the moment. We have to keep hoping, we have to find peace, we have to find a political solution, but also we have to give solidarity to the people of Gaza at this particularly terrible time.
Count Corla, I want to, like everybody else, welcome everybody into the gallery and the ambassador here, and it's great to see you home, Zach. You're very welcome home. Delighted you got back and you and your family are here today. Just like what has been said already by many people, I think it's a very positive and historic move and an advance that we have recognised the Palestinian state today and are flying the flag. I just would like to ask the Ceann, maybe he could answer it later, if the intention is to keep the flag flying like the Ukraine flag has flown for the last 2 years, because I think it would be important for as long as this genocide continues and as long as Palestine is occupied that we show that solidarity. And what we've done is brilliant, but it's been done on the back of a movement that has really overtaken society across all countries, across the world, an absolutely outstanding display of solidarity and support and anger and determination to free the Palestine people. But let's not forget, on Sunday, Israel did murder dozens of children and women in the most brutal way. And as their genocide intensifies, we need to do more than raise a flag. And here I do want to talk about the boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign that really needs to be taken a hold of by the Irish state and imposed. So, for example, it's been mentioned already, but it's worth saying that every year this state pays nearly €300,000 to a company called Aeronautics Defence Industries, which is an Israeli company that maintains our drones, but it is also the company that makes drones that drop bombs all over the children of Palestine. And I want to ask the question, why is the Irish government fast-tracking 100 visas for Israeli engineers to fly in to work here with Intel, and while meantime Palestinians who are fleeing the genocide have to sleep in tents along the canal and then have their tents taken from them? There is a huge disparity between what we say and what we actually do. So I do think it's high time that we implemented the sanctions, the boycott and divestment. And people mention the Dunstore strike as an example, and it's an important one, but they were on strike for 3 years before the Irish government copped on and did the right thing and brought in legislation that boycotted South African goods and vegetables. Let's not do this to the people of Gaza. Let's act soon.
Deputy Patrick Costello, please.
Gurmaga Ceann Corla. Like others, I think this is a hopeful day. This is a day to celebrate. I was working in Palestine when, in 2014, when Sweden recognised the Palestinian state, and I saw firsthand the hope and the joy of the Palestinians around me, and Swedish flags appearing on taxis and everywhere. And you know, it was a celebration. It was a moment where they felt that they were their struggle was recognised, their struggle was seen, and that people were standing beside them. And I know that our recognition can give that same hope. And the fact that it's been done with Spain and with Norway, I think, adds all the more to it. So this is a really important moment. And as I say, it's really an important moment of hope. And hope is absolutely needed now, because in many ways the situation appears to be completely hopeless. We have an intransient Israeli government, as it was said earlier today in the House by several speakers, the most right-wing government ever in the history of that state. We have seen relentless settlement building, creating new facts on the ground, utterly eroding the Palestinian state that we are here to recognise and to try and protect. Not just that, but we see state-sponsored and state-supported violence from the settlers in those settlements that further puts pressure on the Palestinians, that leads to Palestinians being driven out of their homes, being driven out of their villages as their villages are attacked and burned by armed settlers, escorted and supported by the Israeli Defence Forces. Again, this is very much a deliberate policy of the government to remove Palestinians from their land. We have ongoing forced transfer, ongoing demolition of homes and villages, and without firm, strong action, places like Masafariyata, Arab al-Jahalin, Khan al-Amar will join places like Deir Yassin and El Zaytun that have already been wiped off the map by the Israeli government, that are nothing but ghost villages in towns that have been utterly destroyed and their residents massacred. Recognition is an incredibly important step to push back against that hopelessness, to show the Palestinians that we stand with them and we support them. but it is just a first step. We need to do more to put pressure on the Israeli government. We need to do more to put pressure on them to ensure that we are enforcing international law. Without a fair and just solution based firmly on human rights and international law, there is no hope for the region. So we need to be supporting international law and as part of a diplomatic solution in a quest for justice. And if Israel is ignoring that and ignoring the ICJ and ignoring the ICC, then we as a state that stands up for international law have a responsibility to ensure that the judgments of the ICC and the ICJ are enforced and made real and made meaningful. And yes, I do believe we need to see boycott, divestment, sanctions. I do believe we need to see the Occupied Territories Bill. I know we have advice from the Attorney General saying that the Occupied Territories Bill is illegal and couldn't pass. But that's just advice. Legal advice only becomes legal fact in front of a judge. So let's pass the Occupied Territories Bill and go to Brussels, or to Luxembourg, go to the CJEU and defend the bill. Because the bill does nothing more than to make real our commitments that we already have under international law. It is designed to fit perfectly into European Union law, and it is designed that to make real international law so that occupations everywhere aren't being supported. And that is an incredibly important step. It is the next step that we must take beyond recognition to ensure that we fight, that we push back against the Israeli government's agenda and actions here. Because yes, what we are seeing in Rafa and Gaza is horrendous and heartbreaking and appalling, but when the bombs stop falling and the hostages are released, the occupation will still be there, and we need to be aware of that and keep fighting against the occupation, even beyond this horrific current stage of violence. And I will leave it there. Thank you, Ceann Comhairle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Costello. Deputy O'Dowd, do you want to take the next? There's 4 minutes plus remaining, and that you want to take it since you're here.
Ceann Comhairle, I'll be happy to do that. I just want to say that I'm absolutely appalled at the state of devastation in Gaza about the murder and the destruction of homes, and obviously the innocent women and children who are victims of the appalling aggression shown by the Israeli Defence Forces. I'm also appalled at the lack of a solution at this stage, and notwithstanding the fact that many governments, both in the Middle East and in Europe and indeed other parts of the world, are making every possible effort to find a solution, to find peace, to get a ceasefire, it has not been successful or achieved up to now. And I feel that, I know talking to young people, talking to, just how disgusted they are at the appalling loss of life. And what can we do about it? And I think that this House, at least today, outside the Oireachtas, outside our House here, that there are 3 flags flying. You have the Palestinian flag, the Ukrainian flag, and we have the European flag. And I think that shows that we embrace peace and we embrace finding solutions to problems through Europe. And I think, Minister, in particular, that is our job, to press inside the European Union with our colleagues and our friendly nations on the same side as us on this issue, that there must be significant intervention now, and its absence will only continue, and this appalling death and evil that is visited upon the people of Palestine is just absolutely and totally abhorrent. I would also want to condemn and absolutely what Hamas has done to citizens, innocent civilians, men, women and children as well in Israel, and the appalling acts that they carried out. I think that Israel is using unacceptable amount of force in response, and I believe that there are other ways of getting outcomes which will destroy Hamas and at the same time not kill all of the innocent civilians that we are seeing being murdered every day and every night. I also welcome the orders of the International Court of Justice. This is the prime body that makes comments and judgments on international human rights and this humanitarian crisis. And it is absolutely essential that Israel must accept the orders of the International Courts of Justice and to halt its offensive, and in particular to allow aid into Gaza. And these court orders are binding, and Israel must be seen to comply with international law. As the Taoiseach have noted, if Israel fails to comply with Friday's International Court ruling, then we have to consider all options with our EU partners to ensure the upholding of international law. And one of the things that the two flags and the European flag showed to me is the lack of power that the United Nations actually has as a body. They can pass resolutions left, right and centre. They can send peace soldiers from different countries into countries in Africa and in the Middle East to enforce a peace or to ensure that peace results. But both in the Ukraine and in Palestine, that is not happening. And I think that shows a real weakness at the very heart of the United Nations, and that they're failing in their duty of care to protect the most vulnerable people, both in the Ukraine and also in Palestine. So I would hope, Minister, that, and I would agree and support fully all the actions of the government, and I must say that Minister Martin, Minister for Foreign Affairs, has been exceptionally diligent, and he's been exceptionally outspoken in condemning the actions of Israel, and that is appropriate and proper as it should be. And I know that we in Ireland, we have a long history of occupation by a foreign power. It doesn't just go back 100 years, it goes back hundreds of years. It has been in the past a source of war and terror for many, many citizens through many, many generations. Thankfully, that all ended with the Good Friday Agreement, and that North and South and East-West, our relationship with Britain has significantly improved following the Good Friday Agreement. And it is a peace agreement that could be signed by all of the parties involved. I think that is the only way forward, and I support and fully would urge the government to continue their efforts, and I back all of the actions taken by this government, including the recognition of the Palestinian state. Thank
you, Deputy O'Donnell. Deputy Gould now sharing with Deputy Mairead Farrell.
Minister, what should have been a proud day and a nice day that this state recognises the Palestinian state really has lost a lot of that with what happened on Sunday and the horrific atrocity and the war crimes carried out by the Israeli state. When you look at the photographs and the pictures and the videos that come from there, and you hear the screams of people screaming as the Israeli government burned men, women and children alive. They burned them alive. And the world stands by while 15,000 children are being slaughtered. 35,000 men and women and children. And it's unbelievable, the genocide that's happening. A child with no head. A child with no head, and the Israeli government say it's a mistake. A mistake. I hope that Benjamin Netanyahu burns in hell the same way them children and their families burned. I hope him and his generals and the far-right government in Israel, that when their God finally brings him to the resting place, that he deserves to burn in hell. Because what is happening now, not alone is it apartheid, not alone is it atrocity and a war crime, it's just horrific. It's just horrific what they're doing. Where is their soul? Where is the soul of the Israeli people that allows their government to do this to children? Where is their humanity? The Israeli people, the Jewish people, after everything the Jewish people have suffered down over the decades, that they would allow their government to do this to other human beings. Human beings. But in the eyes of Netanyahu and this far-right Israeli government, Palestinians are human beings. But today here, the Irish people say, We recognise Palestine. We recognise that they are human beings, just like every one of us. Shame on Israel. Shame on what they've done, and will never be forgotten.
Ara, today we formally recognise Palestine as a state. We recognise that Palestine is a state like any other, and we recognise that it belongs amongst the family of nations. Ireland's often said to be Palestine's strongest European supporter, owing to our shared colonial experience. The people of Ireland have long recognised Palestine, and it is good that the government has finally caught up with the Irish people on this. We share this recognition with Spain and Norway today, and Sweden, who recognised Palestine back in 2014, and we had an opportunity back then to do that too. Sinn Féin's motion was accepted by the Dáil 10 years ago, which would have paved the way for this. However, the government sat on its hands. Now, I want to pay tribute to those in the gallery here today and to all those who've been part of grassroots movements which have helped us to get to this point. People who've been active for years and in many cases decades. And of course, Minister, the many Palestinians who have spoken truth to power time and time again to make their voices heard in a world that simply refuses to listen. And as the late Palestinian poet Professor Rafa wrote just days before he was killed by an Israeli airstrike in December, "If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale." We recognise the Palestinian state against the backdrop of the continuation of a genocide unfolding in Gaza. The loss of over 34,000 lives, over 11,000 people missing, presumed dead, over 77,000 wounded, many with life-changing injuries. Recognition of Palestine's nationhood is not enough. It will not stop this genocide. It will not stop Israel's efforts to remove these people from their ancestral homeland. We need full-blown sanctions. The EU's double standards have been laid bare for all to see. We need to remove Israel's participation in Horizon Europe. We need the EU to revoke the EU-Israel Association Agreement. We need the imposition of the Occupied Territories Bill. Minister, we have a responsibility as Irish people to shout stop. We have to put our heads above the parapet and do everything that we can to stop this genocide.
Deputy Matt Shanahan, please.
Ireland has a deeply felt understanding of the desire of people for the recognition of their own place, their culture and existence. 800 years of occupation and a great deal of repression did nothing to quell the Irish desire for freedom, for self-determination, for self-rule and the international recognition of our civil rights. The Irish state, as it is today, is often used as an international reference as to how people with different cultures, ethnicity, religion, history can live in the same place, can live on the same land. The history of Palestine is not remote from the history of Ireland. Principally, it recognises the desire of people to live freely in their own state. The ownership of land and the ability of peoples to live peacefully on that land is at the heart of the Palestinian question. The question of who should reside in that space, who can or should claim ownership of that land, has been an international question, actually dating back to 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. That favoured the establishment of a Jewish national home in Palestine, an area that had been under Ottoman rule for centuries and was placed under British stewardship and governorship in 1920 after a League of Nations mandate. Post the Second World War, Jewish migration to Palestine was encouraged and supported, as was the move to the recognition of a State of Israel in what was considered to be the Jewish biblical home. This was in spite of the significant Arab population existing in the region. This culminated in 1947 with the United Nations Partition Resolution to divide Britain's former Palestinian mandate into Jewish and Arab states. The State of Israel declared its establishment on the 14th of May 1948, the eve of the British termination of the mandate. And that termination of the mandate subsequently led to the First Arab-Israeli War. Subsequent 1949 armistice agreements established Israel's borders over most of the former mandate territory. A further 1967 conflict, the Six-Day War, saw Israel occupying the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and since establishing further settlement there. Israel has normalised relationships in recent times with some of its Arab neighbours, but the Arab and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been an ongoing and seemingly intractable problem. The peace initiatives put forward by both Arabs and the US governments over recent decades have failed to advance any recognition of a two-state solution or deal with the issues of the occupied territories. The military muscle provided to Israel, principally by the US, has allowed it to exert a strong military presence in the region, and in so doing, it has failed too to deal with progressing the issues of the Palestinian question and the Palestinian homeland. In fact, Israel has largely carried out discrimination of the Palestinian enclaves in the Gaza Strip and occupied territories, and this has only served to increase hardline Arab resistance to the State of Israel. The hardline positions taken by the Israeli government in terms of its forcing its borders and its internal security has allowed Hamas claim political support for their ongoing campaign of border and rocket attacks into Israel. The degree to which this activity has the support of the wider Palestinian people is impossible to judge. But the actions of fundamentalist Islamic people within Hamas and the Palestinian movement is not, which culminated in the barbarism of December 7th with the indiscriminate murder of Israeli settlers and the taking of hostages who remain prisoners of Hamas. The main thrust of this activity was to develop a regional war, drawing in other Arab states in an Arab coalition. The response of Prime Minister Netanyahu and his right-wing government to invade Gaza with the stated purpose of annihilating Hamas and dismantling their war machine is also a mission that only serves to strengthen Arab resistance. The prosecuting of this war has been the indiscriminate bombing of population centres and refugees in pursuit of Hamas militants. The carnage and destruction is vast, and it will take years and perhaps decades to rebuild the infrastructure. The idea that the Palestinian people will forget or forgive in a similar timeline is uncertain, to say the least. The human toll can never be justified in terms of stated war efforts. We in Ireland know the destruction of civil conflict. We know the enduring hurt and the harm that violence causes. We know that ultimately peace cannot be achieved until warring sides agree to sit down, agree to seek a compromise solution. Israel has fought long and hard for recognition as an independent state. The idea that the Palestinian people should not be allowed the same rights is preposterous. That it is the State of Israel which opposes such rights is even more confounding given the genesis of its own state. The fact of the matter is, Israel's security cannot be assured in the future without arriving at a peaceful settlement with the Palestinian majority and its people. But this also requires a recognition from those allied to Islamic fundamentalism of the right of the State of Israel to exist too. What must be agreed is the recognition of a Palestinian state and its borders, also the rights of its people to have free movement throughout that country and to be given access to other countries where diplomatic relations recognise the rights of such people to travel in and out. The recent actions of Ireland, Spain and Norway to recognise the state of Palestine sends a strong message to the international community to back up previous resolutions of the UN General Assembly. Just as it is unacceptable that some in the Arab world would wish to see solely the destruction of Israel, so too it is unacceptable for the present Israeli government to adopt a position of no recognition for a future Palestinian state. War begets war, violence begets violence. The people who suffer most are the general population. They are the ones with the least power, the least influence, the least protection from smart bombs and military might. It is said you cannot kill an idea unless you kill a people. The willful destruction that those in hardline Arab positions and in hardline Israeli government wish to pursue, they cannot be condoned, they cannot be understood, and they must not be supported. The slaughter of innocent men, women and children on October the 7th can never be justified. Neither can the military response of the Israeli government, which at this point has gone far beyond anything to do with the actions of that infamous day. The Irish people, Ceann Comhairle, have travelled the road of being subject to imperialism, to colonialism and state-enforced discrimination. Despite all of that, our country has arrived at a place of recognition that for peace to be created, fostered and endure, the recognition of individual rights and individual histories must be at the forefront of any possible settlement. Despite culture, language, religion, skin tone. The truth of the Palestinian question is that it is a human conflict. Only human recognition, only human relations and human action can solve it. It is quite obvious that the present actors leading the war on both sides are very unlikely to be the people who will build the peace. That possibly remains a job for the international community at large that they can achieve, and Ireland must remain at the vanguard of those efforts.
Hodie O'Sullivan now sharing with two others. Well, there's no two others. Deputy, sure, go on. We'll see what happens. There's deputies here. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Ms. Corla,
13 minutes.
I rise tonight to speak in favour of our nation's decision to recognise the right of Palestinians to exist in their own state. In 1980, it was my party that led Ireland to become the first EU member state to declare that a solution to the conflict in the Middle East lay in a two-state solution where both a fully independent Palestine and an independent Israel could coexist. As time has passed, and in particular in recent days, I am encouraged by the words of Taoiseach Micheál Martin, who has said that the recognition of Palestine today is not the end of the process, but the beginning. I believe that the recognition of Palestine today by Ireland, Norway and Spain may give impetus to ensure a solution can be found to the slaughter that is happening there daily. It is important to highlight that Ireland's decision today is not misrepresented as a hostile act to the State of Israel. Ireland's acknowledgement today of Palestine's right to exist and the Palestinian people's right to self-determination is not a hostile act against the Israeli government, as their Foreign Minister has repeatedly said in media at home. Our actions are an endorsement of our position that the solution to this conflict lies in two states, two equals, sitting around a table and coming to a peaceful resolution. We know only too well from our own troubled past that hate begets hate and violence begets violence. The Irish Government, in its move today, has stated unequivocally that we reject violence, subordination and exclusion, and that we reject the extremes in both Israel and Palestine that caused this conflict and now prolong it. What happened on October the 7th is to be condemned unequivocally for its savagery and brutality, but what is unfolding before our very eyes in Palestine today is military savagery, the violent subordination of a generation of Palestinians. A new pathway is now needed to ensure the international community rallies to endorse the rights of Palestinians to self-determination. If our actions here today symbolically demonstrate to the Israeli government that the world is watching, the world is appalled, and the world wants a peaceful resolution, then it will have served its purpose. Today's decision is not a reward for terrorism, as the Israeli Prime Minister intimated in a recent video statement. It is a plea to stop the violence, stop the warmongering, and stop the retribution. It is a call to a leader who has clearly overstepped and now himself is subject to action by the ICC to stop the bombing of hospitals, schools, accommodation, stop the massacring of the innocent, and deal with the legitimate Palestinian representatives to bring a lasting peace where the young of both sides can coexist. There can be no military solution to this conflict, and any further military action needs to be roundly condemned and repudiated utterly. The question now emanating from today is, will this first step by 3 European nations trigger momentum across Western Europe for others to follow suit? I note initial reactions from Germany and Britain look ominous, but the concession by Emmanuel Macron that the French may be open to reviewing their position is encouraging. After recent strikes in Rafa, President Macron tweeted that he was outraged and called for the respect of international law. What better way to demonstrate that outrage than recognising the right to statehood for those aggrieved parties being bombed in makeshift encampments, the displaced Palestinians of Rafa? Finally, Ceann Comhairle, there is a degree of unity here this evening and a feeling that our government has done right by us today. Nonetheless, it needs to be said that we are late to the table. Ireland, Norway and Spain are now amongst 145 nations that recognise the right of the Palestinian state to exist. While it is profoundly welcome, it can't be the end point, as the Taoiseach intimated in his speech earlier. We now need to reassess how we do business with the Israeli state and how we conduct diplomacy with that state. If, as the Taoiseach indicated, and I firmly believe him, that this isn't the end point, we now need to pressure and leverage other EU members to follow suit and the next logical move is to follow through with that review of the EU-Israel Association Agreement and ensure that repercussions follow for Israel if the bombardment of Gaza continues.
Thank you. Deputy O'Connell, do you want to go ahead now?
Yes, thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Ceann Comhairle, every parent when they bring a child into this world does so with the same mixture of hope and trepidation. We have the same hopes and fears as we take that tiny bundle into our arms, as we consider the enormous fragile potential of that human life. We hold in our mind's eye the milestones we hope to witness, the graduations, the weddings, the arrival of grandchildren, the skinned knees, the lost teeth, the broken hearts. And we pray in our hearts that we can help them steer that course into adulthood safely and in good health, that we can shelter them from the many threats of the wider world. This is the same for me, as an Irish dad, as it is for a mother in Israel or a father in Gaza. We all want the best for our children. We all want to protect our children. We all felt that in the wake of the October 7th attacks. We felt in some ways the outermost ripples of the shockwaves that convulsed the Israeli people as they saw the bright futures of their children snuffed out in an attack of ferocity and barbarism. And we feel it too in the response, a disproportionate and dehumanising response that violates international law and threatens our international rules-based system. We felt it viscerally as we witnessed the horrific scenes in Rafa just last Sunday. Parents gathering body parts of their children. Hopes shattered, futures exploded, bodies blown asunder. No parent could watch that without feeling at least a faint echo of that unimaginable loss. All conflicts end, so too will this one. But what shadow will it cast? How will a generation, both emotionally and physically maimed, conceive a pathway to a lasting peace? Who in the tents amongst the ruins of Rafa can dream of any kind of future for their children? Too long a suffering can make a stone of the heart. It's long been the view of the Irish people that the only path to peace lies in the two-state solution. We have learned hard lessons from our own history about the futility, as Paul Brady put it, of trying to reach the future through the past, trying to carve tomorrow from a tombstone. We were isolated in that view when we first put it forward. Now that idea is in the mainstream of international opinion on the matter. But for there to be a two-state solution, there needs to be two states. I applaud the decision of the Irish Government today, in tandem with our colleagues in Norway and Spain, and following the lead of many other nations across the world, to officially recognise the State of Palestine. I acknowledge the leadership of the Taoiseach, and in particular our Taoiseach in his role as Minister for Foreign Affairs in bringing this to pass. I thank them both, not as a member of this government but a citizen of this republic. The moral bravery needed to take such a decision should not be underestimated. In recognising the State of Palestine, we do not erode, diminish or deny the rights of any of the other nations of the world to exist in peace, nor do we support or endorse acts of depravity committed in the so-called service of any flag or nation. It is my firm belief that the long-term security and prosperity of the State of Israel will be enhanced, not eroded, by the recognition of a Palestinian state. The Israeli ambassador tells us that the recognition of the State of Palestine sends the wrong message. She says, "I don't think that this is the message that Ireland wants to send to the world." I disagree. I think it's precisely the message we want to send to the world. It is a message of peace. It is a message that recognises the common shared humanity of the child born in Gaza and the child born in Jerusalem, the equal intrinsic value of both of those human lives, their equal rights to hope, to dream, to aspire to a better future where they can live in peace and in security. Martin Luther King told us that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Sometimes when the curve of that arc is at its aphelion, at its furthest from its anchor point, it can feel very hard to believe in that upward trajectory. But I say to the people of Palestine that in recognising your place among the nations of the world, this is some small effort from a small nation with its own history of repression to influence the course of history for the better. It's our fervent hope here that it brings you hope in this darkest of times.
Thank you, Deputy O'Connell. Now, Deputy Patricia Ryan sharing with Deputy Martin Brown.
Minister, what a long-awaited and momentous day to finally have the State of Palestine formally recognised by Ireland. Finally, the voices of those who marched, protested and petitioned in their thousands for international law to be upheld. who shouted loud and long for Palestine and her people to be recognised. At last, Minister, they have been heard. Ireland and the Irish, throughout our own struggles with oppression and occupation, have always had a unique affinity with Palestine. We understand their struggles, their longing for their land to be free, independent and sovereign. But recognition isn't enough, Minister. How can it be when, as we stand in this House, the people of Gaza are currently under siege? Gaza and her people are suffering a genocide in full sight of this world. Rafa, where Israel ordered people to flee to safety, is burning and being obliterated by Israeli bombs raining down indiscriminately on the tens of thousands of displaced people. Families and children being blown apart. I will repeat that piece again, Minister. Families and children being blown apart. Hospitals, doctors, paramedics deliberately targeted, killed, destroyed. Humanitarian aid blocked. This is Palestine's future. It's shameful. And if the bombs don't kill you, disease and starvation will. How much more must they endure? Israel's action must be recognised for the gross violations of international law they are, and Israel must be held accountable for that. The ICC decision must be upheld. Ireland may be a small island, but our voice is loud on the world stage and our influence is far greater. We have led the world in peace for our own island. Time for us to do it again so Palestine and her people can be free to enjoy a lasting peace. It's time for this government to use the momentous day as the first step, to use our influence at European level and international level to bring our pressure to bear to achieve a lasting ceasefire and an end to the senseless oppression and loss of life, Minister. Let's be very, very clear here. No matter what Benjamin Netanyahu says and claims, bombing Rafa is not a mistake. It is a deliberate slaughter of innocent, and Israel must be held accountable for it. And remember this, all eyes are now on Rafa.
Brown.
I want to welcome the Palestinian ambassador here, those that were in the gallery earlier, and I also want to thank those who have supported the Palestinian people down through the decades and our continued support. Sadly, the recognition of the state of Palestine has been a long time coming. It has been 10 years since the Dáil unanimously passed a Sinn Féin motion for this to happen. That delay and the reluctance to take action in good time has seen the people of Palestine continue to be oppressed, occupied and the subject of a system of apartheid. This has been facilitated by an international hesitance to call Israeli government out on their atrocities, which recently have resulted in the deaths of 36,000 children and adults, 189 UNRWA staff and 262 aid workers. Then there's the Sunday's indiscriminate slaughter in Rafa, which the Israeli government in its moral vacuum dismissed as a mere mistake or error. How dare they? This was mass murder and nothing else, and they're seen the world over. The reason the Israeli government acts with such impunity and treats its atrocities so dismissively is because many of the international community's leading countries failed to hold Israel to account for its breaches of international law. This inaction has emboldened the Israeli government in its quest to undermine any notion of a two-state solution, to break international law and destroy lives, safe in the knowledge that standards others are held to do not apply to them. The Israeli government has dismissed the ruling of the ICJ to halt its offensive in Rafa, yet the EU has also failed. Ursula von der Leyen provides them with cover, while a review of the EU-Israeli Association Agreement remains undone. Ultimately, the Israeli government has shown by its actions that it isn't interested in a peace settlement. Therefore, by recognising Palestine as a state, we wanted to have the same standing as the nations of the world in a quest for its independence. The two-state solution, self-determination and ultimately a lasting peace. But we must go further. The government must enact the illegal Israeli settlements to Westminster Bill, the Occupied Territories Bill, and join the ICJ case against Israel, use all diplomatic measures to end all military actions and end the occupation of the state we have formally recognised. World leaders must recognise Palestine as a state, deserving of the same rights as all others. Those resisting must stop standing by as genocide is perpetrated in front of a global audience. It is there now through social media for the whole world to see, Councillor. And ultimately, the call made by so many campaigners across this country and the world has been heard. And it is now time for the Palestinian people to be heard. And we pledge our continued support to the Palestinian people.
Thank you, Deputy Brown. Deputy Alan Farrell sharing with Deputy Bernard Durkin.
you very much, Ceann Comhairle. Thank you very much. Ceann Comhairle, I've been somewhat reluctant to contribute to this debate, not because of my concern with the reaction of my constituents, but because the mere mention or appearance of taking sides is often met with scorn, or worse, the utterly corrupted idea of anti-Semitism. That shouldn't be the case. We must be confident in calling out that which is wrong. The taking of life is wrong. The taking of life in the name of a religion is wrong. The taking of life to expand one's territory is wrong. The taking of life to take back one's territory is wrong. Everything about this conflict, which did not start on October 7th, is wrong. This is a house of democracy. Proportional representation, single transferable vote is perhaps the truest form of democracy, and we have enjoyed that for over 100 years of democratic peace in this state, and how lucky we are to have done so. The Palestinian territories and the region has not been so fortunate. Ceann Comhairle, I abhor the killing of innocents, and as I conveyed to the Israeli ambassador last year, the response to barbarism should not be more barbarism. What terrorists have inflicted on the innocents of this region is barbarism, and what the Israeli government has done in response to that terrorism is also barbarism. Illegal settlements recognised as such by the United Nations, but only in name, funding and special arrangements by certain countries near and across the Atlantic perpetuate the cycle of expansion and of violence. In the last few months, we have watched in horror the indiscriminate slaughter of tens of thousands of innocent lives, women, men, and so many children, communities, schools, and places of worship. I've watched Israeli settlers destroy convoys of aid with my own eyes on television. I've seen images of kilometres and kilometres of aid trucks waiting. I've read of the cutting off of power supplies and of water supplies, the blowing up of power stations, the very capacity of Gaza to sustain life, and all the while the occupants of Rafa starve. 2 million people driven from their homes, corralled into camps, and then targeted from the sky. Indiscriminately shot while holding flags, crying out for help on your phone and on your television set every day. What the world is witnessing is the eradication of a people. The recognition of the state of Palestine is the very least that we as a state should do. The majority, the vast majority, 145 nations of this planet recognise the state of Palestine. When we cannot have peace in the region without a peace process. We cannot allow a corrupted government to exterminate the Palestinian people. Ceann Comhairle, I'm not a religious man. I'm a very tolerant person. I respect the right of those to practice their faith once it does not impact upon my lack of faith. I want to live in a society that respects the Jewish faith and the Muslim faith, just as I do. I respect the right of members of the Jewish faith to live free in their country of Israel, and I equally respect the right of members of the Islamic faith to live free in theirs. And it is on that basis that I share the government and the opposition's position that you cannot have a two-state solution if you do not recognise two states. The ordinary Israeli citizens deserve the same rights and freedoms as the ordinary Palestinian people. I asked the Israeli government through their ambassador to show restraint in October because, like so many in this House, I knew from the many decades of this conflict that the response from the Israeli Defence Forces would be severe. Now I absolutely demand that this war stops. Stop the slaughter of innocents. We in Ireland and in the European Union must demand that Israel stops. They have clearly failed to do so. We must therefore treat them as we would treat any other state that defies international law and the will of the people of our union. We must end trade, we must sanction those responsible, and we must not just call for peace, but we must arrange a suitable peace which can last and protect the innocent life throughout the region. Thank you, Ceann Comhairle.
Thank you very much, Deputy Farrell. Deputy Dorfman.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. I am glad to have an opportunity to speak in this very important debate. And while many people in the House have said this has come too late, it should have come earlier, and so on and so forth, the fact is it has come. And it is the right decision, and it had to be taken, and it had to be taken now, in view of the happenings over the past 6 or 7 months. And the situation which wasn't started by the Israelis, but it was continued by the Israelis. And as one who tried to use some small influence with both sides in the past when I was chairman of the European Affairs Committee, the Israeli ambassador and the Palestinian charge d'affaires agreed to meet to discuss their various differences. And they did. And they were very amicable, and they were very respectful towards each other, and the meeting went very well. Then came Operation Cast Lead, and everything was reversed. And then came the recriminations against the Israelis, and then came, including in this House, and then there was the isolation of the Israeli position, and then there was the reaction amongst the fundamentalists in Israel, and we are where we are today as a result of those happenings combined. No one action, no one move by anybody was the total and absolute cause. But things degenerated very rapidly. And that's what happens in a situation where nothing happens and where the vacuum is covered and is filled by people who have no regard for peace, have no regard for human life, have no regard for democracy, and this can happen on both sides, and it has. And we should know about it in this country more than any other, because we've had our own experiences in the past. And as the Queen once said, some of the things that we did to each other might have been better if they hadn't been done at all. The fact of the matter is this, that when all is over, when all is said and done, there needs to be something left at the end of the day on which to build a peace process. And I believe, and several other people were of the same opinion, that there needed to be, over the past number of years, a platform that the opposing sides could present their grievances. And the United Nations should be that, but for various other reasons that I won't go into now, they weren't seen as that by the Israelis. The situation now is still going to be very fragile. From here on in, we, the outsiders, in this House and in houses across Europe and across the globe, must do everything possible to encourage the coming together of people who have been at each other's throats for thousands of years, not just for hundreds of years, or for millennia, or for decades. The fact of the matter still remains that it has got to be worked upon. So this recognition of the state of Palestine by 3 European governments on the one day is important. It shows indication, because one has to hark back to our own days in that particular situation, when the leaders in this country went abroad to encourage recognition of the state of Ireland. And it was done, very well done. It was seen as being important then. And several people were sent to several parts of the globe. The result was that we did get that kind of recognition at the end of the day. There were terrible atrocities committed by both sides, unforgivable atrocities committed by both sides. And as there were in the period up to very recently. But at the end of the day, there has to be some method of talking to each other, of establishing bridges, of trying to create the footpath that will lead to something better. I think the fact that that has been ignored for so long doesn't mean that it's impossible. The fact is that I remember being in meeting with the Palestinians in Palestine, in various locations, and the Israelis over the past number of years, as did several other members of this House, led us to understand the distance between both sides and the inability to trust each other, the suspicion of each other. And that has to go. If we're to move forward from where we are now, it still has to go. And it's reminiscent of the peace process in this country, when the leading protagonists were arrayed against each other, as it were. And from the beginning, there was more emphasis on the difference between them. But it eventually led to the situation and the recognition that there was more in common, in the common interest and the common good, than could be ignored. And I know that it was said at the end of the day that some of the protagonists, two of the main protagonists, had said it was frivolously suggested that they had seen God. Well, they had. Impossible as it may have been to visualize, but they had. And what they had seen was, they had seen the fact that 30 years of appalling atrocities in this country, on behalf of peace, on behalf of the people of this country, in pursuit of an ideal, a correct ideal, but that the 30 years of atrocities had achieved nothing. And the only thing that it had achieved was the deaths of everybody associated, and some who weren't associated at all, and the countless victims who were innocent, including children. So I think we learned a lesson, and they learned a lesson, and they saw God. It's now time for the people across the globe, in relation to the Palestinian-Israeli situation, to see God as well, and to recognise that what has gone on before is not acceptable. And there's no sense in saying that it is. There's no sense in suggesting that, well, a certain amount is allowed in certain cases and retaliation is understandable. Retaliation, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, will only bring one thing: a lot of people with very poor sight and no teeth, because there is nothing that ever should be, we should never allow ourselves to go down that road. So recrimination and retaliation, to my mind, are unacceptable. And the time has come to put the building blocks together, to be reasonable towards each other. Recognise that we come from different situations, and try to put in place the necessary measures that will lead to something better than we have looked at for the last 50, 60 years and more.
Thank you very much, Deputy Bernard Durkin. Now, Deputy Marion Harkin is not with us, but Deputies Pringle, Connolly and Collins are sharing time, I believe.
Michael Cancola, and all eyes are on Rafa as we are forced to watch in horror the utter brutality of Israel's attacks on Palestinian people. The level of bloodshed and devastation that the Palestinian people have had to endure, particularly in the last few months, is unimaginable. Israel's bombing of a displaced camp of tents is indefensible. The images and stories coming out of Rafa are truly gut-wrenching. What's worse is that the international community has allowed this to happen. What's happening in Rafa is happening because Israel has not been punished for the previous atrocities it has committed against Palestinians. Israel has been protected by the US and the EU while it continues its murderous invasions. Israel has been facilitated and even armed by the US and the EU to carry out this genocide. The recognition of the State of Palestine is a symbolic gesture, but it is an empty one if we continue to be complicit in Israel's genocide of Palestine as well. Ireland is Israel's fourth biggest market for all types of goods, and Ireland's exports to Israel of restricted dual-use goods that have potential military purposes grew nearly sevenfold last year, from €11 million to more than €70 million. How can we allow this? How can we claim to care about the Palestinian people while at the same time arming those who are causing them this devastation and destruction? It is truly sickening to think of it. This government has continued to allow the shipment of dual-use goods to Israel, and yet wants a pat on the back for simply recognising the state of Palestinian people. We should have recognised Palestine decades ago. Most countries across the globe already recognise the state of Palestine. We were an outlier, along with some other EU countries, the UK, the US, Canada and Australia, in not recognising the state of Palestine until now. Recognising statehood is the very least we could do at this point. What Palestine needs now is action. The people of Palestine desperately need the government to stop facilitating this genocide by allowing the US aircraft to pass through Shannon and to end its trade relationship with Israel. It is time to take meaningful action and ensure that we play no part in aiding Israel's apartheid regime. In his opening statement, the Taoiseach said there is an onus on every country and on the European Union to use every lever at our disposal to bring about a ceasefire. And it is no longer enough to just condemn, it is no longer enough just to be repulsed. All I am asking is that the Taoiseach stay true to his own words, and that he can start by passing the Air Navigation and Transport Arms Embargo Bill 2024 in the Shannon tomorrow. The bill looks to provide restrictions on the transport and export of weapons through the state to Israel, including where they are coming from or going to a country where exports weapons as well. If the Taoiseach was being honest in his opening statement, then he should have no issue with restricting the transport of weapons to Israel, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's response on this.
I welcome the opportunity to say a few words on this. It's just over 3 minutes, so I want to be as precise as possible. And first of all, I want to welcome the Palestinian ambassador, who over the last number of months has acted with utter professionalism in the face of genocide and the slaughter of our people. And I have found her at every stage to be utterly professional while full of humanity. In contrast to the spokespeople for the Israeli government, who have on occasions been given free rein on our media and who have exercised their right, which I would question seriously, to push propaganda and a particular version of events. And so we're here today, and I welcome it as a momentous day. As I said earlier today, it has come much later than I would have liked, but it has come, and it is a day to be recognised, and I want to thank the government for doing that and for raising the Palestinian flag. It follows the General Assembly resolution of the 10th of May, which determined that Palestine is now qualified for membership of the UN. 143 countries in favour, 9 against and 25 abstentions. And so I would have liked today, in addition to the good news and the positive designation of the recognition of Palestine as a state, that we would follow that, Minister, with what actions we're going to take, because otherwise they're just sweet words that are worth nothing. And as we talk here now, I understand from news reports there's a further bombing on tented community, on people who have already been displaced and sought refuge in tents are being bombed as we speak. And you know, I've come near the stage where I have no words left, and I'm tired of the sweet words and no action. And we're constantly waiting for Europe, and Europe has distinguished itself by standing in solidarity with the government through its military. It's carrying out a genocide. Van der Leyen, in the name of Europeans, said we stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And our government is willing to vote for her to continue in position. Now, I'd ask you to reflect on that, Minister. How is that possible if our words are going to mean something? And then we have the Occupied Territories Bill that's in abeyance since 2018, tabled by the courageous Senator Black. We have other legislation, and we have the trading agreement still in existence, still trading through Europe and Israel, and we keep saying we have to wait for Israel. Well, we can't wait any longer because we'll have nobody alive in Palestine. And no, I'd love to throw down these words, and I wish that you would throw down those scripts and stand up as human beings and say, this is utterly wrong. This cannot go on. This is not self-defence. This is complete slaughter of the innocent. And we are part of that if we don't take action. And in response to questions I've tabled in relation to what we're exporting, we have breakdown of dual-use export authorisations. We have now gone, in 1 year, we've gone from 7.7 million exports to Israel to 70.4 million. In 1 year. Could you explain that to me, Minister, how we've jumped? What's behind that jump if we're seriously interested in calling Israel to account for its slaughter and for its genocide? How could we be continuing to do trade with that country? And I'll finish by saying I will have nothing to do with anti-Semitic comments. They're not the same thing at all to call out the Israeli government for what they're doing. I'm out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, I'd also like to welcome the Palestinian ambassador here today and everyone who was in the gallery earlier on. I'd like to start by sending solidarity to the 1 million Palestinians besieged by the Israeli onslaught on Rafa. Ireland and the world is standing in shock and horror of what we're seeing unfold. Now we must come together to force Israel to stop this genocide. I think it was a proud day last week when Ireland stood in front of the world, along with Spain and Norway, and announced we would recognise Palestinian statehood. We will not just be recognising the Palestinian state, we'll be recognising the 70 years of struggle by the Palestinian people to hold on to their right for justice, self-determination and peace. I've seen it suggest that somehow by recognising Palestine we are rewarding Hamas. By recognising Palestine we're showing that we will not reward genocide. Over 36,000 people have died since Israel began its military campaign last October. They have attempted to drive Palestinians from Gaza by inflicting terror, starvation and destruction on them. They are attempting the wipeout of Gaza from the face of the earth. Recognising Palestine is a small show of defiance in the face of this genocide. What Hamas did on the 7th of October was horrific. And what Israel are doing now to the Palestinian people is genocide. I welcome that the International Court have named Netanyahu, the Israeli Defence Minister Yoav Gallant and 3 Hamas leaders, Sinwar Mohammed Deif and Ismail Haniyeh, for war crimes. We will never know the true death toll from this attack in Gaza. 31 out of 36 hospitals have been damaged or destroyed, and the World Health Organization has recorded over 890 attacks on health facilities since Israel began its current campaign. There are reports of bodies being found in the mass grave at Nasser Hospital with their hands tied behind their backs. Israel has systematically destroyed Gaza's ability to count its own dead. Last year saw nearly 600% increase in Irish exports to Israel that have dual civilian and military use. Many members have mentioned this today. Dual-use products made up 13% of Irish exports to Israel in 2023. That is compared to 0 to 1% on average to other countries. Minister, every year Ireland pays Israeli government-owned weapons company Aeronautics Defence Industry $250,000 to maintain drones we have bought from them. This is the same company supplying aerial vehicle and drones being used to kill Palestinian people in Gaza. We have spent $14.7 million on military imports from Israel over the last decade. Ireland is now Ireland's 4th biggest market for all types of goods, with sales mostly of computer circuits growing to $4.8 billion. There is no doubt our continued trade with Israel, especially military imports, is fuelling this genocide. This will be remembered for what it is, a genocide facilitated, supported and supplied by the West. We'll be remembered for how we react, and we are still fueling this genocide. These exports must stop. We must divest from Israel. We must implement sanctions now. The world must force Israel to the table to negotiate meaning and lasting peace. We need a state-led campaign of boycott, sanctions and divestments until there is a deal for peace, independence and self-determination for all Palestinians. And I believe the Israeli people can play a role in this and remove Netanyahu, remove this government, get your family members home and negotiate peace.
Thank you, Deputy Collins. Now we'll go back for a minute to Deputy Richard O'Donoghue.
Concorla, what value is given on life? And to recognise Palestine, if it saves one life, isn't it worth it? If history is a funny thing when you look at it one way, and when you look at it back, it's something that's taken for granted. When Hitler was on his reign, over the media waves, they said that humanity would never see something like this again. And then we went Rwanda, when the Hutsis and the Tutus slaughtered each other and turned on each other's families. We said that we'd never see that again. Then we have the war in Ukraine, and people said we'd never see that again. And now we have Israel and this war. God rest my father, he will be 113 years old today. Born in 1911. How many wars did he see if he had lived? He's dead since 2009. It's becoming more and more frequent every
every decade now it's becoming more frequent. And it's coming closer and closer to home, which is a very scary thought when you look at it. And I see people fighting every day of their life, and one person comes to mind because we're going to do a fundraiser for her this weekend, and it's Carol Liston O'Connor, who is fighting for her life and 5 children with motor neuron disease, and she's fighting for her life to spend one more day with her children. And every week and every month we're looking at people being killed needlessly, and every day, every hour, every second. And when you see people at war that have no respect even for the humanitarian people that go out to try and help people to feed them, and then they just dismiss it as in saying, oh, I'm sorry about that, we killed 34 people. What type of people are we dealing with that have no respect for life? And what is it all about? Greed, money, minerals under the ground, whether it is oil or whatever it is? What is it that they're actually fighting for? More land? More power? But yet the same people that they say they represent, they have no respect for them. Well, I have one thing to say to the people. We will all go in to the ground in the same box, into the ground. And as an old saying in this country, there is no hitch on a hearse. And no matter what you do in this life, you should respect people for regardless what religion they are, respect them for whatever race they come from, have respect, and hopefully they will give you the respect that whatever you follow in life. And when we do come to the end of our days and we are going into the ground to our next reward, the people will say, that person tried to help me in life and respected me. There is very little respect left in the world when you see the amount of wars that are going on at the moment. And if I hope for one thing, is that people finally learn that life is such a precious thing. And our ancestors lived for long life and worked hard. And now people just think, like that, we can just end your life. And they don't have any respect for anyone's life. Any person that has no respect, in my mind, they don't even come into my thoughts. I think the world is becoming a horrible place when we can see a handful of people dictate to the world and dictate wars and bring hardship on people. So last Concordia, my message to the people that are reigning war just to get more power, or whatever they are, land or whatever, there is no hitch in their hearse. And when they go to their eternal war, they can take none of this with them. They should use their time on this earth to help the people and not cause harm. Thank you.
First of all, I want to welcome the Palestinian head of mission here to the House today, who is soon to be the ambassador, and we look forward to working well with you in many years to come. Our recognition of the State of Palestine today fits 3 fundamental purposes, and indeed many, many more. First of all, it makes clear our view that it is time Palestine takes its place amongst the nations of the world, that his right to self-determination, self-government, territorial integrity and sovereignty must now be vindicated. Secondly, it is an expression of our belief that the equal right to self-determination, peace, security and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. The aspirations of both peoples must be afforded equal legitimacy, based on a two-state solution that delivers a just and sustainable peace. Thirdly, It is a reiteration of our fundamental conviction that the only just and sustainable peaceful solution for both Palestinians and Israelis is the implementation of a two-state solution ending the Israeli occupation of Palestine. I do want to thank the deputies for their contributions to this significant debate, and I think there is not just widespread support for this here in the House, but generally across the Irish nation today, to see that all united in this on their behalf. There is general agreement in this House for the recognition of the State of Palestine, which the Government announced last week and formalised earlier today. The recognition of the State of Palestine has been discussed in this House on many occasions in recent years. It has been mandated by the Dáil since 2014, and it was included in my own party's election manifesto in advance of the last election, and it was included in the programme for government in 2020, subject to the discussions informing the government at that time. Recognition of the State of Palestine is a show of solidarity, of support, of hope for a peaceful future. It is the acknowledgement that the Palestinian people have the right to determine their own destiny. It is a symbol of the bonds and friendship between the two peoples in a time of immense pain and suffering. And we in Ireland know what it is like to have such difficulties in a divided country. And I think we have a shared DNA with them when it comes to that particular issue. And that's why the people of Ireland have a very clear view on Palestine and on Israel, and they know who has been suffering the most all over the years. And I think that's where the heart and the minds of the Irish people are firmly based, and thank God for that. The Government has worked closely with Norway and Spain over recent months to coordinate recognition, standing up for the two-state solution and a future based on peace and security, and for the Palestinian people. Now is the right time to take this step, and it is extremely positive that we are able to do so with like-minded countries. Countries that, like Ireland, have a strong history of a commitment to a two-state solution to a lasting peace in the Middle East based on security, prosperity and freedom. And I will say some people might have thought this was a difficult time because of the troubles that have gone on over the last, and the incessant killing over the last 7 or 8 months. But I think for us not to proceed with what was in our programme for government because of the current violence would have been to take a back seat in the light of the violence that's going on there. And this government and the people of Ireland, I think, maybe now more than ever, is actually a more appropriate time to make this statement, especially in the middle of this conflict. Ireland's most pressing concern remains the horrendous violence being carried out in the Gaza Strip. We have seen in recent days the further devastation caused by the Israeli military actions in Rafa, the killings of civilians, including children, in a place where they were seeking refuge from unimaginable horror is appalling. And many deputies have referred to this during the course of their debate, this debate here today, in relation to the innocent children, the mutilation of bodies that we've seen, and the destruction and total disregard for human life. And it touches the core, I think, of every decent person on the planet, and we share that here in Ireland. We need an immediate ceasefire and an end to the killing, which has been a daily feature for the last 7 months. We need the unconditional release of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, and we need right now a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian aid reaching the people of Gaza safely and unhindered. People in Gaza need water, food, fuel and medicine. They need it urgently, they need it today. We have heard repeatedly from UN agencies and international organisations that it simply is not happening. The situation continues to deteriorate. Israel strikes continue to kill civilians. The people in Gaza still do not have access to adequate food and water, while the UN says northern Gaza is now experiencing famine. We have seen crossings closed and aid disrupted, and this must end. Israel must ensure that there is full, safe and unhindered humanitarian access to the Gaza Strip. Ireland has long supported the Palestinian people via Irish aid. Earlier this year, when Commissioner General Lazzarini visited Dublin, the Taoiseach announced €20 million for the UN Relief and Works Agency. That agency plays a part that is vital to the region and I am pleased that many donors which suspended their funding have now restored that. I was very pleased personally to attend a meeting of the Foreign Affairs Development Committee at EU level recently, where we put pressure on the European Commission itself to restore the funding that they had partially suspended, and it's important that this must continue, but that is no good if we can't get unhindered access with the delivery of the humanitarian aid. We will continue to support civil society, peace building and education. Ireland is helping to build a future for Palestinians beyond the current conflict, because someday the conflict will end, and I think what happens after the end of conflict is so important to work on a long-term peace agreement, because we need peace to sustain when it does eventually come, even though it doesn't look or feel like it here today. But the day will come, and I am confident of that. The government's recognition of the State of Palestine forms only part of our policy to support the Palestinian people in their hour of most need and help. Nevertheless, it is a significant step, and you can see that by some other countries and their reaction to us and to Norway and Spain in the last day or so on this matter. But be that as it may, we take that on the chin, and I think it's important what we are doing. This has been Ireland's long-standing policy, and the future of the region includes a Palestinian state based on discussions that happened in 1967, and those serve as a basis for going forward. The current crisis, however, has brought the future of Palestine into the spotlight of international attention, and it is possible and positive that the Arab states have come together to present a peace vision. We need these proposals and solutions which have the buy-in from the region, which is an area where previous initiatives have failed. So this can't be done in isolation without the support of surrounding countries, without the support of Ireland and various other countries, and without the support of the United Nations. And it's important to put on the record that we will very pleased with the vote at the United Nations in favour of this issue recently. We have been to the forefront in advocating for a European Union position on this, and we believe our work is actually making a positive impact on that. If we turn the clock back to last summer, if we had raised the issues we're raising now, nobody would have been listening. But we've been consistent, not a lone voice, but a strong voice, even though we're a small nation. And people are listening, and our view is getting traction at EU level, which is very important as well. The government's position remains unchanged, and I keep reiterating this: a two-state solution, Israel and Palestine, that delivers essentially security and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. And I have no doubt that the people in Israel themselves want this to end as well, notwithstanding the views and actions of the particular government. And it's important someday soon that they have a general election sooner rather than later, where the people of Israel can express their views in relation to what's going on as well. And I think that's particularly important. And recognition of Palestine is not an end in itself. It marks a new chapter in Ireland's relationship with the Palestinian people, and I welcome the representatives from Palestine here today and in the visitors' gallery during the debate earlier. And we are playing our part to strive towards peace in the region. And I think everybody knows when it's all over, Ireland has a long history of supporting UN peacekeeping missions, and I think where we get to eventually peaceful solutions, I look forward to, in the decades ahead, that Irish soldiers will be out there on peacekeeping missions to ensure when peace does eventually come, but it doesn't seem like that today, but it will happen, that Ireland will be out there making sure that peace holds with our people from our army for decades to come, and that's what it will take. Thank you.
That concludes statements on Ireland's recognition of the State of Palestine. And I just want to acknowledge the presence of the soon-to-be formally appointed ambassador from Palestine, the first ever, and who has sat through this discussion for almost 4 hours. So I think that's not easy to do, given what's ongoing in our country. Táid réile bag a raibidí gó príváideach na máil agus go háid tarriscint modú le tííocht úidir as áitiúil a chaháil agus a dhéisiú, moving on to private members' business and specifically a motion re local authority, housing maintenance and repair. Agus cheach the gold in it. You move the motion. So the motion has been formally moved. Cheach the gold.
Go Margaret. Whereas the Senior Minister, Darragh O'Brien, tonight, for discussing of this very important motion, I think the man who is responsible for housing in this state hasn't even got the decency to come here this evening. The absolute contempt he is showing to the hundreds of thousands of people who live in the 176,000 social housing that this minister didn't have the decency to turn up. It is absolutely a scandal. People are living in cold, damp, drafty homes. And where is the minister? But the minister sometimes criticises Sinn Féin. We are here today with solutions for this government to take on board for these people. Real solutions for these people. This motion is a plan that needs to be put in place. Minister, there's a photograph of a house in Mayfield in Cork. It's a hole in the roof. 13 years this person's living in this. Since austerity, since your government, since Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael brought in the austerity measures, and this lady's name is Georgina. She reported it to the City Council. She has poured money into the house, trying to paint it, clean it, the amount of money she's spending on electricity and gas, trying to keep her children and her children warm. And in her own words, she says she is crippled by the money she is spending trying to keep this house habitable. And what she's saying is she's frankly depressed and feels the unhealthy situation that she and her children are living in. That is a shocking indictment. And the only thing Cork City Council have done is in 2019 they replaced the toilet that was broken, while the walls around her are crumbling, the plaster is crumbling in the walls, and mould is growing on the surface and it's damp. And I have another one. This is the Glen, Cork again. No facial off it. Right? This is the walls. It's the walls inside the house. That's what they're living in. Right? Would you expect anyone to live in houses like this? Where you can't even paint the walls because the plaster is coming off the walls. Look at the mould and damp. Look at that. That's what the ceilings are like. And Kieran and Mary said to me, they can see the water dripping down the walls of the house. They can see the mould and damp that it's causing. Mary says she's constantly on antibiotics and steroids, and she has no doubt that her living conditions is affecting her health. In Granabraher, where I live, a lady contacted me. There was a storm in 2021, 3 years ago. There's been a lot of storms since. And Elizabeth and George have told me the council said their roof needed replacing given its condition after the storm. Right? 3 years later, no one has fixed it. Look at that. That's what they're living in. The dirt, the mould, they're painting it, they're cleaning it, and it comes out through the wall again. This is the windowsills and the plug sockets. If someone gets electrocuted, if something happens unforgivable to someone, who will be responsible? And this is not just Granabraher to Glen Mayfield. We have it in Fairhill, Farnry, Blackpool, Shannon Street, right across Cork City, right? Because of government cutbacks in 2000, after the financial crash of 2007, 8 and 9, when this government stripped local authorities of workers and resources. The damage that this government and previous governments are continuing to do to ordinary families. And If you have a leak in a home, and I will leave you with this because I have other colleagues to come in. If you repair the leak when it happens, you can do it reasonably costed. But if you leave that leak for 3 or 4 years, what it means, it causes extensive damage to the house, and the repair works double, triple and quadruple because it was left there to rot. So, Minister, I hope you take back to Minister O'Brien. It is completely unacceptable not to come in here tonight and to listen to solutions for the 176,000 council properties that this state has.
Ich habe Chris Andrews, 2 now.
Minister, the public housing stock is government's forgotten element in the housing policy. For those living in the flats and houses owned by Dublin City Council, they already know that. I don't know a block of flats managed by Dublin City Council that doesn't have serious issues. Public health issues, dampness, mould issues, neglect, leaks, floods, electrical faults, rats. The list goes on and on. There is no serious attempt by government to address the serious neglect of housing in the inner city communities. Government regularly talks about energy efficiency and insulation and pats itself in the back for the different schemes it has in place. But those living in social housing are forgotten about. Just one example is where the front door of those living in the flats are not replaced until a new tenant moves in, while a tenant that is paying top rent has to put up with a door that wouldn't keep a burglar out, never mind the cold or the draft. When it comes to the government schemes, it is one scheme for the rich and no scheme for those living in council-owned flats. Those living in the inner city are like the forgotten people. Regeneration programmes that take decades when they should take a few years. Andrews Court and Glover's Court are prime examples of the slow regeneration process. In the meantime, they are allowed to live in conditions that would not be acceptable in private ownership. We need to see a real commitment to regeneration of the council properties. We need also to see an increase in the funding for adaptation grants for those living in public housing. So many older people want to stay in their homes, but they can't because of how long adaptations take.
Pauline Tully.
The issue of social housing repair and maintenance is probably the second most common issue that I hear about in my constituency office, and that's next to those seeking assistance and advice in obtaining a local authority house in the first place. And many of the people come in, they bring in photographs or they send me on videos or they invite me out to their house to see the conditions they're living in, and they're absolutely dreadful. The houses are damp, there's mould on the walls, there's mould on the ceiling, there's holes in the walls, there's holes in the ceilings, there's single glazed windows, there's drafts around the doors, there's holes in the roof. It's dreadful, and people are spending money that they can ill afford to try and heat these homes, and they're fighting a losing battle. They're buying products to clean off the mould, they're replacing bedding on a regular basis, clothes sometimes on a regular basis because it's destroyed with mould. And there's also significant costs in terms of the health of the people living in these homes. And I'm hearing from parents whose children are constantly off school because they're getting colds or they're developing asthma or other respiratory conditions. Older people are ending up requiring hospital care because of the conditions they're living in. And I mean, the housing policy has to take greater consideration of the standard and quality of both new and existing homes. And we have a lot of concentration on the requirement for new homes, and that's absolutely important. But our existing housing stock has to be brought up to a proper standard. And in 2017, Ireland was found to be in breach of the European Social Charter because of the substandard condition of many of their social houses. I mean, the local authority budgets were slashed during the economic crash, and the recruitment embargo was placed so that many of the local authorities are operating with a skeleton crew as their maintenance staff, and those budgets have not been restored. And what I hear from the local authorities, they're constantly trying to source electricians or plumbers or construction workers to do the work that's vital on their housing stock, and they're competing with the private sector because those workers are also doing work in the private sector. It's impossible to get the work done in a timely timely fashion. And houses that are vacated are left sitting for months and sometimes years because they cannot get the workers to actually do the work that's required to reallocate those homes. So successive alternative budgets by Sinn Féin have included measures aimed at addressing poor quality housing and ensuring that new housing meets key standards, and that needs to be taken into account by this government. So as well as building more homes, we need to bring our existing stock up to a proper standard, and directing scarce labour resources to the coldest homes is the best use of public money that we can see. It's socially equitable and it will show the best return on public investment in achieving climate targets.
Minister, I can't tell how many times I've had this situation where you knock at the door and you ask, "Oh yeah, we're canvassing for Sinn Féin, what issues are important to you?" I said, "Come here till I show you." And they come in, they bring you into the house, they bring you upstairs, they bring you into their kitchens, and they show you black all along the walls. You can feel the cold. You touch the walls and you can feel the droplets from the damp into these 70, 60-year-old houses that have scarcely had anything put into them by local councils over the course of the intervening period. It is an absolute scandal, Minister, and the only reason that it hasn't got more attention is because it's happening behind the doors of local authority houses, and it doesn't get the attention it deserves. We have situations where the quality of the housing is profoundly affecting the health of the tenants. Children with asthma, pensioners with emphysema and COPD and different things like that, and they are living in these desperate conditions. And what's worse is they contact the local councils, and indeed it's true in my area, but right across the state, and there's no prospect of improvement anytime soon. You see all the examples of bags of clothes and blankets and pillows being thrown out because they're up against the wall and the black and the damp rising against them. That shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't be happening in well-maintained homes. My God, if you brought a case like that to the PRTB, they wouldn't be long in telling you that that is unacceptable. And it's just as unacceptable when it's happening and the state is the landlord. There are too many people being absolutely neglected in this regard. I think it is a shame that the Minister, I understand the Minister is busy, but this is one of the biggest issues in his portfolio in my view. He is responsible. He is responsible for the welfare of tens of thousands of people as the landlord, as the state's landlord. And it isn't good enough, the conditions people are living in council houses and council flats right across the state. My last bit of time, I want to flag a particular issue in the south side of Cork City in relation to the flats in the Toker area, the balcony flats there that have had very little maintenance done to them, seriously subject to damp and cold, Cherry Tree Road, Clashdove Road, Toker Road, Sycamore Place, Hazel Road and Maple Place. It's very clear from the Housing Commission report that some of these need to be either completely overhauled or knocked and rebuilt. So I'm urgently calling for regeneration of those apartment complexes.
Captain Martin Kelly.
Minister, this is an issue across the entire state, and I think every one of us are aware, and every one of us, I'm sure, that's out canvassing or anywhere else would have seen the situation in local authority houses and in other houses as well. There's a lot of HAP tenants out there that are in privately owned houses that are in very damp and very poor conditions and have serious respiratory and other problems as a consequence of it. I recently was at a house which was a HAP tenant was in a house in my constituency, and I brought someone with me who was a builder who knew the job and knew the situation. And basically what he told me is the issue here is insulation. You have the cold coming in from the outside, you have the heat on the inside. What happens? Condensation. What happens when you have condensation? It creates dampness and the water flows down the wall. We see it everywhere. The black mould, the issues with rotten furniture, rotten fry. I had an incident, in fact, if it wasn't serious, it's actually amusing. A local authority were called out to an elderly person who had their cabinets in their kitchen, the drawers were all broken, mainly because of the rot that was coming through because of the dampness. And what did the builder do when they came out to fix it? They put 3 blank drawers on it to take the bad look off it and left them with no drawers. I mean, if it wasn't serious, it would be something you'd see in some sketch on the television. This is the kind of problems that people are dealing with. But there are very, very serious issues out there as well. I recently had a situation where there was a couple in a house and the dampness was so bad and the problems were so bad that they were moving. They didn't sleep there. They only slept there in the summertime. And in the wintertime they went away and lived with this man's mother.
Because in the winter time it was so damp and so bad that they couldn't live in the house. It has been reported continuously to the local authority, and the local authority come out and look at it and say, yeah, we'll try and do something about it, we'll try and do something, but nothing ever happens. Another issue in the context of all of that is, many of these houses, what they say to them is, if another local authority house comes up soon, we'll move you to that, and then we can get in on a scheme to be done. And that's one of the problems we've got. They have to wait until they have houses empty before they'll do work on them. And that needs to change. And I think that's a note that you need to take, that there needs people out there need to get the work done in their house while they're living in them, not waiting until they move somewhere else or until they pass away. One final point I want to make, and it's in regard to insulation as well and the insulation grant. I was come off the phone earlier this evening to a person who was looking to get the grant for Sustainable Energy Ireland to wrap their house. And they were approved for the grant, everything thought was fine, but then when they went to draw it down, sorry, you can't get the grant because in 2010 a previous owner of the house got wall insulation where the walls were pumped, and the grant that they got at that time was €400. It would cost more to inspect the house than what they actually got in the grant, but now they're being turned down to get this grant, having spent the money wrapping their house with insulation. So I think there needs to be a serious look at how this is all happening for people around the country, because this government is simply letting people to live in poverty.
In today's Ireland, hundreds of thousands of ordinary workers and families are faced into an impossible situation. They are confronted with a housing crisis of unprecedented proportion. Successive Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Green-led governments have utterly failed on housing. Bad planning, mismanagement and downright dereliction has resulted in one of the worst housing shortages of social and affordable housing in Europe. And where the stock does exist, there are very many residing there are living in substandard conditions. These are drafty, cold and overcrowded homes with damp, mould and in some cases pests. From a health perspective, from a social justice perspective, from a plain decency perspective, this is not good enough. Living in social housing should not mean living in homes that are harder and more expensive to heat. Living in social housing should not mean living in an unsafe environment. Living in social housing shouldn't mean doing damage to yours or your children's health. I have an example in my own constituency, a family of 4, and there is a serious issue with their home. Due to a bonding issue, cracks are forming in the walls, paint, plaster and tiles peel away in several rooms of the house. Leaks are forming due to water escaping between bad or damaged tiling. You can't so much as put a strip of sellotape on the wall before cracks start to form. This is a serious problem in itself, but when you take into context that they have a child with a disability who then can't have a support bar placed in the bath, it outlines an even more dangerous situation. Despite being contacted several times, the local authority has yet to perform the necessary renovations. What this story makes clear is that solving Ireland's housing crisis is not just about significantly increasing the housing stock, it's also about ensuring that all homes, new and existing, are of a decent standard. Alongside increased funding for estate regeneration and response maintenance, Sinn Féin would prioritise the retrofitting of social authority homes in a way that works for people. That needs to happen, Minister. I urge you to support the motion.
John Braid.
Thanks, Ms. Corla. The single largest landlord in this state is the government, and the least accountable landlord in this state is the government. The worst offender in terms of ignoring its responsibilities to its tenants is the government. Tens and thousands of tenants live in substandard and badly maintained accommodation right across this state. In Wicklow, I deal with families and children on a weekly basis who are in damp, black, mould-infested houses, and these children are regularly on antibiotics, on steroids, often developing severe respiratory problems. And this is not the fault of the local authorities. The responsibility lies squarely with the government, because the government is simply not releasing sufficient funds to allow councils to carry out the badly needed maintenance and repairs. If that's not bad enough, there are several thousand vacant and boarded up council houses right across the state. In my own constituency of Wicklow, there are over 140 vacant and boarded up homes, some of which are being boarded up for over 2 to 3 years in some cases. And to have one house boarded up in the midst of a housing crisis is nothing short of a disgrace, Minister. But to have 140 houses in Wicklow boarded up, vacant, is a national scandal. because the government simply will not release the funds for the repairs that would allow the council, such as Wicklow, to do the pre-letting works that is needed. And that's despite repeated requests from the council to the government. You will not release the sufficient funds to allow the councils to carry out the pre-letting works. The councils don't have sufficient funds to do this themselves, nor, Minister, do they possess the skilled workforce that could carry out this work for them, as they had in the past, down to recruitment embargoes and austerity measures. They're now reliant on private contractors, which only serves to push up the costs of those works. The funding needs to be released, the houses need to be fit for purpose, and the scheduled maintenance must be allowed to happen. And, Minister, there can be no boarded up houses anywhere in the state, whether they're private or owned by the state, in the trust of the local authorities. That is a scandal. We have people on lengthy waiting lists, with people sleeping in cars, with people sleeping in overcrowded box rooms and houses the length and breadth of the state, Minister. You need to release the funding to ensure work is carried out on these substandard properties and to ensure there is no boarded up houses anywhere in the state.
Anish Antara Din.
Firstly, I just want to thank each of the deputies for their contributions. Government is not opposing the motion, but will make clear that the concerns being raised are in fact being addressed through the various stock improvement programmes run by the department, and the steps being taken to move from a response based on repair and maintenance as problems arise to a strategic and informed planned maintenance approach to the management and maintenance of the local authority social housing stock. Just some general points, Kincorla, that there's just over 146,000 local authority-owned social housing properties in the state, which have an estimated market value of over €25 billion. The proper management and maintenance of this valuable state asset is a very important matter for the department. Of equal importance, however, is the requirement that the local authority tenants who are occupying these properties are paying their weekly rents, are living in homes which provide good comfort levels for their occupants. In accordance with Section 58 of the Housing Act 1966, local authorities are legally responsible for the management and maintenance of their housing stock, including pre-letting repairs and vacant properties, the implementation of a planned maintenance programme and carrying out of responsive repairs. Local authorities also have a legal obligation to ensure that all their tenant properties are compliant with the provisions of the Housing Standard for Rental Houses Regulation of 2019. Local authority officials and elected members have a very important role in regards to making adequate budgetary provisions for housing repairs and cycle management, utilising the housing rental income available to them as part of the annual budgetary process. Notwithstanding the legal obligations on local authorities to manage and maintain their own stock, the department does provide significant annual funding support to local authorities for management and maintenance under a number of funding programmes. To that end, it should be noted that nearly €200 million per annum of exchequer funding is being provided to local authorities under the various stock improvement programme. Under the planned maintenance voids programme, the department has supported local authorities in refurbishing vacant social homes and returning them to productive use. This funding programme was introduced back in 2014 and has, to the start of 2024, returned 23,315 properties to use, with funding of almost €336 million from the department. Furthermore, as we transition to planned maintenance, €5 million of the €31 million planned maintenance void budget was ring-fenced to help support the completion of multi-annual stock condition surveys, the implementation of an asset management ICT system, and an element of planned maintenance. The transition to a planned maintenance as set out in Housing for All is continuing, and it is envisaged that the 2024 programme will be a continuation of the approach adopted by the Government since taking office. The Department will also look to ensure that future funding streams align with this approach. The ICT solution is being implemented nationally to manage the housing, asset and the planned maintenance programme. It also provides the ability to carry out and gather the data on stock condition surveys, and it is intended that the new asset management solution will be rolled out to all local authorities during 2024. Under the Energy Efficiency Retrofit Programme and the Shallow Retrofit Phase 1 and Phase 2 programme run between 2013 and 2021, over 74,000 local authority dwellings have been retrofitted with a total exchequer spend of over €166 million. 2021 saw the introduction of a new and significantly enhanced 10-year deeper retrofit programme in response to a commitment made under the programme for government. This called for the retrofit of 500,000 homes to a B2 by 2030, led by the Department of Environment, Climate and Communication, of which approximately 36,500 are expected to be local authority-owned homes. The programme requires local authorities to move to a level of retrofitting resulting in a post-works BER of B2 or cost optimal with eligible works under the programme to include attic cavity wall insulation or external wall insulation, windows and external doors, heat pumps and auxiliary works. A budget of €65 million was allocated to local authorities in 2021. 2022 saw an increase in funding with a budget of €85 million allocated to local authorities under the Energy Efficient Retrofit Programme to retrofit 2,400 properties. In 2023, there was an increase in budget of €2 million, bringing it to €87 million for the EERP to retrofit 2,400 properties, with a further increase of €3 million in 2024, bringing the budget available this year to €90 million for the EERP. Since 2021, there has been a 40% increase in funding available for this very important work. In relation to the energy performance of local authority stock, it should be borne in mind that 51%, which is 74,000 out of the 146,000 properties, have had a shallow retrofit attic cavity wall installation since 2013, which cost in the region of €166 million. Under the newly revised programme, a total of 5,766 dwellings have had a retrofit of B2 and a new windows and external doors and heat pump as at the end of 2023, which is a 15% of the overall target completed to the end of 2023. Approximately 25% of the local authority stock is already at target B2 level and would not need retrofitting, given that they were built since 2008 or have an overall upgrade deep retrofit under one of the major regeneration programmes in Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Louth and Sligo. The ambition is to have over 70% of the local authority housing stock with an A or B BER rating by 2030. Under the Disabled Persons Grant Scheme, the Department funds local authorities to carry out necessary adaptation works to local authority properties to cater for the needs of elderly and disabled tenants and families living in overcrowded conditions in local authority properties. Since 2014, the Department has provided funding of over €147 million to local authorities to support them in this work. Budget 2024 has provided €25 million to keep this important work going. Under the National Regeneration Programme that has been referenced previously, the Department provides funding which targets the country's most disadvantaged communities, those defined by the most extreme social exclusion, unemployment and antisocial behaviour. The programme ensures that the most disadvantaged communities are placed at the centre of all considerations surrounding physical, social and economic regeneration. The programme has delivered 740 new homes, with a further 188 currently on site and 1,932 in pre-construction across Limerick, Cork City, Dublin City, Dundalk and Tralee. In Dublin City, large regeneration projects are underway to replace older flat complexes with high-density high-standard mixed-tenure homes, including O'Devaney Gardens, St Teresa's Garden and St Michael's Estate in Inchicore. Just last week, Minister O'Brien opened a new social housing complex at Dominic Street in the North Inner City. Regeneration programmes to refurbish and replace flats at St Mary's, Dorset Street, Constitutional Hill, Talbot Court, Glover Court, Pierce House, St Andrew's Court, Oliver Bond House and Dominic Street West. The Cork North West Quarters Regeneration Programme is well underway and includes the demolition of 450 houses and their replacement with 678 high-quality homes. 121 new homes have been completed to date, with a further 103 homes to be completed later this year. In addition, the Limerick Terminal Upgrade Programme, also funded under the Regeneration Programme, is close to completion and will result in the refurbishment of over 1,580 existing social and private homes, achieving B2 rating. Under the Housing for All, over €70 million has been invested in the National Regeneration Programme in 2022 and in 2023. A total of €50 million is estimated to be spent on improved regeneration projects throughout 2024. Under the Housing Adaptation Grant for older people and people with disabilities, the Government's main focus in respect to the Housing Adaptation Grants is seeking to spread their benefits to further increasing this funding that is available at national level, including wider access to funding at a local level. In 2023, an initial exchequer provision of €66.5 million combined with a supplementary estimate provision of an additional €6 million facilitated the payment of over 13,000 grants. Housing for All commits to reviewing the Housing Adaptation Grant Scheme for private dwellings, and report on this review has been prepared by the Department of Housing, which is currently being reviewed and considered by the Department of
Well over time, Minister, you'll never get that finished.
Yes.
Yeah. Will be read into the House.
Yeah, okay.
If there was a copy, I think the members would appreciate
it,
if there was a copy.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah.
I didn't have a copy of the Minister's script because he was talking about 200 million, considering there's 146,000 homes. That's only 1,300 per social housing unit. So you're not going to get much bang for that buck. And considering the position of a lot of people who are living in flat complexes here in the city, or other houses that are badly built, not built for purpose, there's a lot more. Kind of you finished up your script there talking about regeneration projects, and kind of Michael's estate was one. But given that it took over 20 years to get to where we are, where we still have a total derelict site, and if there's no building work, there's none started, kind of other than the senior citizens, which is to the side, which isn't part of the main complex. The same is true of Teresa's Gardens. The main part of Teresa's Gardens is still, but there's no community there because the communities were taken out kind of to settle kind of for de-tenanting. Dolphin House, I'm on the regeneration board there. Kind of how many master plans do they have to go through before kind of any further work will happen there? There is none. There's no plan. They're being told after 20 years. Oh, well, you have to wait another 10 years. And that means another 10 years of living in conditions that are not fit for purpose. That means you're living in dampness. That means kind of your children are suffering the consequences of that dampness. That means that your door is ill-fitting because government after government have screwed the council in this city and elsewhere where they don't have proper maintenance budgets. Kind of, so they try do as much as they can with the little budget they have, but they can't fix all the problems because they don't have the money. Every year you're lucky if you're on the budget, if you're on the list for maintenance, that you might get it done in the first couple of months. After that, the budget is gone, and it's only once in a while that can be stretched. These are people we're talking about. These are people who are paying rent, who deserve good quality homes. It's not that they're living off the backs of everybody else. These are workers. These are people who are human beings who deserve not to have a chest infection every single week, not to have to bring their child to the children's hospital every second week. They are people who deserve to have a home that there isn't draft running in and out of it, and I could go on and on. It is not good enough, it hasn't been good enough, and there's never been a proper approach to it by the government.
The
The overflow in our attic was fitted incorrectly, so eventually it burst and came down through the lights in my bathroom and down through the ceiling into the sitting room and kitchen. So there's water damage in the ceilings, both upstairs and downstairs. The extractor fan is hanging by one screw. These are the words, Minister, of a county council tenant. In the words of a city council tenant, the leaks have damaged a lot of my belongings, afraid the ceilings are going to cave in as they're all cracked, radiators all blue, sink is hanging on by thread, window in front room won't close properly, bad draft in my neck, no shower to wash ourselves. These are responses that I received from people in Galway who completed a housing maintenance survey, which I conducted because it is so clear, if you're speaking to people across Galway, that people are living in substandard accommodation. And the reality is that this has a serious impact on their health. And the results of this survey are alarming because they just show once again how dysfunctional our housing system is, Minister. Nearly 90% of them said that they are currently dealing with problems in their home, and the most common problems, as we know, are mould, dampness and window issues. External doors, leaks and heating problems are also extremely common. And Minister, they do have a huge impact on the health of the people that live in these houses. Mould has serious implications in terms of breathing, in terms of coughs, chest infections. So many parents are telling me that they're constantly in with the GP, with their children, with another chest infection, another cough, and they just simply can't get rid of it. Or that their clothes are just mouldy, stink of mould, not able to wear them. And it's really having an impact on their health and on their mental health. And it is the state that is the landlord in this case. And what's really concerning is that a third of the people that conducted my survey said that no one has come to check their properties. Local authorities have to make housing maintenance an absolute priority for the health and safety of Galwegians who are renting. And we need action to ensure that minimum standards in rental accommodation are met, and particularly in that state-owned accommodation, because that's where we can act. We need investment in our housing maintenance teams. We need to look at the state as the employer that it is and bring on apprentices to help in this and meet our needs and the needs of the people of Galway.
As others have said, I suppose the end of the housing crisis is not just about building new homes, it's also about maintaining the housing stock that we have. And I suppose everyone is going to give examples of what's happening in their constituency, and people have talked about the black mould that's there. And it's common enough, Minister, like one of the issues that we tried to get as our local authority was that under the county architect that they would come together and bring in the expertise, because there's various, when we're building houses, the contents, a lot of it can create dampness and so on. And a lot of it's down to overcrowding as well, the black mould as well. But we're not doing enough, and I suppose that's the key message that we're saying here tonight. I'll give an example of one in relation to a vacant home. Back on the 1st of September, I think it was, in 2001, there was a fire in Tala where a young child was murdered, a 12-year-old child. After that, there was a commitment from the local authority that said that they would turn the shop unit into, refurbish it into houses. That's 23 years ago, Minister. And those houses still have not begun. Now, there's talk that they're going to call the building estate, the couple of buildings after the child and so on. But it's 23 years, and just an example of what's going on. I'll also give an example of the challenge of trying to get people who have medical issues. Sean Bourne, a friend of mine who would have been involved in state management, he was looking for a simple thing like a ramp to be put into his house. He had worked with the council for about 30 years in the state management, helping on a voluntary basis, and yet that man couldn't get a ramp put outside his house. So what it meant was that, anyway, to make a long story short, the man ended up dying before he could get it done. So there's a lot of cases like Sean Bourne. There's another one that I know of, that's another man that's in a similar situation that can't get a bath in, a shower, get the bathroom moved, get a shower unit. So we need to do more, Minister, and I suppose that's what this motion here tonight is about. Thank you.
Minister, we all know and agree that there is not enough affordable houses and social housing available for councils to allocate. However, we also know there are councils across the entire country that are years behind on the maintenance and upkeep of their council stock. The day-to-day maintenance of social housing is primarily funded by the rents paid by tenants. However, when it comes to county council budgets for planning and maintenance, there is huge shortfalls. Time and time again, renters are getting similar responses from county councils, and I quote from some recent cases. Having examined the matter, housing maintenance are not in a position to consider windows and doors, as currently there is no planned maintenance budget. Or, when planned maintenance funding is available, the certain mentioned housing estate will be considered. Estates like Father Murphy Park, G Mountain and Scorty, or residents in the Windmill Hills estate in Wexford Town, who are also in desperate need of replacement windows and doors. We are being messaged every day and being told every day that we must reduce our carbon footprint and be more energy efficient. Yet councils are short of inspectors, way behind on retrofitting homes, where real meaningful energy poverty can be tackled. There is a responsibility on the state to ensure the maintenance budgets are supplemented to enable them to carry out these essential and necessary works. Government must take heed. If there isn't a sea change in the funding model for councils across the country, including Wexford, communities will continue to be neglected and fall into areas of deprivation and see an increased spread in energy and fuel poverty. What is needed is the restoration of social and affordable housing at a rate of around 50,000 a year. Local authorities' grant for people with disabilities must be increased and reflect current inflationary prices. The maximum grant stands at just 30,000. Retrofitting and refurbishment grants must be simplified and made more attractive to regenerate and revigorate our small towns and villages, especially over shops and commercial premises. Lastly, more inspectors are needed to carry out inspectors and bring local authority housing stock back into decent conditions and under building construction standards, and introduce periodic stock surveys as recommended in the Housing Commission report.
Can I begin by thanking Sinn Féin for tabling this motion? The Labour Party welcomes it. There's not a word in the motion that I think we'd have any reservations at all about supporting. All the asks set out are reasonable and sensible, and I see no reason why the government wouldn't accept it and in fact implement it. Housing, as Deputy Ivana Bacek has said repeatedly, is the civil rights issue of our time. It affects every family, every individual. It is the single greatest issue holding us back from the real progress that this country is capable of achieving. It's why our schools can't fill teaching posts. It's why our hospitals are understaffed. It's why so many of our young people are looking abroad because they can't find affordable accommodation at home. Day after day, week after week, all of us are getting the emails. We have people calling to our offices talking about the housing crisis. Things are truly desperate. This obviously is a huge topic. It has many facets. We have concentrated correctly because of the lack of supply on the supply issue. But I welcome the opportunity that this motion presents to look at housing in the broader context, and that is, particularly tonight, the issue of social housing maintenance. We haven't discussed it very often in this House. Often, if we do touch upon it, it's in a tangential way. So tonight we have the opportunity, because it is a very significant issue. State-owned housing should be the standard bearer, should be the national exemplar in terms of the quality of housing that we present. And I have to say, many of the new estates that are being opened now are of that standard. I know Wexford County Council have opened a number of NZEB houses, near zero energy houses, and they're fantastic. But we have a significant stock of houses that really require significant investment, because people are required to be local authority tenants paying differential rents. They're looking at the most recent allocations and saying, by God, I wish we could live in a house like that. A house that was warm, a house that was comfortable for us. But for many of our council tenants across the country, that isn't the case. We have issues of damp and mould and drafts and leaking drains. We have inadequate maintenance, leaking roofs often, and an endless wait for the type of refurbishment and repairs that are so urgently required. And it's not the fault of local authorities. I know, talking not only to my own local authority and all our own councillors across the country, it's an issue of resourcing. Far too often, council tenants are told that, yes, the requirements are approved, yes, the improvements are necessary, but we haven't the resources to do it. And I want to say this is a fundamental issue, Lascan Corla. The advent, you will recall, of the so-called Celtic Tiger period, Bertie's 3 terms as Taoiseach, saw the virtual dismantling of the excellent housing departments that used to exist in local authorities across the country. Instead, a dependence was created on the private sector. We could lease back or purchase houses from the endless estates, new estates, some of very dubious quality, that were being built at the time. And the old idea of the planning or of a housing department, as we had excellent ones in Wexford, where they had a 5-year rolling programme, acquiring land, identifying need, purchasing the land, servicing the land, building the houses. So there's a constant flow of appropriate housing coming on stream. All of that was dismantled in the Celtic Tiger period. And I know that when we inherited a broken economy and a collapsed construction industry, as soon as we got a few bob back, I tried to rebuild that. And one of the first things I was asked to do was provide more than 400 additional staff in the housing departments across the country to start rebuilding that again. So I would hope from this motion that there would be a sense that we can rebuild that sort of energy within our housing departments that would provide the type of forward planning, resourced, identifying the land, servicing the land, so that 5 years from now we would know where the next array of houses and how many there would be meeting need, and constantly looking at the demographics to ensure that houses were built and the type of houses were being built where they were needed. We also need, Lascan Corla, to develop adequate housing maintenance skills. We need more apprentices. We need to ensure that these are not being bought in, but actually are intrinsically part of the workforce of the local authority. To have a team of permanent expert rebuilders, refurbishers, plumbers, masons, all the skill sets that are needed to ensure that the quality of housing is maintained. And equally important is, if we had that capacity, we could bring in the vacant properties. We're all scandalised by looking at the vacant properties. People on the street are homeless, and we're looking at empty properties sometimes for years. They should be compulsorily purchased. We need to strengthen the law in relation to that and have the capacity within the council to bring them back into public use at a fast pace. An allied issue is dereliction, which is a blight on our towns and our villages, and that really needs to be addressed, and I hope the Minister of State will reference that when he comes to speak later in this debate. Most local authority tenants, Lascan Corla, are extremely proud of their homes and their communities and maintain them to an extraordinarily high standard. But I want to make one point. There are the occasional one, the tenant that is not maintaining the house, causing dereliction, bringing down the quality of life for all their neighbours. And we need to strengthen the capacity of local authority housing departments again to have trained professionals to deal with those people. Some have very serious problems, sometimes addiction, sometimes mental health issues, but we need to have a capacity to deal with those individuals who really do not maintain their homes, who just have, we see it in a beautiful estate, a wreckage of a garden in the middle of it, to the shame and annoyance and the abuse in terms of quality of life of their neighbours. And that's something that I hope the Minister will also take note of. I want to make a couple of other points. We have underway a retrofit programme for local authority houses, the Warmer Home Scheme, and other schemes that are applicable across the country. Not all homes are capable of being completely retrofitted. I spoke to one specialist in the area, and he told me, he said, Brendan, it's actually cheaper to knock down the house and start again in some instances than to try and properly retrofit it. But we do need to ensure that this can be done in a time frame that is reasonable. To tell an elderly person, and I've talked to several on the doors in the last few weeks, that we will get around to retrofitting your home, but it'll be a year away. A year is very important for that person's life, and we need to put the resources in, including the recruitment of the skilled personnel, to ensure that that can be shortened. We also need to have proper adaptation of houses for an ageing population. A previous speaker talked about the difficulty in getting a ramp. For God's sake, getting a ramp, putting in proper supports in the house, walking for areas, supports in the bathroom, walk-in showers and these sort of things. That should be part of the norm. And the final point I'll make in the minute I have left is in relation to the issue of downsizing. There are lots of people who are in large houses that they can't maintain, that they can't heat, and they want a comfortable, smaller house. But it's not available in their own areas. And I hope that the Minister too would address that issue to ensure that larger houses would be utilised in a way that is appropriate for larger numbers of people. Not that anybody should be forced out of their house in any circumstances, but that those who want to downsize should have the opportunity of not having to move out of their own communities. And that means having smaller, comfortable accommodation available to them close at hand. This is a really important motion. There are many aspects to it, and I hope that it will get the appropriate attention from government and be implemented, because I think that would transform the quality of life for so many of our people.
Just Rev Bugger, the topical issues. I wish to advise the House that 2 deputies have submitted matters under Standing Order 37A, which will be listed in the official debate. The matters raised by the following deputies have been selected for discussion. Ivor Hain and Annaman Chocta Mairead Farrell to discuss the provision of a special language class at Scoil Catriona Renmore, Galway. Ivor Dó and Annaman Chocta Pádraig McLaughlin to discuss the closing of the pollock fishery and the collapse in shellfish prices for the inshore fishing industry. Garmag. So Sfeidril and Bugger Ryanish, Social Democrats, Echachta Kino Callahan.
And firstly, I want to thank Sinn Féin and Deputy Gould for putting forward this motion. And before I turn to some of the particulars in it, I mean, at the heart of this is we're discussing what's happened to public housing and how it's been allowed to be run down over the years. And I will talk about the individual impacts that has on people who are renting. But part of that running down of public housing, of course, and running down the stock and not investing into it, not retrofitting it, not maintaining it, is running down the very idea of public housing. And I think that has been part of an attempt over the years to try and say, oh, we can't have, public housing isn't working, we can't have more of it, we need to rely more on the private sector, on contracting out to private contractors for maintenance, or in terms of private landlords or whatever, to provide temporary forms of replacements for social housing and so forth. So running down our housing has also been running down the idea of public housing, and of course we shouldn't let go of the fact that when a lot of public housing in this country was built, it was of its time, it was at the time, it was of good high quality, it was ahead of its time in a lot of instances, and in fact it was quite radical in many instances. At the time we were taking people out of appalling conditions in tenements and in slums and providing good quality public housing that we were proud of as a country. And what's happened since, and especially in recent decades, is that public housing has been deliberately run down as part of a process of running down the very idea of public provision of housing. That's something that we should strongly oppose and need to oppose. One of the issues around this last Concorla is also about the funding model for public housing, and indeed maintenance for public housing being broken and that not being addressed, and there isn't detail on that in this motion. That's the only criticism I would have of this motion, and we do need to, successive governments have failed on that in terms of not having a sufficient model of funding in place. The Minister, indeed, I'm grateful for the extra time I've been given there.
You don't have to take it.
I don't have to take it. I mean, the Minister did talk about the legal obligations on local authorities on this, and that is relevant, but if the funding model on social housing and social maintenance and public housing isn't fixed, then we're going to continue to have this problem. And indeed, it is actually scandalous that local authorities owning public housing are not meeting basic standards and basic requirements, legal requirements, that any landlord has to meet. And local authorities are enforcing those standards in some instances with regard to private landlords and not adhering to those standards themselves. And some local authorities have improved significantly on that in terms of enforcement in the private sector over the last number of years. There's still some distance to go on that. One of the heartbreaking things that I see as a public representative, I have to say, is in parts of my constituency I see some people in lower incomes in much poorer health conditions than others. And the fact that a part of that at least arises from them living in substandard conditions that the local authority, due to local authority neglect of its housing stock, is absolutely shocking. And that can have really debilitating consequences for people. It can mean people being old before their time, getting into various serious health conditions, having serious respiratory conditions, and indeed that ill health and those conditions obviously affects people's physical health, their mental health and well-being, puts them under huge pressure, and it can lead to people simply dying long before others in their age group. And the fact that the state and local authorities bear some responsibility in that, in terms of poor housing standards in its own stock, is unforgivable. The motion today is very timely, given the news today that Ireland is way off meeting our climate targets to reduce emissions. According to the latest Environmental Protection Agency report, Ireland is set to miss its greenhouse gas targets by a considerable distance. The EPA analysis shows that planned climate policies and measures, even if fully implemented, will only deliver a 29% emissions reduction by 2030. That's if fully implemented, well below the 51% target in the government's climate action plan. And the EPA warns that almost all sectors are on a trajectory to exceed their national sectoral emissions for 2025 and 2030. Now, we simply do not have the luxury of time to avoid climate emergency, and in addition to this, Ireland is now facing the prospect of fines from the EU amounting to anything between €3 billion and €8 billion for not getting this right. Now, imagine what we could do in terms of retrofitting our existing social housing stock if we weren't going to be paying out those fines, and how that money would be better spent doing that. It's a scandalous waste of money. These results from the EPA are the same as last year's EPA's projections, which really begs the question, what on earth has this government been doing for the past 12 months that no progress has been made since the EPA report and projections of last year? And despite all the rhetoric coming from the government, we are way off on this. Operational emissions from the residential sector account for 9.7% of Ireland's national emissions. Retrofitting existing housing stock is one of the best ways to address this. It's also one of the best ways to address energy poverty. Almost a third of households were at risk of energy poverty in 2022. Almost a third of households. And you compare that to 2015-2016, when 13.2% of households, still a figure too high, were at risk of energy poverty. So that's a huge increase in a small number of years. It's a staggering increase. And living with energy poverty is associated with very serious negative physical and mental health outcomes, including respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, arthritis, rheumatism. And studies have shown in Ireland that Ireland has a higher level of deaths during the winter time, and a lot of that is linked to poor living conditions and energy poverty. There's an excellent report Bridging the Gap Between Energy Poverty and Energy Renovation, published by the Irish Green Building Council and Friends of the Earth, and has 34 recommendations that the government could easily implement. The key point that report makes is that hundreds of millions are being spent currently on retrofitting, but it would make sense to closely align that expenditure with the goal of reducing energy poverty, and that close alignment isn't being done at the moment. If that was done, we would get much better buy-in, of course, for the task across the population for the task of reducing emissions and tackling climate change, if a very serious approach was taken to reducing energy poverty at the same time. So retrofitting housing stock in public ownership is one of the best ways to build a scalable and efficient model to retrofit our housing stock more generally, and that's another benefit. I want to turn to another aspect of this motion, which is about housing adaptation grants. And housing adaptation grants are hugely important for assisting people with reduced mobility, older people and people with disabilities to stay in their home. It's an absolutely key measure in terms of adapting housing stock and ensuring good, safe outcomes for people whose mobility changes, especially as they get older. Now, a review in the housing adaptation grant scheme was due to be published by the end of 2022. That review still has not been published. A number of disability and older persons organisations made submissions to that review in 2022. There's a commitment in both Housing for All, with a timeline of Q4 2021, and the National Housing Strategy for Disabled People, with a timeline of Q4 2023 to implement the relevant changes from that review. You still haven't even published it. It was completed by the Department some time ago, and there's been engagement with the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. The former Minister of State in the Department of Housing, Kieran O'Donnell, stated at the Disability Matters Committee on the 20th of March 2024 that we have a review completed and a submission on it is currently with the Department of Public Expenditure to get final sanction for the money. The Department of Public Expenditure are holding up the money required to implement that highly overdue review of the housing adaptation grant scheme. And I don't need to tell anyone in this House the very serious problems there are with that scheme and the lack of funding in that and the absolute hardship that is causing people now. So it's absolutely unacceptable that the work has been done the review is sitting there and it's been held up by the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform. There are very serious issues with people on actual waiting lists for this scheme. The Freedom of Information request carried out by Alone showed that there was 85 people on a waiting list in Dunleary Rathdown, 95 in South Dublin, 194 in Fingal, 200 in Dublin City Council. Galway County had 550 people on a waiting list, allowed 562. And bearing in mind that most local authorities don't even keep a waiting list, so we're looking at thousands of people waiting on this, being held up in need because the Department of Expenditure and Reform are holding this up. So I'd implore you, Minister, to talk to your colleagues in the Department of Expenditure and Reform and get them to stop holding up that review and get on with implementing, so that people who are in absolute need of housing adaptation grants are not left waiting anymore, and they can get their houses adapted to livable conditions so they can continue to live in their homes. Gurv Magat.
Agus in ish people before profit solidarity, you have to Richard by Barry.
Minister, I think all of us are very, very familiar with the people coming into our constituency office where they show us the photographs, as I think Deputy Gould did earlier on, and can I thank Deputy Gould and Sinn Féin for this important motion. The damp rolling down the walls and the windows, and the black mould in the bathrooms, in the kitchens, in the bedrooms. Clothes being made damp as a result, bedclothes being made damp, and the prevalence of asthmatic conditions among children and older people, which, I mean, I don't know to what extent we have studied this, but it's certainly anecdotally, to me, it is absolutely obvious that there is a connection between the prevalence of asthma in working class areas, in council accommodation that is old, is not well insulated, or is badly in need of retrofit and refurbishment is obvious. It's absolutely obvious, and it's outrageous that children, because of the conditions that they're being born in, are developing very serious asthmatic conditions. And one of the things that really frustrates me, because it happens again and again and again, is when you get the maintenance section out to have a look at this, people are told to open the windows. I don't know how many times I've heard that. And we have a back and forth between the council and the tenants, or the council and us advocating for the tenants, suggesting that the problem is that people don't open their windows. I mean, how preposterous is this when in many cases we're talking about the winter months, when it's freezing? The idea that if you open the windows, that is going to solve the problem. But that's not a joke. That is very, very often the response that you get. And it is completely, completely unacceptable. So we need to do something about this. And the Minister earlier on, when he was talking about the increased investment and expenditure in this area, maybe he thought it was these were sort of hopeful comments about, for example, the 25% of the social housing stock that is at B2 level. But what that means is 75% of the 170,000 council houses in this country are below that level. And huge numbers of them are dramatically below that level. So people are living in poorly insulated homes. Very often that results in damp, affecting people's health, affecting people's mental well-being, affecting their children, affecting the most vulnerable, the young, the old, the sick, because their homes are not properly insulated and built up to the standards, or refurbished to the standards that people should be living in. And when you finally convince the council, and I know that in truth, you know, the people who are sent around, in fact, are simply giving these explanations because they know the resources are not available, the budgets are not available, or they are dependent on contractors, and it's about trying to get contractors rather than councils having the maintenance sections that they need to have, where we have direct labour of tradespeople, construction workers, people with the skills that can be directly deployed by the local authority themselves. We're instead reliant on contractors. And that has to end. We need to rebuild our maintenance sections with direct labour of tradespeople in order that people we don't have to go through the added layer of having to procure contractors to do urgent repairs or refurbishments or whatever it might be, or housing adaptations, as has been mentioned earlier on. Elderly people, often with very severe mobility problems that can't get in and out of baths, for example, or where trying to get in and out of the bath is actually a dangerous thing to be doing, but are having to wait for a walk-in shower that is actually safe for them to use. Estate regeneration also Certainly in my area, it has been long identified, for example, in areas like Sallynoggin and Monkstown Farm, that some of the housing stock is completely just totally unsuitable. What are known as the masonettes, or the upsy-downsies, as some people refer to them in Sallynoggin and Monkstown Farm, have long been identified, years and years ago, that they are not suitable. Tiny spaces, almost all chronic with damp, huge problems as well in terms of the lack of soundproofing between units, and still it hasn't happened to many of them, and people living in absolutely intolerable conditions. So these matters are absolutely urgent, and I don't think the urgency is there in terms of, I heard the Minister mentioning the budget increases, but I just took the trouble to go and look at the estimates books for the last 3 years. Energy efficiency, the amount that has been allocated is the same for the last 3 years, with an additional 2 million, but that's pittance. Right? It was 85, went to 87, and then 87 again. Planned maintenance, 30 million, 31, 31. So there's been no significant increases. Estate regeneration, 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Now, against the scale of what needs to be done, if 75% of the housing stock needs work on it, windows, brought up to the proper BER ratings, we have a very, very long way to go. I certainly know in our area, it's still a very, very small amount of the housing stock is of the older housing stock. Is up to standard. So we need to invest more in it, and we need to have our own capacity to do it, so that we are not reliant on contractors to the extent that we are. And of course, all of this, as well as the health impacts, the mental health impacts on children, older people and vulnerable people, also, in huge amounts of cases, it also means these poorest and most vulnerable people are also hit with the biggest bills. Because in a vain attempt to try and heat homes that are not properly insulated, people have to bang up the heating and spend ridiculous amounts of money trying to keep homes that are not properly insulated warm, or in many cases, they simply can't afford it at all, and simply don't heat the home and are sitting there freezing, in some cases endangering their actual lives. Certainly endangering their health, their mental well-being, but in some cases actually endangering their lives. So a hell of a lot more focus needs to go on this. We need to increase the levels of funding significantly above what they are for all of these things, for the retrofit, for the estate regeneration, for the planned maintenance, and we need to recruit more people directly into the local authorities in order to do the work, so we are not reliant on contractors.
I want to first of all thank Sinn Féin for allowing bringing forward this particular motion, and I would say it's something that I suppose I've 20 years involved in politics at local council level since 2004, and one of the big issues I've seen with housing, even when we were building houses at a volume that they were required, but the biggest problem we had was how we managed the housing stock we had. Now, I remember myself involved in building houses and going back 3 months later to find some of the houses boarded up. So from the very start, we have started off wrong by putting in place a very, very flimsy housing liaison officers. And take Galway County, we have about 5 of them in the county, to serve the county. And they, at one stage, were the people who kept their eyes and their ears on the estates, so that standards within the estates and tenant behaviour would be corrected and kept right. But alas, that is now gone, because the housing liaison officers we have are tied up in paperwork. They're tied up sitting at desks looking at computers rather than being out on the ground, and we need a lot more of them. And it's not a cost, Minister, it's an investment. And when I say that is that we need to make sure that the tenant understands their responsibilities, but we also need to make sure
that the landlord, who are the local authorities, understand their responsibility as well. I know of houses that were built in Gilmartin Road in Tuam in the late 80s, and we demolished them 5 years ago. New houses with taxpayers' money, and rebuilt more new houses. The reason they had to be knocked is because they fell into disrepair, because they weren't being managed by the local authority, because they didn't have the money to do it. Other estates that we have built have gone that way as well. And then when you have a dropping in standards, tenants, or some tenants, are inclined to drop their standards as well. And that's when you create real problems in estates. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that we empower the local authority with the resources they need to manage the existing estates, and to manage them in a way that standards do not fall, whether it's a tenancy or whether it's the quality of the building. I heard people talking about the dampness on the walls and the marks, the black soot on the walls, and all of this that goes on. And that is true, that's happening in a lot of estates. But I would say from my own experience, one of the problems there is that we take out the old timber window that was in and we put in a new fine sealed double glazed PVC window. But we don't do what we should do around the windows to make sure that there's ventilation, first of all, on the window, and secondly, that the damp courses are right so that water doesn't come in through the... And these are small things, but these are things that cause the real problems. I would like to move on from that then and talk about the new housing estates that we're now building. And this is another area where I see we're sleepwalking ourselves into another disaster over the next 10 years, because we're building houses at a pace which is required, and more if we could do them, for social housing. But we do not give the resources to the local authorities to start the management of these estates now, rather than waiting for 5 or 10 years when things start to go wrong. And the houses we're building now are more technical in nature. There's a lot more equipment, a lot more zoning of heating. It's all technical, and it all needs to be serviced and upgraded and kept right. Otherwise we will lose guarantees. With solar panels, with batteries, with all of this. But how do we actually maintain them now? And how do we train our tenants to actually know how to use them properly so that they get the best value out of them for themselves? We don't do that. We give them a tenancy agreement. We tell them what they're responsible for, and we walk away. And we don't go back until there's a problem. But I do believe that we are creating a huge asset in this country, which is our social housing stock. It's taxpayers' money that's being used to deliver it. But we have to put the additional money in place now to make sure that we manage it and keep it to the highest possible standards. The same as anybody would keep their house, rather than waiting for it to go into disrepair again. The other issue I want to raise, and it has been raised before here, is about the housing adaptation grants, the mobility grants, and also the housing aid for older people. And it is true, in the Disability Matters Committee, I raised it with the former Minister, Kieran O'Donnell. The review was complete in March. It was with Deeper. They were looking at the costs. And I was expecting that within a month or two we would have the review would be published. Because I come across it day in, day out, where people with bathrooms, where they have their baths in them and they want to get a level, a wet room into them, and it'll cost maybe 7,000 or 8,000, maybe 10,000, and they're not getting enough of a grant for these people to be able to make the transition. It'll keep people in their homes longer, keep people out of hospital, and it would also save the state an awful lot of money. The construction costs have gone up, as you know, Minister, and we haven't increased the level of funding to actually take care of that increase. And also we need to increase the income threshold levels to allow more people to get a better grant. But what the last thing I hope doesn't happen is that we'll say there's more money in it and expect the local authorities to provide that additional money as a percentage out of their own funds, because local authorities don't have it. I think this has to be real government action to make sure that these grants, which are very good, and every local authority, the staff there are doing wonderful work in processing the applications, doing all of that. But at the end of the day, there's so much more we could do for people to keep them in their homes, living independently for longer. And I think it's one of the things that we can do very, very handily. I also believe that the retrofit scheme of local authority houses is very, very slow. And what's happening is local authorities are saying, oh yeah, we have a retrofit programme, so we won't be doing anything with this house until we do the retrofit programme. And that could be 2-3 years down the road. And this again is causing a huge amount of problems, because people are living in dampness, they might be living in cold, they might be living with a range that's not working right, or they might be living with a chimney that's not pulling right, and they still a lot of these houses still have solid fuel. And basically what I'm saying is we need to make sure that we fast track the retrofitting of the houses, and I know that we need to improve and increase the number of resources we have within our housing departments to look after all of that maintenance. And we have to invest in it, otherwise we are just devaluing the national asset we have, which is our local authority houses. And I think that is the most important thing, is that we realise that this is an asset that we have. We're housing people, but the houses are owned by the state, and we need to maintain them. And as somebody else said, if a private landlord has some of the local authority houses the way they are, the condition they're in, they would be before the RTB, and there would be serious ramifications. But it doesn't seem to happen when the local authority is involved. So what I would say to you, Minister, there's a lot of things happening, as was set out by Minister Dillon earlier, but not enough is happening, and not enough is happening quick enough. And I know some of it is down to resources in terms of people, but I do believe there is merit also in building up our maintenance teams in-house in each of the local authorities. And if we do that, over the next 5 to 10 years, we will see that we will have an efficient working maintenance crew in every municipal district that will actually be able to take care of the problems as they arise, rather than waiting for an engineer to go out and look at the problem, come back, have to do a bit of paperwork to get a contractor, and it's maybe another 5 or 6 months before anybody visits the site. And the last thing I want to again urge is that when we have vacant properties, we have a vacant property grant for private houses of 50,000 and 70,000, but we still have vacant houses within the local authority housing stock. We have voids, and the time it takes to turn the void into a habitable house again takes way, way too long. And we have people looking at the house who are looking to get a social house, and it might be, I've seen houses that are empty for maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years, and that's not right. And with our own housing stock, as I say, we need to be able to utilise it for the benefit of the people who need their houses. So, Kencora, I thank you for your time, and I thank Sinn Féin again for bringing in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, Deputy Canny. Deputy Richard O'Donoghue, please.
Minister, at the outset of this, I'm in the construction business all my life. But what I want to ask you, Minister, is the government facilitating a one-stop shop cartel? And the reason I'm asking you this, Minister, is can the Minister clarify why the registered independent bear assessor are not included to provide the home energy assessment which is required to apply for a loan under the Home Energy Loan Scheme, as the energy assessment can only be conducted by an SEAI registered one-stop shop energy partner or community project coordinator? So are you saying so that an independent bear assessor who goes under the same restrictions and training as a one-stop shop assessor cannot do an assessment on a house to apply for a loan? That to me is a cartel. That means that you do not recognise independent bear assessors. That to me is a breach of competition law, if that's the case. And we've just heard by Deputy Kenny just say there that there's a hold-up on people to do assessments. There's a hold-up on people, contractors to do work. So they're saying there's a people problem, but yet you've actually closed the door on independent bear assessors. Does the Minister agree that the Borough Assessor are more than qualified to provide the home energy assessment required for the home energy upgrade loan scheme, and by excluding domestic Borough Assessors that are not on the ACI technical assessment panel is anti-competitive and restricts choice to the homeowner? Again, Minister, to me it's competition law. And if you've only got a one-stop shop that are dictating the rules to everyone, very little competition in that. That means if I was a building contractor tomorrow morning and I'm the only building contractor, I can charge what I like. That's wrong. And how do we get retrofitting done if we have only the one system to go through? The same thing happened with pyrite. You only allowed certain engineers under a system again to assess the houses. And now you ask anyone that has pyrite in their house, the cost of getting their house assessed is gone through the roof. If you can get them, and you might have to wait months for someone to come and give you an appointment, the first thing they do is they give you a price to assess your house. And you better take it or leave it because there might be no one else to assess it. That's what they're telling them. Again, you tied it up. There's engineers in this country that are indemnified through insurance and all this stuff, have building records for years that you're saying are not qualified to assess a building like that. Structural engineers. Not textbook engineers. We're talking structural engineers. They can get you out of a problem without looking at a book by looking at the problem. And you're closing the door on that as well. So how can we progress and make sure that the retrofitting happens enough, make sure that people's house can get fixed fast enough, but all you do is tie it up in bureaucratic paperwork, and then it costs people an arm and a leg to get something done. And I went back to the pyrite again, and I'm saying this again, when it came back to the foundations. You wouldn't allow the foundations in the scheme. Even though any engineer would tell you that if foundations are out of date, the new structure's too big for it. And it wouldn't work. But no. You decided no, you knew best, and you were going on under one rule. Minister, if you want things to progress, if you want people to retrofit their houses, why can't you trust the qualified people in this area to do a better assessment? It's the same as being an electrician. They come out and they have people that come out and do a spot check on one or two houses to make sure that they're doing the right readings. The same thing can apply here, that you can put in a governance, that there is a spot check to make sure that they're doing it in accordance with the BER. That's how you get the most out of people and you get the most work done, and you don't tie it up in paperwork. And you don't allow inflation, which is happening with the Borough Assessors that are there at the moment under the SEI one-stop shop. So, Minister, I'm asking you to look at this in haste to make sure that we can get people's house retrofitted in a timely manner. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank Deputy Richard O'Donoghue for sharing his time with me, and to thank Sinn Féin for bringing this motion before the Dáil here this evening. I'd like to deal with a couple of quick practicalities, Minister. I want to thank our local authority, Kerry County Council, the housing staff, the clerk of works, the people that I would deal with on a daily basis who are engaged in dispensing of and spending of the money that they get from central government to do the works that are required in their own housing stock, first of all. But we're falling far short all the time. And what I want to highlight first of all is voids. I hate the word void. A void is a fancy word for an empty house. I'd much rather see you saying, well, this local authority or that local authority has so many empty houses. Yeah. The person who thought up of the word void, it was a fancy way of making it a bad situation not look as bad as what it actually is. With the massive amount of people, for instance, in Kerry County Council is remit that we have waiting for local authority houses, there is no reason in the world why we should have local authority houses empty. Canvassing an awful lot recently, I can picture in my head one housing estate, I won't say where it is, but 3 lovely houses in a row, and they would have been 2-bedroomed houses, and the 3 of them are idle for a very, very long time. That just does not make sense to me. There would be 6 people, for example, maybe or more, that could be living in those houses if they were quickly renovated. It just does not make sense. And it's not our local authorities' fault, it's the fault of management here, as we'll call it in government and in the housing department. Another thing that seems to be totally gone bonkers altogether is the maintenance of local authority houses. What I would like to see happen, I'd like to see our local authorities being treated the same way as if they were privately owned houses. And what I mean by that is, if a person is renting out a property, and if the person renting that property says the boiler isn't working, the latches and the windows aren't working, the heating system, there's this wrong, there's that wrong, the door is catching, the person that owns that house is duty bound, and rightfully so, to carry out the necessary repairs. If we were the stubborn owner of the property and if they wouldn't do it, who would be the person that would be going enforcing the doing of the work? Only the bloody local authority in the first instance. So there is clearly in Ireland today, there is one rule if you own a property and if we've rented it out, and again, rightfully so, there are stringent rules about you. But if you're the local authority and you're renting it out to a member of the public who was on the housing list and rightfully so got that house, there's a different rule for them. That doesn't make sense to me. And if Sinn Féin were to achieve one thing here tonight in this motion, if that got highlighted and if that got outed, that why aren't the local authority treated the same as the private person? And another thing, as I mentioned, doors and latches and windows. Up until a number of years ago, it was a fact that it was the responsibility, and rightfully so, of the local authority. If the door was sticking, if there was something wrong with the locking mechanism, if there was some issue with the windows or doors, it was their responsibility. Lo and behold, not only did the rules change, but every local authority tenant was written to and told, if your windows, if your locks, if your latches give trouble, it is now your responsibility. Could you imagine the outrage there'd be in Ireland tomorrow if somebody decided, well, every private property owner that's renting a property is no longer responsible for this or that or the other thing? There'd be rightfully war about it. But it happened with our local authority houses. Now, our local authority people that are living in those houses, they don't deserve to be treated in a lesser way than a person living in a privately owned house. That's not fair. That's not equal. That's not what living in a house, if you're renting it, should be about. Every person should be treated equally. So I'd respectfully ask you, Minister, to please look at that. And again, if this motion was to achieve highlighting situations like that, it would be very, very important. And please do something about the voids. It's actually sinful, Minister. And you know I'm not fighting with you about this, I'm just stating it. It's sinful to see houses, be the houses, bungalows for 1 or 2 persons, or family houses, to see them idle. It's actually a shame. And to be thinking of young mothers and dads and maybe middle-aged or older people waiting for a house and house security. And they're everywhere. They're in every place where there is local authority housing, and not just in Kerry but throughout the country, and it doesn't make sense to me, and I really would like to see you addressing that. You say that you're serious about tackling the housing crisis. Well, that's a very easy place to start. You own the houses already, just please put them back into use, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Deputy Healy-Rae. Now, Deputy Thomas Pringle, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this motion regarding local authority housing maintenance and repair. I support this motion and its calls to significantly increase the funding for the social housing retrofitting programme to improve energy efficiency and reduce energy poverty. However, I notice that this motion completely lacks a rural aspect, which is very disappointing. Although there is no doubt that significant refurbishments are required to inner-city dwellings, there are many rural dwellings that also require significant funding and refurbishments, and this motion fails to address this in any way. I have been contacted by many constituents living in social housing that is not fit for purpose, some in horrendous conditions. Many are forced to wait long periods of time before the council is able to fix or find suitable alternatives for people. In Donegal, this is made even harder by the fact that hundreds of houses across the county are affected by defective blocks. Everyone has a right to feel safe, comfortable and warm in their own home, but many are deprived of this and many more struggle to heat their homes with continuous hikes in fuel costs as well. There is no doubt that we need to transition to a zero carbon economy to ensure a better future and better quality of life for everyone across the world. However, it is understandable that people, particularly those who are struggling to make ends meet, are apprehensive about this. This is because the average citizen is often expected to take the biggest hit for this transition, and this is extremely unfair and completely unjust. I have called on the government many times to ensure that we are moving towards a just transition. However, this is not what has been happening. Rural Ireland gets a bad rep for not caring about the environment, when nothing could be further from the truth. Many in rural Ireland work directly with the land and the sea and care very much about the well-being of the planet, but many are also just trying to make ends meet. The truth is that sustainable energy in this country is limited to those who can afford it, and contributing positively to the environment is limited to those who can afford to as well. The government has made this the case and then wondered why rural communities are not getting on board with retrofitting or electric cars, or indeed the ban on turf cutting either. For many in rural Ireland, cutting turf is a cost-effective way of providing a source of heat and cooking for their homes and an income for some people as well. Anyone who spends a day in the bog will tell you of the amount of work that goes into this. There is a reason that people across rural Ireland engage in this intense and heavy work for days at a time, because the alternatives were unaffordable, is the real reason. After the crash, it was really noticeable in rural Ireland how many people actually went back to turf cutting. It wasn't for the love of working in the bog anyway, that's for sure. It was because they couldn't afford to heat their houses and without turf, and that was plain and simple. It seems that the government has a real lack of understanding of this. Although I do recognise the need to ban turf cutting, this heat source and income source was never replaced. Instead, people were being forced to pay significantly for retrofitting and the ongoing cost of electricity that it brings. Government grants, like many of its grants across housing, are limited to those who can already afford the costs, and this is difficult for a just transition as well. The energy transition process in rural Ireland has been overwhelmingly negative, and the government wonders why they are so against climate policies. The transition process has become synonymous with job losses and lower living standards in recent years, and it is the government that is forcing the public against climate action policies because of this. I agree that good housing policy is not only about the number of homes delivered, but the quality of those homes and the quality of lives of those living in them as well. People should be supported and funding should be provided to make the necessary energy changes to their homes. And the government has a particular responsibility to ensure, through funding for local authorities, that those living in social housing have good quality homes. It is also important that the core policy of the government is to guarantee access to affordable, sustainable energy. That would be achieved simply, I believe, by breaking the pricing link of electricity to gas prices and make it more realistic, and then we would see an embracement of renewables for people right across the country, because the reality is that people cut turf because they can't afford anything else and they can't afford any other heat source, and that's the problem. And we're asking people and we're saying to people that you can't be cutting turf, but yet you have to pay for electricity to heat your house, and that they simply don't have that money. And they don't have to be facing it, and that's what it's about. But there's absolutely no doubt about it. But anybody that went to the bog doesn't go to the bog for the love of it. Anyway, that's for sure. And I know that from personal experience myself as well. It's because you can't afford alternatives, and that's the reality, and that's what we have to make sure that people have. Thank you.
Bringing back memories for me there now, Deputy Pringle. But anyway, Minister Noonan, please.
Margaret, yeah, I think my mother, as a proud Kildare woman, would probably concur with the comments of Deputy Pringle there too. First of all, I just want to thank all the deputies for their contributions. I'll just come back with a few responses before I go to the closing. Quite a number of deputies have raised the issue of apprentices and direct maintenance within local authorities, and certainly I raised this with officials during the briefing today as well. I think it is actually an important point. You know, there was a time in local authorities when there was maintenance crews within all the local authorities who carried out small works, small maintenance works to local authority housing stock, and be that drains or be it door latches or windows. I do think that it is an important part of it. We've contracted out an awful lot of what used to be direct labour in local authorities, and where local authorities had small apprenticeship programmes within them, and I do think it's something that should be given consideration to as well, to have that mobility and that flexibility to carry out works to prevent houses deteriorating further and then being even more of a cost on the local authority as well. Deputy Howland as well raised issues about antisocial behaviour and the issue of downsizing, which I think is something that is, I think we're all probably listening to that on doorsteps in recent weeks. And I think it's something that could be or should be reflected in local authority housing strategies into the future, I think, in giving options to older people who want to downsize. Again, a number of deputies have raised the issue of substandard conditions and social housing, respiratory issues and respiratory conditions, still an issue in some local authority stock, and particularly an issue in relation to traveller accommodation. I think it's something I've come across quite a lot, where traveller accommodation is substandard in some cases. Also, Deputy Callan raised the issue of the climate targets and the EPA report, a very pertinent point, and the retrofitting programme. I will give figures on that in my closing as well, but I do think the figures are starting to move in the right direction, particularly over the last 2 to 3 years. And again, a number of deputies raised the issues of the housing adaptation grants, that review. Again, I will bring that back to the department where that review is at, with again, mould and poor ventilation. And Deputy Canny as well raised some very important issues around the resources to manage housing stock, particularly new stock that's being constructed, to have those maintenance teams in place and to ensure that tenants are aware of the new technologies that are driving the energy efficiency in their homes. Deputy Donoghue, I'll take that question back to the department with me and get back to you in relation to that in terms of BR assessors. And again, I agree with the points raised by Deputy Pringle on rural housing. There is quite a lot of rural housing stock that in local authority stewardship, social housing, that requires equal attention, while the focus of today very much has been on the urban. I think the rural houses, social housing stock is just as important. So thank you all for your contributions. I just want to echo the comments made by Minister Dillon and reassessed this government's commitment to tackling challenges in the housing sector, while also acknowledging the steps being taken by government to ensure strategic and informed programmes of planned maintenance work for local authority housing is implemented and supported by individual stock condition data and the appropriate ICT assessment asset management solution. We know inadequate housing conditions can have a real impact on people's lives and the nation as a whole. We understand how important it is that local authority tenants who are occupying those properties and paying their week's rent are living in homes that provide good comfort levels for their occupants, and that these properties are meeting standards as set out in the Housing Standards for Rented Houses Regulations of 2019. Local authorities as landlords must ensure that properties meet with these same minimum standards, and that point was raised by Deputy Healy-Rae. We don't underestimate the scale of the challenge in going from a predominantly responsive maintenance approach to housing stock management and maintenance to a proactive and a planned approach informed by stock condition surveys. Given the very significant investment to local authority stock improvement programmes since government has come into office, £558.6 million is expected that local authorities should, by the end of the year, be in a strong position to complete the transition to a strategic and informed planned maintenance approach. This government is also funding an extensive programme of regeneration to refurbish and or replace older flat complexes in Dublin City, with excellent progress being made with projects such as O'Devaney Gardens, Teresa's Gardens, St Michael's Estate and Inchicore, as well as plans being put in place for refurbishment and rebuilding at flat complexes including St Mary's, Dorset Street, Constitution Hill, Matt Talbot Court, Glover Court, Pierce House, St Andrews Court, Oliver Bond House and Dominic Street West. In Knocknaheeny, on the north side of Cork City, the Cork North West Quarter regeneration programme is well underway and includes the demolition of 450 houses and their replacement 678 high-quality homes. 121 new homes have been completed to date, with a further 103 homes due to be completed later this year. The Sinn Féin motion that has been tabled for this evening's debate, although not being opposed, doesn't fairly represent the efforts and progress that this government has made and is making. They make the point that we need to ensure that the social housing stock is maintained to the highest standard, create a dedicated annual fund for local authorities to supplement their existing response maintenance budgets. This is in train. Local authorities are being asked to ensure all their tenanted properties are in compliance with the Housing Standards for Rented Houses regulations of 2019. Dedicated funding is also in place, as has been outlined by Minister Dillon in his opening statement. To reiterate, 90 million is available for energy retrofit programmes, an increase of almost 40% since the new programme was implemented in 2021, €50 million in 2024 for the regeneration programme, which will provide funding for all projects in the pipeline. €31 million is available under the planned maintenance voids, with €5 million of this funding ring-fenced to help support the completion of stock condition surveys, the implementation of an asset management ICT system and an element of planned maintenance works as a result of these surveys this year. The Disabled Persons Grants for Local Authority Housing receiving a budget of €25 million, with a further €75 million available to the Housing Adaptation Grants for older people and people with a disability. But again, I'm noting the points made by deputies in relation to that review. And a very significant funding is available under the Department's new build funding programme, where existing and substandard estates and flat complexes were once being demolished and new ones built. These figures do not include the funding for local authorities to provide from their own resources, and to that end, given the legal responsibility on local authorities with regard to management and maintenance, there is a very important role that they play to ensure adequate budgetary provision for the purpose of housing repairs and cyclical maintenance of rental income. This government has supported the remediation of 10,820 vacant local authority owned homes, and again this was raised by Deputy Canny and Deputy Healy-Rae. I know he called them voids, but since coming to office it has delivered 5,766 retrofits to B2 cost supplemental BER, and has increased funding year on year to support local authorities in their work in this area. The Sinn Féin motion mentions that there should be a significant increase in funding for retrofitting and regeneration to speed up the delivery of much-needed refurbishment of older inner-city flat complexes, while also significantly increasing the funding for social housing retrofitting programmes to improve energy efficiency and reduce energy poverty. Again, this work has been done. Funding for retrofit has increased by over 40% over the past 3 years to €90 million available in 2024. Furthermore, the ambition is to have 70% of local authority homes at an A or B rating by 2030. Included in this is the 36,500 homes that are to be retrofitted under the programme for government commitment. Funding for a national regeneration programme has remained consistent under Housing for All. This reflects the government's continued commitment to address physical, social and economic regeneration in the most disadvantaged communities, as evidenced by the recently opened Dominic Hall complex in Dublin's North Inner City. The programme's funding is an integral part of the overall approach to regeneration, and it also helps to leverage additional mainstream funding for the benefit of the relevant areas. I would like to note again that this programme is currently under review to ensure it continues to meet the overall objectives of addressing the challenges faced by disadvantaged communities all across the country. I want to reiterate the work this government has done since coming into office is working. We will continue doing everything in our power to support local authorities to ensure their homes comply with the relevant standards and provide good comfort levels for their tenants. But I thank all of the deputies for their contributions this evening. They've been very useful and informative, and again a very constructive debate, and I thank Sinn Féin for bringing forward the motion. Thank you
very much. Now, Deputy O'Murrough, Deputy Conway-Walsh and Deputy Gould.
Look, many of my colleagues, Minister, have already spoken about the fact that in some cases, some of every council's best tenants, those that are in houses longest, are dealing with mould, they're dealing with cold, and they're dealing with absolutely brutal sets of circumstances. And I'm sure, like everyone else, you all have people coming to you and saying, I've never looked for anything, but I cannot get a window fixed, I can't get a door fixed. And look, we all know that the biggest issue is like windows and doors across the board, but you talk to Louth County Council and see the housing department. I can only say good things about the guys that I'm dealing with, but I know they're robbing Peter to pay Paul. They don't have a sufficient budget basically to do what you need to do, and I suppose this is all nearly hidden because we're in the middle of such a dysfunctional housing and rental sector and all those particular issues that they are. But I suppose that one glimmer of hope was the retrofitting. And Louth County, right, and the target, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong at any stage, was 36,000 houses by 2030, which would probably tell you that, you know, and Louth County Council has 4,200 in stock and probably somewhat more even at this stage. And I know that initially, let's say, the target for Louth would have been in 2021 was 60. It then rose to 105 in 2022 and was the same in 2023. But I'll just use one example. Louth County Council was able to get 205 houses retrofitted in 2023. That's because other councils probably didn't have the air level of capacity. They were able to get business done. They got 424 done, I think, right up until the end of last year. Right, so that's spectacular work. But the problem is, so they got 205 done last year. Their target was 105. Their target this year is 140. Way less. So that tells me we have a particular problem here. So if you're talking about reviewing this system, I'd say you need to look at Louth County Council that has capacity to do a hell of a lot more. So, and look, this was dealing with some of our issues in relation to windows and doors, not all of it. Also, what they will also tell you is over previous years, you were able to deal with 35% of the houses you dealt with were the ones that needed the most action, and 65% were those that needed more, less, as I say, of that level of retrofit. But the problem is at the minute, because of the monies, they can only operate at 15%. Look, I could talk about voids and I could talk about housing adaptation grants, but I'm out of time, not for the first time here.
Overtime, and that's not for the first time either. Minister, this is a really, really important issue. And the reason it's so important is because it's simple to fix and it could have been fixed. Now, we have to remember, and I'm sorry that Minister Dillon isn't here, because his party have been in government for 13 years. And to be in this at this stage after 13 years is just not acceptable. And he will know from his own councillors in Mayo that the truth is being told here in terms of what the housing stock is like, and for very simple jobs of maintenance to be done. Now, I want to commend the workers that are there, but the problem is that in the last 13 years, the workers in the council, the maintenance workers, have been cut back, so there aren't enough of them there to do the jobs that are needed to be done. The other issue is there's loads of money there until you go looking for it. And then we don't have money to do this, we don't have money to do that, we don't have money to do the other. And that is wholly unacceptable when we're in a situation where we have a surplus of 8.6 billion. We just cannot allow it to continue. And sometimes we wonder in rural areas, is it because we live so far out in rural areas that we're completely forgotten about in Mayo in relation to what needs to be done? People deserve to live with adequate standards, not because things like the wind blowing through the windows or the doors and electrics not working properly or faulty, all of those simple jobs. I know our own councillor, Jerry Murray, highlighted some emergency cases a couple of weeks ago at a meeting in Mayo County Council where one elderly person was left without heat over a weekend. Another person has still had a piece of ply in the window, but almost a week after reporting it when the window was broken. Another family I'm dealing with in Ballina, the council has pyrite. We have to get the issue of pyrite sorted out for council houses as well. Tenants who are paying rent to Mayo County Council, their houses are falling down and nothing is being done to tell these tenants when they are going to get the houses fixed. We know we're going to have to get those houses fixed sooner or later, so why not do them now? It's very obvious they have pyrite. Why not get on with the work that needs to be done and let these people get on with their lives? And that's just the council tenants. So could you please escalate the pyrite scheme for council tenants, because it's not acceptable that we leave them in this limbo. Thank you.
Very good. First of all, I just want to let Deputy Pringle know, well, he'll probably hear later on, that our motion goes for both rural and urban. It goes for all 31 local authorities, and what we're looking for is a major investment in both money and staff to deal with housing maintenance issues. And no disrespect, Minister, your response here earlier on, just here now, and the other ministers earlier on, just shows the reality of how out of touch yourselves and this government is with people who live in local authority housing. Like, the issues that we're dealing with every day, and I assume you're out in the canvas, every time we go canvassing, outside of housing, getting people social housing or getting people affordable or cost rental. The next issue is housing maintenance. Like, we have flats in Cork City with split-level masonettes, right, that were built in the middle of the last century. Noonan's Road, Cattlemarker Avenue, Baker's Road, Clashdove Road, right? These are just examples. Residents of Noonan's Road had to lead a campaign. The conditions they were living with were atrocious. Like, and that's not just us or them saying it. This Cork City manager came out and looked at it. She couldn't believe the conditions that people were. No, they're fighting the campaign. We have another group of people in Glentrasna, in the Glen, being led by one of our local election candidates, Krista Daly. The conditions of their houses. But can I say this though? I don't want to criticise Cork City Council, but they have a limited budget. They're telling me they don't have the money, they don't have the staff to do the works. So, Minister, we have people who are crying out, and like we touched on it earlier on, the effects that this has had on people's health is just devastating. Like, you have children and older people in particular who are developing chronic asthma, COPD and other lung conditions. And there was a young 2-year-old child in 2020 on Isak who died in England, and it was said afterwards that it was the mould got into his lungs. Now, we have children in our local authorities that are looking at that mould every day of the week. And I showed these photographs earlier to the Minister. Like, the government is just shrugging its shoulders. You have a legal responsibility. And like the Minister said earlier on, and you said yourself there, that it will be, you're moving from reactive to proactive, right? It'll take you 10 years at your current funding levels. And even at that, I don't know will you get there. It's too little, it's too late. And let's be honest, you're in government 4 years now with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, but they're the cause of this problem. They decimated local authorities after the financial crash with an embargo on employment, and we're cutting the funding to all the local authorities. So what we have now is local authorities working on a skeleton crew. People are living in mould, damp, drafty houses. They're spending every penny they have trying to keep them warm. They're trying to look after their children. And your thing is, we're not recognising what you're doing. Is that your thing? We're not giving you a clap in the back. Come down to Cork. Come down to Cork. Go to Dublin. Go to any park. Go to Mayo. And meet with the families there who are living in these conditions. So stop looking for a pat in the back and come out and meet people, because people are suffering. And these are the facts. And Minister, you talked about retrofitting, right? 146,000 houses, 36,000 are grade B2 or better, right? Another 36,000 to be done by 2030. You cannot reach that figure. If there's one thing I ask you tonight, will you reach that figure? Because doing 2,400 a year will not get us there. But what about the other 70,000 people who are living in social housing? What about them? Where are they supposed to go? What about their children? Like, there's an election at the moment, local authorities, right? People are asking these questions at the door. They want to know in 9 years' time, if they'll vote for councillors, can they deliver? And what we're saying, with a Sinn Féin government and Sinn Féin-led local authorities, we will deliver for people in social housing. And like, Minister, you're talking about what you're doing. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have decimated local authorities. And I feel sorry for officials who are trying to cover up the neglect of 13 years of Fine Gael and 8 years of Fianna Fáil, because they were the people who wrecked this country in the financial crash. And the Green Party, you're propping them up. You're propping up Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And just to finish in this, there's a man from there, he got a stroke. He's in Mallow, he's back home, he's looking to go to a suitable accommodation. He was offered a house 9 doors down the road in the same block. How's he going to get into Mallow? How is he going to see his GP? How's he going to get the physiotherapy? He doesn't drive, he doesn't have a family. And the local authorities, I have another lady, she's a victim of institutional abuse, savage abuse, has given her accounts to the Dáil here. She cannot get accommodation. This is a lady who's been a victim and a survivor. Where is this government for these people? And the last point I would make, I had a lady who contacted me last night from the Glen. In January there was a storm, broke the hinges in 2 of our windows upstairs. She has them tied on since January. And know what she's doing now? She's paying a man to fix them Friday because Cork City Council doesn't have the money to do the work. It's a shame.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Motion regarding local authority housing maintenance and repairs. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Motion agreed?
Agreed.
Motion is agreed. Thank you very much. That enables us now to proceed to questions to the Minister for Education. Advocacy. Briv an aire agus an aire stáit. Tusníimiis leis an cheistíomhar a héin. Tágann sé sin an teachta Sorcha Clark. Deputy Clark, to introduce question number 1, please.
Minister, can you provide us with an update as to whether you'll provide the appropriate space for students attending Fermoy Educate Together National School as per your department's own building manual?
Minister.
The school under reference in Fermoy was established in 2018 under the patronage divestment process. Fermoy was one of a number of areas surveyed in 2012-2013 under the patronage divesting process, where there was sufficient parental demand supporting changes in school patronage. The areas surveyed were areas where demographics were not growing, and therefore it was unlikely that a new multi-denominational school would be established for demographic reasons alone. The clear policy on patronage divesting was to use existing education infrastructure to facilitate provision of diversity in areas where there was no demographic imperative to establish new schools. The reason for this approach was the imperative, equally valid now as it was then, to focus the school's capital programme on the provision of additional mainstream and special education school places at both primary and post-primary levels to ensure that every pupil can access a school place. As part of the process of identifying a suitable accommodation solution which would facilitate the establishment of the school, the Department liaised with Cork Education and Training Board. In order to facilitate the establishment of the new school, the ETB agreed to the co-location of the Educate Together school at the former technical school in Fermoy, together with some of the ETB's further education and training services. Prior to the establishment of the new school in 2018, under the patronage divesting process, the Department and Educate Together as the school patron agreed that given the accommodation available at the property and the need for the ETB to accommodate some further education and training services from the property, the school would be established as a 4-classroom school and that the school would maintain this configuration in the accommodation in the former technical school unless an existing school building was freed up for use in the area. As part of this engagement, the Department outlined to the school patron the importance of enrolments being managed within the available accommodation in a sustainable way, and that this would be communicated by the school Board of Management so that parents could be fully informed and in order to manage expectations. Yep. Okay. Okay.
That response, it's almost verbatim a response that was given to my colleague Pat Buckley last week when he raised this under topical issues, and it is actually verbatim to the response from your private secretary to the school. But you see, here's the thing, Minister, the school aren't asking to go above their 104 cap. They're not asking for a greenfield site or a new school. They're simply asking for the correct space for the children that are in the school at the moment. Now, I understand that enrolment is due to rise to 96 this year, which is still well below the 104 that you referenced there. But, Ceann Corley, you really have to go and have a look at the photographs that have been posted, not only on the local media, but in national media as well, about the conditions that these children are learning in, the conditions that staff are trying to provide appropriate education in. It is simply not good enough. It is actually intolerable what it is that this school are going through on a daily basis. And in fairness to the principal has actually put forward 3 suggestions themselves. They want to find a solution to this because they recognise the needs of the students cannot be met in the current environment.
Deputy. And again, just to reiterate, as part of the engagement with the school patron, the Department did outline what was available at that time, and that it would be a shared process between the ETB and the school, and that was agreed at the time. However, the school has taken the decision to accept a significant increase in enrolments from 52 in the 2022-23 school year to 85 in the 2023-24 school year. Individual school authorities are responsible in the first instance for ensuring the safety and welfare of children and others in their care. The configuration of classes and the deployment of classroom teachers are done at a local school level. The Department's guidance to schools is that the number of pupils in any class is kept as low as possible, taking all relevant contextual factors into account, for example, classroom accommodation and fluctuating enrolments. The role of the Department is to ensure that all schools in an area can, between them, cater to school planning requirements in that area. The broader position in the Fermoy school planning area is that demographics at primary level are declining and will steadily decrease for the foreseeable future. Officials in the Department of Education have been engaging with the school patron, that's Educate Together, in respect of the current and future needs of the school, and a technical visit by the Department is scheduled to take place shortly.
Thank you, Minister Deputy.
Okay. Minister, there's very clearly a demand for the school, and there's clearly an unmet demand if the school aren't able to continue to grow, or even to meet the basic needs of the children that are there. Now, I understand that Fermoy Educate Together has been given the go-ahead to open an autism class, and that they have 4 children sitting in the school at the moment who need access to that class, but are simply not going to get it because of the lack of space that's there. And this is not an isolated incident. Your office, because I received it as well, got an email this morning from a primary school in Lanesborough in County Longford that says that they have been in contact with your department since last year over adequately supporting their growing numbers of students. A lack of correspondence, they mentioned no progress to date. They say yet a year has passed without any advancement towards providing suitable accommodation. The situation is simply unacceptable. And moreover, the demand for their autism classes continue to rise. Minister, we are a state with 8.6 billion of a surplus. How has this been allowed to happen in 2024?
Minister, to conclude.
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach. In the lifetime of this government, over 4.8 billion has been expended on school buildings and extended accommodations. That includes 800 projects that have been completed by the department. 300 projects at various stages of development are currently on site. And you'll be aware that earlier this year I made an announcement of 800 million additional funding that would provide for 90 or more projects to move to construction stage. So there has been no shortage, and you specifically referenced special education. 3,000 classes, special classes, are now in place for special education, two-thirds of which have been delivered under this government. Equally so, 11 new special schools have been delivered under this government. Specifically in relation, so there has been no shortage of either money or funding or resources being made available for capital bills, irrespective of what you choose to say, Deputy. In relation to Fermoy, again, I want to be very clear that there was an arrangement with the patron that there would be an agreed level kept in place of numbers by Educate Together until alternative sites were made available. A technical assessment will now take place by the department, but an agreement was made in the first instance between the patron body, Educate Together, and the department as regards the availability of accommodation at any given time. That was an agreement that was made by both parties on behalf of the school. The patron made that agreement.
Deputy Sean Kenny has question number 2.
Minister, just to get maybe an update on what's happening in Clarendon College at Athenry and the proposed additional accommodation that is required to meet the demand of first-year students coming in September. I understand that the presentation college Athenry is also under severe pressure, and over 60 students are left on a waiting list coming into first year, and it is urgent, and I just wonder what progress has been made in delivering that accommodation. Thank you, Minister.
Please.
Thanks very much, Deputy. And I do want to assure the Deputy that the provision of school places to meet the needs of children and young people at primary and post-primary level, including children and young people with special education needs, is a priority for the Department. And since 2020, as I've previously outlined to the Deputy across the way from me, the Department has invested in the region of €4.8 billion in our schools throughout the country, involving the completion of over 800 school building projects, and with construction currently underway at approximately 300 other projects, which includes 30 30 new school buildings at the minute. These 300 projects currently at construction involve a total state investment of over €1.2 billion. More than €150 million specifically has been invested in school infrastructure in Galway, in County Galway, in the last number of years since this government came into being, reflecting a strong focus on alignment of school place availability with the significant residential development which has taken place across the area. 2 new, and you referenced them, 1,000 pupil post-primary school buildings have been recently provided in Athenry. That's the Presentation College and Claren College, and these have provided significant additional capacity in the town. The Department's ongoing demographic analysis has identified a requirement for further additional post-primary capacity in Athenry. In that context, the Department has been engaging with the patron of the school referred to, specifically Claren College, by the Deputy regarding the proposed extension of this school to cater for 1,500 students and 6 classes for children with special education needs. This close engagement is considering both the overall medium-term accommodation requirements at the school as well as the school's more immediate accommodation needs to facilitate the required growth in enrolments over the coming school years. Officials met last week with the school principal and patron and had a very productive discussion on the phased delivery of additional accommodation for the school, taking account of school place needs over the coming years. With respect to September of 24, the Athenry School planning area is one of a number of areas of enrolment pressure at post-primary level for which the Department has received data on applications for admissions. Updated data on offers and acceptances continues to be received as admission processes transact. The sharing of this data by the relevant schools, and I want to acknowledge this, has been very effective in the identification of school place requirements across the area.
Thank you, Minister. That's fine, Deputy Kenny.
Thank you, Minister. And I suppose from the outset I would have to acknowledge the fact that huge investment has gone into educational facilities right across the county. And you were down there yourself for the opening of the school we're talking about, and also the Presentation College in Athenry. The problem is that we seem to have very short-sighted planning. I'm not saying you, but generally, because that was only officially open last year, and this year we're down 60 places. The problem stems, I think, from the fact that there was people came in from outside areas to fill places, and the problem I have now is I have about 25 parents onto me who are from the town who are not guaranteed a place for the student in first year next September. And I think it's causing a huge amount of stress for families. And whilst there's ongoing discussions, and I acknowledge that, and GRETB are involved in it, and the school principal is involved in it, I think it's incumbent on us all to make sure that a decision or an announcement is made as to what is going to be done to accommodate these children in Athenry come September.
Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. And look, I want to concede, construction began in 2018 on some of these projects, and at that time, I suppose we have seen incredible influx of additional students coming from, other places around the world, but also, coming specifically into the area. And you have acknowledged, and I know these schools, I've visited them, I've seen them, they're excellent schools with great work and great excellence in education being delivered every day. €150 million has been invested in Galway. There will be further investment as well, and as you've referenced the 2 schools specifically. I suppose just to make the point as well that the sharing of data, and I want to acknowledge the school cooperation that we've received here, it has been quite phenomenal, and that has indicated where there will be a shortfall going forward. And we've already, as I said, entered into discussions with Claren College in relation to raising their profile to 1,500, and that will be done in a staged development. But specifically in relation to September of 24, we are engaging with the schools on the ground. Those places will be put in place to ensure that there is an appropriate number of places available in the area. And again, I want to acknowledge the cooperation of everybody involved. Yeah.
Well, I'm taking it from your last remarks there, Minister, that these children will be accommodated next September in Athenry, and that they will be accommodated in Claren College. Obviously, that's where it's going to happen. I think that's most welcome, because the parents do need to know that that's what's going to happen. As you mentioned, the school principals, they work together, they work in cooperation, and they are there to produce the finest education that we can. And in fairness, the schools we have in Athenry, they're a credit to the department, they're a credit to the school building unit, what we have achieved after a campaign. But I have to acknowledge all of that. And I know as well as that there's work ongoing with the new Gaelscoil campus for Athenry. But when you think, Minister, we have to think ahead, because Dexcom are now building their 1,200 employee facility in Athenry. It's being built at the moment. So we don't want to wait until they come to add more, there will be more coming from there. So it is important.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. And just to conclude by saying that the sharing of data has been really helpful, and it has indicated that there has been cross duplication in terms of applications going to a number of schools, and you've already referenced those from outside coming in into the area and all of that. I suppose I should say as well, in terms of this specific area, Athenry or and more local electoral area, between 2017 and 2022, the completions from a building point of view of houses and all of that was 2.5 times greater than what was achieved in the previous 5 years. It's quite phenomenal, the spurt, if you like, and growth that has happened there. But we are engaging, and thanks to the cooperation of the principals, it will become more apparent, really, the specific number that are required going forward, and we are committed to ensuring that we will have those places in place for September 24.
Deputy Secretary Clark, question 3.
I want to ask the Minister for Education how many children with special additional needs are currently without a school place.
Minister Nocton.
Raising this important issue. And first of all, I just want to say I understand that it's a really anxious time for parents seeking a school place for their children. I'd like to just reassure the Deputy that this government is determined to do all it can to help families seeking a special education placement for their child. So my department is working closely with the National Council for Special Education in relation to the forward planning of new special classes and additional special school places. So in the budget last year, funding was secured for up to 400 new special classes in mainstream schools and an additional 300 special school places for the 24-25 school year. So this will deliver 2,700 places for children. The NCSE has advised my department that over 320 new special classes have already been sanctioned nationwide for this coming 2024-25 school year, providing over 1,900 special education places in mainstream schools. So there are now over 3,000 special classes in our education system, providing places for over 20,000 students. We've also opened 4 new special schools for September 2024 and increased capacity in a number of existing special schools to ensure that more children than ever can access an education which is appropriate to their needs. So the department and the NCSE are actively engaging with school patrons, management bodies to ensure additional special classes for the coming school year are provided in areas where they're needed. And I expect these remaining new special classes will be finalised in the coming weeks, and that this additional provision, coupled with vacancies in existing special classes, will provide the additional capacity needed. And it's important to note also that there are vacancies in existing special classes as children move from primary to post-primary or leave our school system. So these places are filled as well on an ongoing basis. And also the NCSE is working with schools who may be available to open classes for September 2024, but whose capacity might not be required at this time, but they will remain options for additional provision if required throughout the 24-25 school year.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Clark.
Thank you, Minister. I note, though, that you didn't actually answer the question how many children are without a school place who have special educational needs. Because what we see at the moment is the likes of Sarah Dooley, a lady that I've spoken before about in this House, who applied to 20 schools before her twins were offered a place, twins with very high needs, and are now facing an hour-and-a-half round trip to the school where they have managed to secure a place. She is glad they have a place. She's certainly not grateful for the distance that has to be travelled for her children. It is pulling them out of their community. It is pulling them away from their peers. But for children who don't have an adequate school place either now or coming forward for September, these are the children that we see being put on reduced timetables. These are the children that we see being excluded from schools. These are the children who are at the most highest level of potential educational disadvantage. And I spoke to one mother last week who told me that she has a path worn to the Senate, to the NCSE, and still no offer outside of, would you not think of home tuition? This woman is a professional who holds down a full-time job.
Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. And I hear exactly what you're saying. I'm hearing this as well across the country in relation to parents feeling just very anxious and frustrated in relation to this. What we're doing and what I'm doing in my role as Minister for Special Education, is increasing the number of CNOs that are going to be on the ground, whose role it will be to be visible, be active, engaging with parents, working with parents, with schools, to help them find places for their children. And I don't want us to be in a situation in September 2025, like we are now, where parents are unnecessarily anxious and frustrated about finding places for their children for the upcoming September. So we have about 73 CNOs, and they were spread very thin across the country. They had a very large geographical area. They will now just have one county where they work from. We'll have 120 of them. They're being upskilled, trained. We're taking away a lot of the administrative burden on them, where they're filling out forms and applications. A lot of that work will be taken off them, so that they can be on the ground, help parents and help schools as well in that forward planning for places.
Deputy Clerk.
Yeah. You see, the thing is, Minister, the parents that I speak to, that they're well used to having to battle the state and to have a fight for every service that their child has ever received. By the time they get to a SENO, they've already tried everything that's going to be recommended by that SENO. But I do agree with you about the regionalisation, because I know my own constituency in the Midlands was in the same area as Donegal, and Lord help that's, trying to cover that level of ground. But the Children's Ombudsman, so it's not just us, it's not just the parents, it's not just the school, but the Children's Ombudsman has raised concerns about the unacceptable level of stress caused to families when children with additional needs are denied the right to education, and that's what this is. All children with SEN should enjoy the right to education without discrimination and on an equal basis with the rest of their peers. Now, I understand and I hear what you're saying about the forward planning, but your department quite recently released additional figures around the future needs of schools to meet additional SEN requirements. It said that there's going to be an increase of over 11,000 children with additional needs in education by 2030. If you can't get to grips to the demand that's there today, what hope is there by 2030 with an additional over 11,000 children?
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. And it's for that reason that we're investing €2.7 billion in special education, a third of the overall Department of Education funding. I absolutely know first of all, I want to say there's a huge amount of really good work happening right across the country. We want to improve and increase the resources of the NCSE, which is happening on a weekly basis. They will have those 120 CNOs on the ground, visible from this September. They're already on the ground, but I want to see them in a position where they can actively engage with parents, guardians, schools, to ensure that children have access to the places they need. Also, in relation to the additional capacity, I know the NCSE is working very, very closely and very hard with schools, with boards of management, to identify those places for children this upcoming September. So I'm confident in relation to the additional capacity required to meet the needs of children known to the NCSE for September 2024. But you can be assured that I will be in regular contact with the NCSE to make sure that this work continues.
Thank you, Minister Naughton. Deputy Clerk, yours is question 4 as well.
I want to ask the Minister for Education if she'll provide an alternative for teachers who completed their teaching qualifications in England to complete their induction periods in Ireland, as was done over the COVID regulation.
Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. Under the Teaching Council Acts 2001 to 2015, the Teaching Council is the body with the statutory authority and responsibility for the regulation of the teaching profession in Ireland, including the registration of teachers in the state. The Teaching Council is the professional standards body for the teaching profession, which promotes and regulates professional standards in teaching. The Council registers teachers under the Teaching Council Act, and there are 5 routes of registration. The COVID-19 amendment regulation was introduced as a short-term, temporary measure to ease teacher supply issues. It enabled teachers who had not completed induction in the country in which they qualified, but who met particular criteria, to obtain registration in Ireland. This in turn gave them an opportunity to complete induction here. This is not the usual practice, as a fully registered overseas qualified teacher covered under EU manual recognition of professional qualification legislation will in most jurisdictions have to complete induction in the country in which they obtained their qualification in order to be fully registered. The amendment regulation closed for application on the 1st of February 2024. The amendment referred, which was in place, has now expired, and a further statutory instrument would be required to establish this regulation for a longer period, which under the Teaching Council Act is a matter for the Teaching Council. Through engagement with the Council on this matter, I can advise that the Council is considering any further amendment to provide for the completion of induction in Ireland for overseas qualified teachers in the context and in the entire context of its legislative framework, including relevant EU legislation. Any updates on this regard, or any changes or any amendments, will be published on the Teaching Council website, which is www.teachingcouncil.ie.
Minister, I hear what it is that what you're saying when you say that, but that's going to ring hollow to a lot of people who want to come and to work as teachers here, who have qualified in England. Now, my understanding is some of that work that's currently ongoing is actually in relation to the number of teachers who may go to the Middle East as being an option for a number of years before coming back. And that too is a welcome step, because at the moment we do have an unparalleled recruitment and retention crisis in our education system that we do need to get to grips with. The 2,000 long-term vacancies in schools, as well as multiple short-term vacancies, not my words, INTO General Secretary John Boyle. 2023, a survey found that almost 80% of advertised teaching positions had no applications, while 64% of schools still had unfilled vacancies. There is a solution to be found here, but we do need to knuckle down to put a timeline on this and to give those who want to come and work in Ireland as teachers a pathway to be able to do so.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Just for the record, we have 1 million students, we have 4,000 schools, and we have more than 100,000 staff in place, the highest number ever of staff in place currently being employed. Equally so, we have the lowest pupil-teacher ratio we've ever had, at a ratio of 23:1. We have, in all of the 3,000 special classes that we have, 6 pupils, 1 teacher, 2 SNAs, a very low ratio, as is right and correct. We've never had as many staff in the system as we have currently. Specifically in relation to this application for teachers who do their training abroad, I must be clear, for them to be fully qualified, it is always the case, including here, that they must do a further year of induction. They're not fully qualified until they have done a year of induction. And heretofore, they had to do that year of induction in the country in which they did their training. There was a derogation during COVID. Presently, that has expired. The Teaching Council are currently looking at that to see what potential there is going forward, but you are not qualified until you have completed your year of induction.
Under that COVID amendment regulation, Minister, it's over 4 years since COVID sadly landed on these shores, as it did across the rest of the world. What engagement has your department had on an ongoing basis with the Teaching Council in relation to this? Clearly there was an issue identified and addressed at that point in time, and that regulation was put in place. But you spoke of a statutory instrument. Has your department engaged with the Teaching Council on an ongoing basis in relation to this query? As I said, teachers who complete their teaching qualification in England, we need them here, we want them here. They want to be here. 4 years after the pandemic hit, surely there was some ongoing correspondence or ongoing engagement to see what was the best practice that could be taken out of an amendment that was put in place at that time to smoothen that pathways for teachers who do want to come here.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to be clear, and I did say it in my previous answer, through engagement with the Teaching Council on this matter, I can advise, and I will advise again, that the Council is considering any further amendment to provide for the completion of induction in Ireland for overseas qualified teachers in the context of its legislative framework, including relevant EU legislation. But again, I would say to you that teachers are only qualified when they do the induction. It has been possible in the past, due to a temporary measure being introduced, that they could complete their induction here in Ireland. The Teaching Council, from the engagement with the Teaching Council, it is clear that they are currently looking to see what scope there is going forward, but it is ultimately a matter for the Teaching Council. They must be satisfied that the appropriate qualifications in the appropriate manner are being applied for all teachers who wish to qualify. But it is my understanding, again, as I said, through engagement with the Council, that that matter has been given current consideration.
Minister, question 7 is with Deputy Rose Conway-Walsh.
Minister, this question is in relation to Castlebar Educate Together School and you'll be very familiar with that school because it operates over 3 campuses. It has 150 pupils, and you visited it in September 2022, and you promised them at the time a new school, and nothing has been delivered since. You asked them to submit possible locations and sites, and they did that immediately, and they can't get any straight answers. So could you tell me here this evening what is happening with Castlebar Educate Together?
Thanks very much, Concordia. Castlebar Educate Together National School was established as a 4-class school under the terms of a divestment process in September of 2016. I am very pleased to confirm that a capital project to provide a new permanent 8-classroom school building for this school is included in the Department of Education's school building programme pipeline. This capital project is at site acquisition stage. The site acquisition process is being progressed in line with standard acquisition protocols. The Department has engaged the services of a site acquisition manager consultancy team to identify and assess potential site options. Following this extensive site identification and assessment exercise, a number of potential site options have been shortlisted for further consideration. This includes more detailed technical and economic appraisals of these potential site options. The Department is working towards securing the most suitable site for the school, whilst also ensuring value for money for the Exchequer being achieved. Whilst the Department is putting a solution in place for the long-term needs for the school, additional accommodation has been provided for the school over the last number of years. The school, in line with terms agreed as part of the original divestment process, has been instructed to take cognizance of their existing accommodation capacity when managing its enrolments of 134 pupils. The demand for school places in the Castlebar school planning area is projected to peak this year. Census data shows that the population of Castlebar town increased by 8% from 2016 to 2022. The number of primary school-aged children increased by 5.5%. However, the number of preschool children aged 0 to 4 reduced by 12%. This downward trend in demographics is expected to impact on school enrolments over the coming years. The school also received approval to negotiate further with the owners of the premises at Newport Road for additional space to include 1 special education tuition room, staff room and a toilet. It was necessary to obtain planning permission for this work, and this has since been obtained. The Department has approved reconfiguration of this additional space for use by the school. This project has been devolved to the School Authority for delivery under the Department's additional accommodation scheme.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Conway-Walsh.
Thank you, Minister. You see, part of the problem, Minister, is the pipeline and how long the pipeline is. Because since the possible sites were submitted to you, nothing seems to have happened from the end, from the school end. Now, we have children in a situation where they're in Marsh House. Some of them are in Marsh House, some of them are in Cavendish Lane, and some of them are near the hat factory. So you have children, and you may have heard it on Sarah Calby, the principal on Morning Ireland this morning, and Sarah Scott, one of the pupils, describing how they have to go back and over to the different premises. It is not right in this day and age, so I would ask you to expedite that as quickly as possible. The other reason I'd ask you to expedite it, Minister, is the fact that so much money is being wasted in between in terms of heating and lighting 3 buildings that aren't conducive to the education that can be delivered through Educate Together. It's really important that that school is delivered as quickly as possible in one site. The children of Castlebar deserve better than what they're getting at the moment.
Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy. And again, I want to acknowledge the Department has not been found wanting in making the additional facilities available, but I would have to say as well, at the time of the establishment in 2016, the school was designated as a 4-classroom school with the agreement of the patron. That's what the patron agreed to, and it was agreed with the patron that enrolments would be managed within the available accommodation. It was agreed that the school would grow to 8 classes when a suitable permanent solution could be put in place, or suitable accommodation. In 2016, the 4-class school could have facilitated approximately 100 pupils, but the current enrolment is 134 pupils. That's across 6 classes. That's 2 classes more than was agreed at the time of the establishment. The school has also I must say, been supported, however, with an additional teacher in recognition of the fact that it is a split site. I want to acknowledge great work happens in the school every single day, but I also want to say that the new permanent build to facilitate an 8-classroom school has been agreed by this department, and we are currently seeking to put in place the appropriate site. That's currently been worked on, a manager has been put in place, and I absolutely agree with you that that will be expedited as quickly as possible.
Conway-Walsh.
Yeah, thank you for that, Minister. We're very keen to get a timeline on it, as you can see, so that we can reassure the parents and the teachers and the children as well, who asked me when we were at a meeting shortly. You see what's happening as well in relation to one parent I spoke to her. She's a child with special needs, and she just cannot understand why the sibling cannot be on the same side as her. So I would ask that it be expedited as quickly as possible, so that money can be saved, so that once and for all we can have a permanent location for this school, because this school is a journey of success, of real success, and the demand that has been for it. And I think that is reflective on the parents and the teachers and the good standard of education that's delivered here. So I am asking that you would expedite the process, that you would identify the site as quickly as possible and proceed with it on that basis, so that a certainty can be given to the families and to the children and to the teachers who are working under extremely difficult conditions.
Thanks very much, Deputy. And I absolutely do agree with you. I mean, there is excellent work happening here every single day, and I want to acknowledge that the Department has not been found wanting when it comes to resourcing Mayo. More than 111 million between 2020 and 2024 has been expended on buildings in the Mayo school area. That's 46 school building projects, and in addition to this there are 11 additional accommodation and large-scale projects currently in the Department school building programme pipeline across the county. I also want to acknowledge that in those 4 years more than €530 million has been shared within the Educate Together patronage, as it were, and the department also currently funds a project manager, if you like, or a buildings officer for Education Together. So again, to help them move along with the projects that are under their care, under their wing. And it is my determination that we will expedite this as quickly as possible. We have put a manager in place to ensure that the appropriate site for the best needs of the school and all the other requirements that are required are put in place as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Deputy Bernard J. Durkin. Your question is number 8.
Thank you, Cancora. This the question seeks to ascertain from the Minister the extent to which she remains satisfied that she can accommodate primary and second level school children throughout County Kildare in time for the September next enrolment and throughout the country. This is a very important time for children, and the indecision or doubt that we had last September wouldn't be a help if it were to recur.
Minister, please.
Thanks very much, Deputy. The provision of school places to meet the needs of children and young people at primary and post-primary level, including children and young people with special education needs, is a priority for the Department. At a national level, Ireland has been experiencing growth in overall post-primary enrolments, and this is projected to continue in many parts of the country for the next number of years before beginning to decline. However, first-year enrolments nationally are expected to have peaked in the current school year and will begin to decline from next year. At a national level, there are over 10,000 more first-year places available for 24-25 than 6th class children. Of course, there is significant regional and local variation in enrolment trends and projections, with residential construction activity one of the most significant influencing factors. This means that even as enrolments nationally begin to decline, we can still expect to see increasing demand at primary and post-primary level, in particular towns or areas across the country, and enrolment pressures may arise in a very limited number of school planning areas from year to year. This must be seen in the context of an annual enrolment process that caters for some 140,000 pupils at junior infants and first-year level, and that, on the whole, really transacts smoothly. There are 314 school planning areas across the country, and typically only a small minority of these areas require follow-up engagement from the Department with schools and patrons to work through mainstream school place solutions for the following year. With respect to County Kildare, more than €280 million has been invested in school infrastructure in County Kildare since 2020 alone, reflecting a strong focus and alignment of school place availability with a significant residential development across the county. Our data shows that in County Kildare overall there are approximately 400 more first-year places available for September 24 than 6th class children. In 9 of the 14 school planning areas in County Kildare, there are more first-year places available for 24-25 than 6th class children due to leave primary school. When school planning areas are clustered to take account of typical enrolment patterns, it can be seen that there are more first-year places than 6th class children across each area in the county.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Durk.
Thank you, Minister, for your helpful reply. And I acknowledge, in fact, the tremendous investment that has taken place in County Kildare in education and school buildings in particular, and in improving the standards generally, because we all came through the time when it wasn't so. But at this particular stage, we're anxious to ascertain, for instance, the Mercy Convent in Naas, which appears to be completed in terms of building works, but isn't completed. It's completed the outside, but not the inside. And you very kindly arranged for the Oireachtas members to meet with the planning department, the planning section of your department, wherein we learned a few things, that some of which were reassuring and some which were not. One in particular was when it was disclosed that a climate element had to be applied to each school place requirement as we proceed, to the effect that some children were being ushered onto a school other than their local school, and other than the school that their siblings were attending, and other than the school that their parents had attended, and felt that they should have a right to be heard. And while we would agree that climate is important, the lives of children, the education of children is equally important, and I know that you understand it more than anybody else, Minister, and we're anxious that we can help and that you can help us.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy. And you are correct. There has been significant investment in Kildare in the last 4 years, whether it's new schools, whether it's extension of school accommodation. Like the department has not been found wanting. I'll specifically request an update on the school that you mentioned specifically there, and I'll ensure that you receive that. But I do want to say that in the round we're being told that there are 400 more places in the system for 6th class, if you like, than is actually required. And we are also reminded that first-year enrolments are actually going to peak this year as well. But notwithstanding that, we are very confident that where there is a need for places, those places will be put in place. We continue to engage on the ground. We have found, and where the schools have cooperated with us in sharing the data that they have, we have found that there has been duplication. We have found also that people are coming from outside areas or whatever, but we are working through them case by case and confident that we will deliver what's required.
Thank you, Minister. Yeah. Deputy Durkin.
Thank you, Minister, and I agree, in fact, that you've given a lot of time yourself to ensuring that the fastest possible delivery can take place, and that the needs and the accommodation needs and the needs of children in education are kept to the fore. St. Farnan's post-primary and prospects is another one that we all thought would have been well advanced by now, but of course it isn't and it hasn't. And I reiterate again the point that I made in relation to the climate element. And I feel that this is a red herring that has been drawn, not by you, but by a mistake made by somebody in terms of the planning for the future. It is impossible to plan while that element is in place. And children have only a very short lifetime in education, and their needs have to be met early, first and last, first and by no means last. But the point is that if there's some regulation there that prevents that, then that's going to cause a problem in the future, notwithstanding the good efforts of the Minister.
Minister, to conclude on this question.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. And look, I want to acknowledge you have a particular commitment to, to education, and you engage with me on an ongoing basis in relation to it. Look, I do want to say, in the vast majority of areas, through the work of the schools themselves on the ground, their patron bodies, their management bodies, and the Department of Education, there are sufficient school places available to meet the needs of children in the area for September 24-25. The Department is working with schools individually and collectively and with their patrons to make additional places available where that might be required for September of 24 into the 25 year. And while some applicants might not yet have received an offer of a school place, families can absolutely be assured that young people in an area who require a school place will be provided with one. There will be greater clarity for families over the coming weeks as admissions processes continue to work through, and the required additional places will come on stream. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Again, Deputy Bruton, question 9 is yours.
Thank you.
This is to ask the Minister if she has information on the number of post-primary schools which do not deliver the social and political curriculum.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. The Civic, Social and Political Education, or CSP programme, along with physical Education, or PE, and Social, Personal and Health Education, or SPHE, form the core pillars of the mandatory wellbeing aspect of the curriculum at junior cycle. This 100-hour CSPE short course, which was initially introduced in 2016 and updated in 2021, contributes to building the skills students need to contribute positively to a democratic society and to promote sustainable living. Building on related learning experiences in primary education, CSPE gives students an understanding of social, economic and political structures at local, national and global events and global levels, and the opportunity to imagine and create ways in which they can make a difference to the lives of individuals and communities. As a core pillar of the Junior Cycle Wellbeing Programme, all schools are required to teach civic, social and political education. This is reflected in the Department's post-primary online database, which shows that all 722 post-primary schools provide civic, social and political education at junior cycle level. This includes the 232 post-primary DESH schools registered on our system. So I do want to be clear that all of our schools are providing the civic, social and political education programme. The Inspectorate of the Department of Education works to improve the quality of learning for children and young people in Irish schools, early learning and care settings, centres for education and other learning settings. This is done through the provision of high-quality evaluation, analysis and advice. A range of inspection types is used to gather information on the quality of education provision and to evaluate schools. These range from one-day incidental inspections that are typically unannounced, to more intensive whole school type evaluations and inspections that follow through on how schools have implemented recommendations made in previous inspection reports. In general, civic, social and political education is evaluated as part of the whole school evaluations, management, leadership and learning, the MLLL. This process is designed to evaluate key aspects of the work of the school and to promote school improvement. CSPE is evaluated as part of the quality of support for students' wellbeing heading of these reports. Inspectors evaluate whether schools are providing CSPE as set out in the framework for junior cycle and the manner in which the school manages and addresses the wellbeing of all its students.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Durkan.
Thank you, Minister, again for your reply. Are you satisfied, Minister, that all schools are participating equally? Or is there a variation between different areas and maybe in disadvantaged areas to a greater extent? And to what extent can you evaluate the extent to which that is happening? For example, is there a known situation whereby particular schools invariably don't participate or don't participate fully? Minister?
Thanks very much, Deputy. Again, I would say to you that all of our 722 post-primary schools provide for civic, social and political education. That does also include our 232 DESH schools, and oversight of that is by our inspectorate. Our inspectorate who visits schools, whether it's on an unannounced basis, an incidental inspection, or it could be for a planned inspection, a longer-term inspection. And as part of their longer-term inspection, the whole school evaluations, as they're called, the MLLL, CSPE is inspected and it is verified and it is overseen by the inspector for the duration of their time while they're evaluating what's happening in the school. It's a very important subject. It does speak to civic engagement, political and social engagement, and supporting young people to become leaders in community as well. So, as I say, it is in all our schools, including our DESH schools, and it has oversight by our inspectorate.
Deputy Durkan, yeah.
Thank you, Minister. Again, I wonder if it might be possible to get some information from the inspectorate as to the level to which they have witnessed the participation that is expected, and that will provide invaluable educational support to the children in a particular area, and particularly in areas of the DESH schools and where there's obvious social deprivation.
Yeah, thanks very much. Again, Deputy, I will say to you, this is inspected by the inspectorate. All inspections in the school are published. They're available for perusal by anyone who wishes to do so. And I think that's important, and it does speak to the breadth, I suppose, of work that happens in school every day, the excellence and the determination and the focus by staff in schools preparing students for the next chapters in their lives. And it also speaks to the transparency that is so important in the education sector as well. So they're freely available for anyone to inspect the views and the findings of the inspectorate as they engage with the schools on the ground. And I want to say, in actual fact, they're worth reading for the simple reason that they show the terrific dedication and proactivity of staff and engagement by students in the school community environment. And so I would advise anyone that would have an interest and would have the time, it would be well worth taking a look at.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Deputy Rose Conway-Walsh has question 12.
Minister, this question should refer to the 2.4 km rule and the case that I have children having to walk over 1 kilometre on a narrow and dangerous road. This is in the Bowley Glass and the Rafa areas. The issue I would like to raise to you today here is of pick-up points. When children go from a number of different households are all walking down the same narrow, dangerous road to the pick-up point, I'm asking you, can that be moved to accommodate them and to ensure their health and safety? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. Just at the outset to acknowledge that the school transport scheme is a significant operation managed by Bus Éireann on behalf of the Department of Education. And in the current school year, more than 161,600 young people are transported on a daily basis to schools throughout the country. This figure comprises over 135,000 pupils travelling on mainstream services and 19,800 pupils with special education needs and 6,800 pupils who have arrived to Ireland from Ukraine. The total cost of the scheme is €382.02 million. For 2023. Under the current terms of the school transport scheme, children are eligible for transport at primary level, where they reside not less than 3.2 kilometres, as you pointed out, from and are attending their nearest school, and at post-primary level, where they reside not less than 4.8 kilometres from and are attending their nearest post-primary school or education centre, as determined by the Department of Bus Éireann, having regard to ethos and language. Children who are eligible for school transport, who apply and pay on time, are accommodated on school transport services where such services are in operation. Children who are eligible for school transport but for whom no service is available may be offered the remote area grant towards the cost of making private transport arrangements. The remote area grant is also payable for eligible children who may have to travel 3.2 kilometres or more to or from a designated pick-up or set-down point. Children who are not eligible for school transport may apply for transport on a concessionary basis only and will be facilitated where spare seats are available after eligible children have been accommodated. Where the number of ineligible children exceeds the number of spare seats available, Bus Éireann will allocate tickets for the spare seats using an agreed selection process. Bus Éireann is responsible for the planning and timetabling of school transport routes on behalf of the Department. Safety of children travelling on the school transport services is of paramount importance to the Department and to Bus Éireann. Bus Éireann endeavours within available resources to ensure that such eligible children have a reasonable level of school transport service in the context of the scheme nationally. Routes are planned so that, as far as possible, no eligible child will have more than 3.2 kilometres to travel to a pick-up point. Children are generally expected to make their own way or to be brought to convenient pick-up points along the main route.
2 minutes, Deputy.
And I'll come back. Yeah.
Minister, the issue here is regard to the pick-up points and it's regard to the common sense that's needed around this and to ensure the health and safety of children. I know you'll agree with that. But the school transport system is plagued by a lack of flexibility in a number of ways, and the system, as you know, needs to be reformed. We all know the scheme is not a door-to-door service, but at the same time there needs to be common sense applied in each situation. In rural areas, there can be very dangerous roads, there can be no footpaths, and in the winter months can be really dark. We're not asking for the school the bus to go far out of its way. This would only require a small detour to collect safely a number of children. Now, the important point is that the road used to be served by a school bus but was stopped when there was no children using it. Now that there are children using it, it should be reinstated. And this is why I'm asking you to look at it. You see, you'll have areas that maybe go for a period of years where you don't have children, and then children move into the area, and we're very grateful that they do in those cases. And in that case, the school bus system has to respond to facilitate those children.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. Look, to be fair, you didn't actually reference the route, so you know, at the time, you know, when the question was submitted, so I will just have to take that from you, and I will revert to you about that specific case. But I didn't have the specific case as part of the question. But I will ask for that to be looked at and revert to you.
Okay, can we leave it at that then?
Yeah, Minister, I really do appreciate that, and I'll give you the postcodes and all of the other information that you need to be able to look at it, and I'd appreciate if you could. Thank you.
Question 16 is Deputy Bernard Durkin again.
Thank you, Cancora. This question seeks to alert the Minister. I know she's already conscious of the need to deal with this issue and has done in the past, the issue of school transport, where difficulties have arisen in relation to the availability of school places, and where it has become necessary for parents to drop their children to school and pick them up, involving 4 trips for parents in the day, and in some cases to more than one school, which makes life extremely difficult. So my question really is, could the transport system be slackened or improved or made more flexible?
Minister. Thanks very much, Deputy. The school transport scheme is a significant operation managed by Bus Éireann on behalf of the Department of Education. In the current school year, as I said previously, 161,600 young people have availed or are availing of the school transport scheme, and that comprises of 135,000 pupils travelling on mainstream services and 19,800 of them travelling students who have special education needs, and then almost 7,000 pupils who have arrived in Ireland from the Ukraine. The total cost of the scheme is more than €382 million. Under the current terms of the school transport scheme, children are eligible for transport at primary level where they reside no less than 3.2 kilometres from and or attending their nearest national school, and at post-primary level where they reside not less than 4.8 kilometres from and are attending their nearest post-primary school or education centre as determined by the Department or Bus Éireann having regard to the ethos and language. Children who are eligible for school transport, who apply and pay on time, are accommodated in school transport services where such services are in operation. Children who are eligible for school transport but for whom no service is available may be offered the remote area grant. The remote area grant is also payable for eligible children who may have to travel 3.2 kilometres or more to or from a designated pick-up or set-down point. Temporary alleviation measures, or TAMs, at post-primary level, which have been in place now and continue to be in place for the 24-25 school year. Under these measures, transport is provided where there is a route in operation and where capacity exists for concessionary post-primary pupils who are eligible for transport to their nearest school and are attending their second nearest school and who applied and paid on time. Children who are not eligible for school transport may apply for transport on a concessionary basis. Where the number of ineligible children exceeds the number of spare seats available, Bus Éireann will allocate tickets for the spare seats using an agreed selection process. It should be noted that planning for school transport services in any given school year commences in December to January, preceding the start of the school year. In this regard, planning for the 24-25 school year has already started, with officials in regular engagement with Bus Éireann in this regard. A review of the school transport scheme has been completed now. This review was conducted with a view to examining the current scheme, its broader effectiveness and sustainability, and to ensure it services students and their families adequately.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Durkin.
Thank you, Minister, for that reply. And I know that you have made huge efforts to try to improve the school transport system where voids occurred. So could I ask, given the information that you've given to the House, if it might be possible in the circumstances likely to emerge in the not-too-distant future, if a little bit of flexibility might be used in order to ensure that the various dots are joined up, so as not to have a situation like we had just gone by, where children in some cases were asked to get off a bus and walk the rest of the way home, which is an appalling thing to happen, shouldn't happen at all, for security reasons and a whole lot of reasons. And I know that you didn't approve that, but the point about it is this, that if it is possible to anticipate what's going to happen, then it should be possible for the school transport system to be able to respond, and that would be hugely helpful.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Look, I just want to reiterate, we've more than 161,000 young people who are currently availing of the system. They're being transported to and from school every single day. It's a hugely important service. I come from a rural constituency myself. Nobody appreciates or understands its value as much as myself, and I know deputies across the floor here understand that as well. But we have a greater ambition that we want an additional 100,000 students to be in a position to avail of the school transport system. And it is for that reason we are looking at flexibilities going forward, looking at reducing the criteria, which is 3.2 kilometres at primary, reducing that to 1 kilometre, and the 4.8 kilometres to 2 kilometres. We're also looking at aligning, we say, the school transport scheme with the public bus scheme that would, or public service that would be at post-primary, obviously. We're also looking, because it's been requested by parents where they want to do it, that children with additional needs, if they should so choose, would travel on mainstream school transport, or they can continue on the special education service as well. So we're piloting some of these aspects come September of this year. We will show as much flexibility as we possibly can, to parents presently. But our overall ambition is a great one in terms of an additional 100,000. That'll be
Thank
more
you,
than.
Minister.
Yep. Okay.
Minister.
Sorry. You're okay. Can I go on to number 27 then? I think is Deputy David Stanton.
Concord. This is a related question with respect to school transport, and just to give the Minister an opportunity to outline the current regulations with respect to students availing of school transport to a school which is their second nearest school. Thank you.
Minister.
I'm looking for, sorry, Deputy.
We're all have to go certainly.
I have it. Sorry, yeah. I have a version of it anyway, Dave. Sorry about that. Didn't realise we were getting to 27. Okay. Again, for want of repeating myself now, the school transport system is operated by Bus Air on behalf of the Department of Education, as we've said, and we have more than 161,600 young people availing of it. And again, that's divided into children on mainstream, travelling on the mainstream service, or children travelling with special education needs. The total cost of the scheme was in excess of 382 million in the 2023 school year. And we also know that it is very good value for money, as it were, because we know that families are being asked to pay, at primary school they're being asked to pay €50 payment, at post-primary €75, and indeed for a family ticket €125. And in actual fact, the cost to the state is more than €1,100 for the school transport scheme per student. So that is incredibly good value. It's an excellent system. But our objective is to ensure that more and more people will have a position or an opportunity to avail of it going forward. So therefore we have an ambitious projection forward of 100,000 additional students availing of the scheme by 2030. The temporary alleviation measures that you refer to at post-primary level are currently in place and will be in place for the 24-25 school year. Under these measures, transport is provided where there is a route in operation and where capacity exists for concessionary post-primary pupils who are eligible for transport to their nearest school and are attending their second nearest school and who applied and paid on time. Children who are not eligible for school transport may apply for transport on a concessionary basis only and will be facilitated where spare seats are available after eligible children have been accommodated. Where the number of ineligible children exceeds the number of spare seats available, Bus Éireann will allocate tickets for the spare seats using an agreed selection process. It should be noted that planning for school transport services in any given year will commence in the December to January preceding it. In this regard, planning for 24-25 has already commenced with officials of the Department in regular contact and engagement with Bus Éireann. A review of the school transport scheme, as I referenced earlier, has been completed, and the review was conducted with a view to examining the current scheme, its broader effectiveness, and specifically references that you make yourself to the nearest and to the next nearest school. So all of that is part of the review going forward. So School Transport Scheme 2030 as is now published, will be an opportunity for us to look at scope and potential to do things differently, to add greater capacity and to allow for a maximum number of students avail of the transport scheme.
Thanks, Cathaoirleach. I want to commend the Minister on the work you're doing in this area, because I think there's huge potential here. And just to clarify, is the Minister saying that students can actually avail of transport to the second nearest school at second level? That's one question. The second question is, has she looked at the similar situation applying to primary school students? The third question then, I think I have some time left to put a third question. I understand that where a student applies to a school and they're told there is no place, or indeed they're not offered a place, they're put on a waiting list, that's a de facto refusal. In that case, they can appeal to the Board of Management. And if that doesn't work, they do a Section 29 to the department. And then if it's deemed that there is no space in the school, they're entitled to transport to the next school, next nearest school. But many parents, could I put to the Minister, don't know about this process. And in fact, I've said here previously, you almost want to be a barrister to follow it. But they're not aware of it and not being told about it. Could the Minister maybe in future ensure that parents know about this, that they know about this process, that it exists? Because by the time they find out about it, it's too late. So there are just three questions there. The second nearest school for this year, the primary school situation, and this convoluted system of appealing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. The second nearest school, it's called the TAMS, the Temporary Alleviation Measure. That's the scheme. And it is in place, and it is in place presently and will be in place for the 24-25 school year. But I want to be clear in explaining what the TAMS actually means. It means that under that measure, transport is provided where there is a route in operation and where capacity exists for concessionary post-primary pupils who are eligible for transport to their nearest school but are attending their second nearest school, and who applied and who paid on time. Specifically in relation to at primary school, I'm going to say to you that it hasn't been an issue that has cropped up quite as much at primary school, because generally speaking, children generally go to their nearest primary school, you know, to the local primary school. However, I just want to, as part of the review, I just want to say that it is our ambition in terms, as I've referenced, you know, the 3.2 kilometres and the 4.8 kilometres, that all will reduce. It will reduce to 1 kilometre for primary school going forward. So that will be as good as being, you know, to your nearest or next nearest. And finally, what's the third?
The convoluted appeal system.
Oh yeah, that if they're, a fair point. We do say that, you know, if they were eligible and if their first school is full on receipt of documentation that verifies that, then the next school becomes the first school. But I take your point, Deputy, that maybe people aren't aware of that sufficiently, so that's something that we should look at in terms of communication.
Yeah, I want to thank the Minister for those responses, and I think the last point is really interesting, because I have come across, I'm sure our colleagues have as well, parents who are not aware of this appeal system to the Board of Management. They're not either, neither are they aware of the situation that if you're put on a waiting list, it's a de facto refusal. You're not offered a place, so it's actually a refusal in the school, and that you're entitled then to appeal to the Board of Management and to do a Section 29. If you happen to get a place in the second nearest school or further away, you won't get school transport unless you can show all this documentation, but you can show it unless you know it. Can I finally put to the Minister, Cathaoirleach, the situation with respect to, in particular, primary school students being driven to the school by parents, obviously, in the main, leading to massive congestions in our towns at specific times in the day. And could the government or the department have a look at a system whereby we would have maybe local bus services who would bring children to school very locally? People seem to want to bring the children right up to the door of the school quite often, and it leads to massive congestion and unnecessary travel and stress on parents. So if we had a local school bus system in towns and villages across the country, I think it would alleviate that problem. It's all very fine being a kilometre or two away, but I think in many instances it's the people who are closer to the school, who are driving children to the school, who are causing all this issue. So maybe it's something the Minister might have a look at. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. Look, to be fair, I do want to say that parents or guardians have sometimes a variety of reasons as why it's necessary for them to bring their children to school themselves or to drive them to school, and you know, it can be multifaceted really and multi-complex really, I suppose, for the reasons that they might have. So I think they should always have that freedom. But notwithstanding that, I know there are many parents who are very, very keen to be in a position to avail of the school transport system as well. It would make life a lot easier for them, and it would also reduce, I suppose, traffic on the road too. And that's why we have this ambitious programme of, you know, presently more than 161,000 young people, and by 2030 an additional 100,000 being able to avail of access to a school transport system that would ensure that parents have greater freedom in terms of children getting to and from school, and also greater opportunity in terms of reducing the number of cars that are on the road. But that element of flexibility, I imagine, will you know, in some small instances, will have to remain in place, because the vast majority of young people like to travel on the bus with, you know, with their with the rest of the community where that suits their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That's okay. We have now an unusual situation whereby we have two deputies with two questions each, who weren't in. Well, one deputy wasn't in the House at the time the first question came up, and what I propose to do is to take them all if possible. Now that means that Deputy Kenny was here on time for his questions, so is it agreed that we take his questions now and then we follow up with the ones that weren't present at the time? That is question number 30.
30.
30.
30.
30.
The Minister might have a different numbering system.
Actually, I don't have it. What's it about? I don't actually have it, sorry. I don't have it, it's not listed. 30 isn't listed.
Temporary accommodation.
It's a temporary accommodation for Lochcultra National School in County Galway.
Okay,
while it's a temporary accommodation they're up for on the while the existing school is going to be refurbished top to bottom, and they're not being funded for the temporary accommodation that they need to keep the school going while the construction work is going ahead.
Look, Deputy, I'll have to say to you, that question wasn't flagged with me, okay, right, but I will very specifically take the detail that you have here, and I'm sure that I will ensure that we will revert to
I've submitted the question, and maybe, Minister, what you might... I'll give you the kernel of it in a little bit, a minute, just to explain to you that the school itself got an additional accommodation grant,
right.
But it's a total refurbishment of the school.
Okay.
The problem is they have to take every one of the students out of the school. They have no place locally to put them. The department have said, find your own accommodation to put them in temporarily for about 6 months. It's an impossible task, and the funding of it would also be a problem. So basically what the school are looking for is for the department to provide some sort of temporary accommodation during the construction period to allow the school to function in a rural area whilst the refurbishment works are going ahead, and to fund it.
Okay, Deputy, and without knowing the detail here, because I absolutely cannot comment on the detail here because I'm not appraised of it, but I will say the department works very collaboratively with schools, particularly schools that are benefiting from, as you've outlined here, whether it's a refurbishment or additional accommodation or whatever the case might be. We do have a policy of engagement and cooperation and collaboration. After all, I'm very confident that the project that you've outlined there is quite a significant undertaking financially from the department, and obviously we would want to ensure that education continues to be delivered whilst that is also being provided for. So I don't have the specifics of it, but I will note that you've submitted the question, and I'll ensure that it's replied to in full. Okay, thanks, Deputy. Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. Now we go to 32 in the same name of the same deputy. Might be difficulty with the answer, but we didn't anticipate being so far advanced at this stage. Minister, you're so efficient, you're ahead of yourself.
There you go. I'll have to speak more slowly.
Put me up again for 32. Minister, just to ask you, have they been allocated the necessary resources to make sure that there are the adequate number of buses and sizes of buses in place for the school year in September? Last year we saw lots of problems arising. Schools, our buses weren't in place. Some buses started off, after a week they stopped. All of this kind of thing happened. There was a lot of things went on, a lot of stress. And just to make sure that it's planned properly for this year, and I know the payments are now coming in, so the volume that will be required should be apparent very, very shortly.
Just in general, just to say to you again, Deputy, look, as I said, there's currently 161,000 young people being transported every single day via bus Éireann, and that's an enormous number of young people being transported and an important service that's being provided. However, I absolutely accept that, you know, in the first instance I want to say, and I've said it previously in reply to other queries, planning for the 24-25 school year begins in the previous year, so that's well underway at this point. And indeed also applications for places on the buses, that's also opened in April, and I think the closing date is something around the 7th of June for payment or medical card details or whatever the case might be. So we have a clearer picture at that point, earlier than normal, a clearer picture than in previous years. It was early last year as well, of the numbers that are required. And so in good faith, you know, contracts are entered into with subcontractors or whatever the case might be. And, you know, I will say it was very disappointing on occasion. In some instances last year where contracts were handed back the night before the school run commenced, or at some point, you know, along the way, because, you know, obviously everybody is dependent on the bus service running as it is supposed to run. Again, this year, as in previous years, we're ensuring that it is a very reduced fare, €50 for a primary school child, which is actually costing the state €1,100 per child, and €75 at post-primary, again costing the state €1,100, and equally $125 for a family ticket. So it is very good value. All the engagement and planning work has been ongoing between the department and Bus Éireann, and indeed the engagement with you know, parents who have applied early and our guardians who have applied early, and put the process in place, and we look forward to you know, a successful year ahead.
If I could just say thanks very much, Minister, for that. And I know that a lot of money goes into it, a lot of effort goes into it. And at the end of the day, it's the inspectors on the ground that have to deal with parents and with students who might have a ticket for a bus. There's no bus to bring them. The parents have to try and get them to school. The parents have to go to work. And I know in some cases great work is being done to try and rectify the situation under awful pressure at a time of the year when everybody is trying to get back into the school term. And I suppose whilst I understand that the application process is opened, the payment process or whatever has to be completed by the 7th of June, which is the week after next. And I know that planning goes on, but I think there should be the contracts that are entered into with the bus companies or the private operators should be put in place earlier, and that there should be in a way that there's a heavy penalty if they pop out of it the night before they're supposed to provide a service. Because what happens then is that you leave students and parents in a huge vacuum for maybe up to 3 or 4 months until it's put together again.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Respect everything, all the problems that are with it at the same time.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Look, and I don't underestimate the challenge that it has provided for parents. I want to say, in the broadest instance, 161,000 or more than that young people, the vast majority of those who were transported seamlessly and positively, and it worked as it was supposed to work. But we did have isolated instances here and there, and I don't for 1 minute underestimate the difficulty that has caused for parents and for guardians, and particularly the last-minute nature of it. It is far from ideal. It is not acceptable, as far as I'm concerned, you know, that a contract can be returned the night before the route is supposed to commence. Look, there has been considerable engagement by Bus Éireann with everybody concerned, and considerable engagement between my department and Bus Éireann in turn. And I have met with Bus Éireann in relation to this, and you know, so that it will be as smooth a transition as possible in September. Look, you can't account for the unexpected in that respect, but every possible procedure is being put in place, every possible you know, requirement on behalf of everybody involved is being met as far as we're concerned. And again, I do want to say about, you referenced it being earlier, you know, we did put it in place that bit earlier last year and again this year to facilitate an earlier rollout. We're also, as you're aware, piloting 2 different types of schemes this year as part of the School Transport 2030, which will mean that we will be looking at you know, engaging also with public transport, school transport and public transport engaging, and then there will be a second pilot which will look at something similar, but also some of the other recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Number 22 in Anam on Yakta Pollock McLaughlin.
Minister,
This is around the Scolwara National School, Milford. I would have discussed this with you earlier in the year. This is a school that really is not fit for purpose in terms of the buildings. My God, in terms of education, it's the opposite. A tremendous education, but it's in conditions that are just unacceptable. It's a landlocked site, it's a very dangerous site on the junction of different roads. Buildings in the 1950s, totally inadequate in every way. They've secured a new site, and I understand they met you recently, and I'm just looking for an update on your perspectives. Thanks, Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy. Just the school in question has received approval in principle for a building project under the Department's Additional School Accommodation, or the ASA scheme. The project will provide for 2 mainstream classrooms and 2 special education teaching rooms. This project is currently at stage 3, which is the tender stage. The project is one of close to 90 projects with a total value of approximately 800 million that I recently announced would proceed from tender to construction during 2024 or very early in 2025. In addition, at the school under reference, further approval was provided under the ASA scheme in 2022 for modular accommodation to provide 1 mainstream classroom and 2 special education tuition rooms. In early 2023, the brief for the school was reviewed and a further special education needs classroom was added to the scope. I am pleased to advise that this project is now largely complete and occupied, with just some external works remaining to be finalised. I can confirm also to the Deputy that the Department is in receipt of a letter dated the 28th of February 2024 from the Board of Management of the school in question in relation to the acquisition of a greenfield site by the school. Furthermore, an application for capital funding for development of this greenfield site was received on the 21st of May, just gone, 2024. I would note that the level of additional accommodation already being progressed for the school under reference, both under the modular and traditional build ASA programme, is a very significant investment in the existing school and will greatly improve the teaching and learning environment. Modular accommodation being provided to schools today is high quality, robust and durable. All new buildings, including modular buildings, are required to meet the near zero energy building standard, which ensures high levels of energy efficiency, thermal performance and sustainability. Since 2020, the Department has invested over 4.8 billion in our schools throughout the country, involving the completion of over 800 school building projects, and with construction currently underway at approximately 300 other projects. This is a record level investment in our schools and highlights the Government's very strong track record of delivery in providing additional capacity and modern facilities to school communities. In Donegal alone, in the last number of years since this Government came into being, the Department has invested more than 136 million in school infrastructure and completed 42 school building projects. As of the end of April, a further 23 projects were in construction in County Donegal and 8 at tender stage. I can confirm, as you've said, I actually visited that school, and I did have the opportunity, as you referenced, to meet with the school, with Minister McConalogue and with Senator Niall Blaney. I am very conscious and aware of, as you've outlined yourself and as you said, Deputy, the application that they've made to the Department, and that's been given due consideration by the Department.
Minister, as you say yourself, you have visited the school, you've seen at first hand the conditions in the school. Now, the Board of Management are very adamant that when they engage with your department, they were assured that if they applied for these additional modular buildings, that it would not impact on their application for a new school. And what they're really frustrated about now is that when they're asking about being included in a school capital programme, the response from your department is around these modular buildings, and they were always assured that that would not mitigate. Now, not only that, I think it's extraordinary that they've found an alternative site at no cost to the state. This site is in the control boundaries of Milford Town. It would be ideally located. So I think it's an exceptional offer. But the school buildings are totally inadequate for modern education. And I'm sure you'd agree, having seen it for yourself, Minister, and I would appeal to you to please include the school in that capital programme.
Thanks very much, Deputy. And look, I absolutely appreciate the case that you're making, and you make it very well. And I want to acknowledge the case also being made by Minister McConalogue and Senator Niall Blaney. I have met with the board, and I've met with the principal. and I acknowledge the great work that they do there every single day. I'd also have to say to you that it was only on, just at the end of February that the department received acknowledgement of the availability of the site. And then it was only just last week, the 21st of May, that the department received the application for capital funding to develop the greenfield site. So, look, that will have to be considered. It will have to be considered in relation to the needs of the school, also in the needs, right across, I suppose, the country in terms of the availability of funding immediately to the department. And that is quite considerable funding, as I've said, more than 4.8 billion over the last 4 years. And, I just recently announced another 800 million for 90 projects that were moving from tender to construction this year and at the very start of 2025. So, look, there has been enormous investment, particularly there's been a lot of investment in Donegal. And, look, we'll have to allow the department the time to facilitate them to look at what's been proposed. Yeah.
Minister. Thanks, Minister. I would acknowledge that there's been a good bit of good news in terms of schools in Donegal, so I wouldn't begrudge you that assertion. But you will know, having visited this school, like, the conditions are not acceptable for modern education. They don't comply with anything in terms of, classroom sizes, toilet amenities, play amenities, in terms of special needs, children being educated in hallways. It just isn't acceptable. And I suppose that point is that they understood clearly that if they went down the path of modular buildings, it wouldn't impact. But the fact they've secured a new site, I think the thing that stood with me is I've rarely seen a school with such poor buildings that do not have light at the end of the tunnel, that do not have a clear pathway to a new school. They've told me they would knuckle down, get on with the conditions they have if they knew a new school was coming down the line. So I suppose we're looking to give them hope, Minister, that that pathway is there, that they can endure these conditions for another couple of years till we get to the point they have the school they deserve, considering the tremendous education they provide.
Yeah, look, I do want to acknowledge that the department has been very cognizant of the needs of the schools, and it is for that reason that the school did receive approval for two mainstream classrooms, two special education teaching rooms, and that's currently at tender stage. So the department has recognised the challenges that the school has faced, and that was in addition to, I suppose, a further ASA, additional school accommodation scheme in 2022 for modular accommodation to provide a mainstream classroom and 2 special education tuition rooms. So the department has been cognizant of, the great work that's happening in that school every day, the delivery of education, and I suppose the dedication to students and the need for appropriate facilities. And so this has been put in place between 2022 and we'll say currently. In reference to the site becoming available, in reference which notified to the department in the end of February, and the application which came in on the 21st of May for consideration to be on the capital funding, that will be considered in due course. Yeah. Thanks very much, Deputy. Thanks.
And Minister, you have an answer for this one?
23.
I thought I saw it in that. Well, look here.
Would I say?
Had you another one in, Deputy? Had you another?
No, 2 in, yes.
Yeah, 23 and then 26. 23 is the Dallas Hall. Now I can. There's one of these strange circumstances where I can probably answer the question myself to some degree.
No, I actually do have a reply. Is this to ask the Minister for Education if she will provide an update on the progress being made to open a second autism unit class at the school? Is that it?
Okay, right. The De La Salle, obviously the issue with the autism unit was there was an autism unit that was operating out of a classroom that had been made available by a teacher that had to be returned to them. Now, there is a plan for a building which would deal with 2 units. The issue was There is a modular unit going in that would only fit one class, but there's been a huge amount of work done by the principal, the NCSC and whatever, and I got good news last Friday, so I'm hoping this is just reaffirmation of that, in the sense that resources will be provided by the department, that they will be able to look after basically these two classes. The parents that were told previously they weren't going to be looked after are now being told their kids will be looked after. So I just make sure that the resources are provided. And beyond that, I suppose the big one we need is the school extension that is actually in train actually happens, because that would deal with this entire circumstance.
Okay. Look, Deputy, I'm going to have to tell you this is all that I have available to me at this present time, because it didn't go as far as whatever it was. 20. I don't know what. Are you 30? What number were you?
23.
23.
Okay. Who would have thought we'd be at 23? So I'll give you this, but what I will say to you is that I will engage with you again in relation to this. If there's something missing from this or whatever, I'll engage with you myself. I'll ask for a further update on it, okay? The school referred to by the Deputy was approved to enter the Department's pipeline of school building projects under the Additional School Accommodation Scheme. The project will provide a 2-class special education base, 2 mainstream classrooms and a technical graphics room. The project has been devolved for delivery to the School Authority. The school referred to already operates 1 special class, and the Department recently granted approval to construction of a special education needs modular classroom, which is expected to reach practical completion later this year. This additional accommodation will help alleviate the immediate enrolment pressures on the school pending the delivery of the larger additional school accommodation project, which provides a 2-class special education needs base. The school appointed a design team to progress the larger traditional ASA project through the various stages of architectural design, planning, procurement and construction. The Department's professional and technical officials have recently reviewed the design team's Stage 2B post-planning approval, architectural cost reports, and requested some further information in relation to that. Once the information has been submitted, the Department will complete its review of this stage of the project.
All right.
Okay. I can finish it. Yeah. Will I finish? I'll finish it. Okay, all right, I'll keep going. The provision of accommodation for children with special education needs is at the heart of our priorities and a core driver of investment plans. The National Council for Special Education has responsibility for planning and coordinating school supports for children with special education needs. Over the last number of years, the Department and the NCSC have introduced a number of strategic initiatives to plan for and provide sufficient special class and special school places. These initiatives are bearing fruit, with almost 1,700 new special classes sanctioned and 7 new special schools established in recent years, with a further 4 opening in September. Over 320 new special classes have been sanctioned by the NCSC nationwide for the 24-25 school year, and of these 11 are in County Louth. This means there are now 3,000 special classes in our education system.
Look, I suppose the important stuff is in relation to the school building programme and you know, the extension that's planned, that happens as soon as possible. Obviously, if that had happened at an earlier stage, and if we could get a timeline on when we think that can be delivered, because if we had that in train, we wouldn't have the particular issues that we've had in the last while, where parents were told that there was no space in the school for the new autism unit for their kids. Now, in fairness, as I say, huge work done by the principal, huge work done by the CNO and the NCSC, and obviously there are promises in relation to the department providing resources. We just need to make sure that happens. But that's in the hope of... That's literally, they will be operating in probably suboptimal space. We need to make sure that we can actually get that the resources are provided in the short term, and then that we provide the building and all those added pieces that are necessary, because obviously while Friday was really positive, we need to make sure we deliver on sustainable positivity.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Deputy. And look, I really do want to say that in the area of special education, and I know you have a particular interest in this area and you've engaged with me a number of times on it, we are hugely committed in this area. We're coming from a low base, but I think it's an achievement to say that we have 3,000 special classes in the scheme. Now, we can see that, for example, of the new number of special classes that we have in place, 11 of them are actually in County Louth. We have 11 new special schools in place, and alongside all of that, we are committed to delivering additional accommodation to schools that require them, as we've referenced here, where you will have the 2 classroom special education base, the 2 mainstream classrooms and a technical graphics room. So we are totally committed. There's a lot of work done. I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that that work is completed and more work needs to be done. So it is in everybody's best interest that where we set up a class that the appropriate resources are put in place. We've always done that. We will ensure that we've done that. And if there's anything additional that you require, you know, I will engage with you in relation to it. Yeah.
We've no time left.
No time left, and I'm sorry to say we have covered the widest spectrum.
We have, for sure,
in the course of it.
All right.
So
we'll have to go to number 30 in future or something.
That concludes question time. Thank you all very much. What do we have? We have one there. Yep. Next item is topical issues. And the House, the 2 deputies submitted standing order, the question on the standing order 37A, which will be listed in the official debate. The matters raised by the following deputies have been selected: Deputy Mairead Farrell to discuss the provision of special language class at Scull Katrina Renmore, Galway, and Deputy Padraig McLaughlin to discuss the closing of the pollock fishery and the collapse in shelled fish prices for the inshore fishing industry.
I'm ready and waiting.
You're on first.
Chair. Gurmagat for the introduction, and thank you so much, Minister, for taking this topical. Obviously, this is an issue that's impacting in both our constituency, so I just thought that it would be good and important to raise it with yourself. I've been contacted by a parent who's just worried about the special language class and concerned that it won't be going ahead next year. Obviously, as you'll be very much aware, this is a fantastic class for the children, and it's something that this particular child was supposed to do 2 years, and looks like it's going to be cut now in the middle of after the first year. This is really what this parent has been advised, is that instead they'll be put into the community caseload, and realistic what that would mean is 40 minutes a week for about 25 weeks of the year with speech and language therapy. Well, now obviously everything is being done through speech and language therapy, and it's just an issue of huge concern obviously for parents that are impacted by this, and especially some parents are going as far as like over 20 kilometres to get to the school to be able to avail of this particular class. Obviously that then has an impact in terms of school bus and all that kind of thing if it isn't if it doesn't come to a conclusion, I suppose. In the short term, they're particularly concerned the further it goes into the summer months, that the longer it will take to get some kind of a resolution, because obviously the nature of things when we go into the summer months is that more people are on leave and that kind of thing. So I just said I would ask to raise this question with yourself. Thank you.
And Harris Dodge.
Thanks very much, Deputy. Thanks. Sorry, just my microphone. Oh, yeah.
Next one.
Just this next one here.
Next one.
I can move over. Okay. Well, thanks, Deputy, for the question. And at the outset, I just want to stress that enabling students with additional needs to receive an education appropriate to their needs is an ongoing priority for me as Minister with responsibility for special education. It's a priority to ensure that all children have an appropriate school placement and that the necessary supports are provided to our school to cater for the needs of children with special educational needs. So my department, as you know, provide an extensive range of supports for pupils with specific speech and language disorder, SSLD. So this includes provision for the establishment of special classes for pupils with SSLD in primary schools. So there is currently a total of 63 SSLD special classes in mainstream primary schools nationally, and they have a student-teacher ratio of 1:7. So the Health Service Executive provides speech and language therapy to the students in these classes. Therefore, the opening and the retention of the SSLD class is contingent on the availability of HSE resources, and for this reason close engagement and coordination occurs among stakeholders at local level. So this issue was raised with me in Galway. I spoke to my colleague Minister Anne Rabbitte in relation to This was the school and the HSE meeting to resolve this issue. It's absolutely critical that this is resolved. So I can confirm that the HSE's local team and school management met yesterday, Monday the 27th of May. So this meeting, it was supported by the NCSE, and its purpose was to allow the school and the HSE to talk through the particular issues with a view to working towards reinstating the class for the coming school year. So the NCSE has advised my department that this was a constructive meeting and that all parties are willing to work to ensure that the class remains in operation for the coming school year. And a further meeting is being planned between all parties. So the NCSE will continue to support the school and the HSE to progress matters, particularly in relation to the review of applications for admissions to the class. So this class has been in operation since 1995. And I hope that it can continue to provide the much needed supports for students in the local area. And I want to acknowledge the many years of support provided by both the school staff and the local HSE speech and language therapists for students accessing this class for almost 3 decades. In relation to the provision of special education places more broadly, I understand that this is a really anxious time for parents who are seeking a school place for their child in September. And I'd like to assure the Deputy and assure parents that we are and I am determined to alleviate the pressures faced by parents when seeking a special educational placement. My department engaged intensively with the National Council for Special Education in relation to the forward planning of new special classes and additional special school places. So over 320 special classes have already been sanctioned for the 24-25 school year. Of these, 19 are in County Galway. And the NCSE continues to sanction some additional classes nationwide for the coming school year. And as these classes are sanctioned, the NCSE will support families to make applications for places. And I've asked the NCSE to ensure classes are established as a matter of urgency and to keep all the families seeking class places updated on an ongoing basis to ensure that children can access the provision which they're entitled to.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I very much welcome the very kind of, I suppose, constructive message that you have there, and the fact that there has already been a meeting and hopefully that another meeting will resolve this. I think everybody would like to see this go ahead, and I think really it's coming from a place of simply a place of concern from parents, and which is completely and totally understandable. We do all know what it is like once we get into the summer months, and the concern there that you wouldn't get the support. And of course, you know, the reality of the situation being that families can see how beneficial this class is for their children, and I think that's probably the crux of it, and the importance that they feel to be able to keep that that support in place for their children, and especially, I suppose, given the fact that it is a 2-year thing, and the fact that it will be cut after 1 year would, of course, be an issue of serious concern for families. I think it's very welcome what you've said here today. I think it's very welcome that you're prioritising this and that you do have a focus on it, and that you are going to keep in touch, I suppose, with the relevant stakeholders to make sure and hopefully get this across the line. Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we give all our children the best possible future, the best possible potentials and opportunities that they have. And for this particular, for these children, of course, this is something that has been proven to be very beneficial. So I'd like to thank you for your response, Minister.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy. I think we're both in agreement in relation to the need to resolve this issue, and I have full faith that the school and the HSE will come to an amicable agreement, and I'll ask my department officials to continue to engage with the NCSE and to monitor the issue. I know the NCSE, they always remain available to support the school and the HSE local team to resolve the issues at play here, and I know that the local CINO also has acted as mediator between the school and the HSE in order to try to remedy the situation. Thank you.
Minister, there is a very serious crisis in the inshore fishing sector. They have been denied the ability to fish for pollock, and they are questioning the methodology behind all of that. But what has developed now since is that the price of crab, lobster, we had the crisis with shrimp last year, that's ongoing, but crab, lobster and a range of our shellfish species, the prices have either halved or just collapsed. And they urgently need support. They've engaged with Minister McConalogue a number of times in meetings, and they, at this stage, urgently need support from the state. My job as a Sinn Féin fisheries spokesperson is engaging with fishermen all around the coast, and I know you represent a coastal community too, so you'll understand the issues. But what I'm reporting to you from all around the coast is actually quite heartbreaking, because you're talking about people who have intergenerational experience in their communities, coastal communities, island communities. And I know there's been a lot of talk of crisis, particularly after Brexit, right across the industry, but I'm specifically focusing my comments on the inshore sector tonight. They would have had opportunities to fish salmon in the past. That's not there now. Pollock is not there now. The spur dog option hasn't materialised because of the size that's allowed to be caught. It just isn't working. So all they had left was shellfish. And I'm talking to fishermen. I met a fisherman in Wexford recently, and he read out a message from another fisherman, and he broke down. And he'd already told me before that his son has left. There's nobody left in his family but him. They're going out fishing on their own in many instances, which is not safe, but they have to do it. And he broke down, and the other fisherman clearly was somebody that's, I would be worried for his well-being, and that's how devastated they are about what's happening. I don't know why this has not been shouted from the rooftop. I don't know why the media doesn't seem to have the interest in fishing, but there is a profound crisis. And that impacts not just in terms of fishermen themselves, but of course in the fish processors. And if you talk to the representative organisation fish processors, they'll tell you the same. I cannot stress how urgent it is for the government to intervene, to try to give them some financial support to keep them going. Because if something isn't done soon, I genuinely tell you that we're facing a collapse of our traditional fishing industry, and starting with inshore and working our way. You know already we've decommissioned another huge percentage of offshore boats. I've just been talking to too many inshore fishermen now to doubt that this is a profound, unprecedented crisis. The collapse of shellfish is just the final straw. They didn't get any support in terms of fuel subsidies. They didn't get tie-up schemes after Brexit. And I just cannot stress how urgent it is now to have an intervention, to have some confirmation tonight that there will be financial interventions. I know if this happened to the agriculture industry, we wouldn't let it happen. Government would have intervened before now. So just because the numbers of fishermen are small compared to the agricultural community, we cannot let this tradition, this noble tradition, just die. And that's the stage. I don't exaggerate what I'm saying. I've talked to too many now, double-checked what's happening. This is serious and profound at this stage.
Thank you, Deputy, for raising this issue, and I'm taking this on behalf of Minister McConalogue. Minister McConalogue is very aware of the challenges facing the inshore fishermen at the moment, and met with representatives of the inshore fleet recently to discuss these. You're aware that the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, EMFAF, is the primary source of funding for the Irish seafood sector. It provides a budget of €258 million for the programme period 2021 to 27. The EMFAF regulation is aligned with the objectives of the Common Fisheries Policy, CFP, and makes no provision for the fund to be used to compensate fisheries for reductions in quota. The EMFAF regulation allows funding to be used to compensate for losses and increased costs caused by market disturbance only where the Commission makes an implementing decision to allow Member States to do so. At present, no such implementing decision is in place. At Agri-Fish Council in December 2023 and March 2024, Ireland and a number of Member States supported a request to the Commission to extend the previous implementing decision in relation to the conflict in the Ukraine until the end of this year. The Commission has not yet indicated whether it will do so. If we wish to put supports in place outside the EMFAF programme, we are constrained by EU state aid regulations which restrict the type of aid that Member States may put in place in the fisheries and aquaculture sector. Again, these do not allow for compensation to be paid in respect of reductions in quota or market failure. The only EU state aid basis for compensation in respect of the impact of the conflict in Ukraine is the Temporary Crisis Transition Framework, the TCTF. Section 2.1, which covers fishers, was extended recently until the end of December 2024. However, there are still restrictions on the type of aid that may be provided. For example, it doesn't allow for fleet tie-up schemes, which is one of the preferred supports requested by inshore fishers. Minister McConalogue has explained to the inshore representatives that if we pursue a scheme on the basis of the TCTF, in addition to securing exchequer funding and sanction from the Department of Public Expenditure National Development Plan Delivery and Reform, Ireland would need to have the scheme notified to the Commission, and the state aid process can take a number of months. It's therefore very uncertain whether we would be able to develop and implement a scheme under the TCTF before the end of December. I can confirm that Minister McConalogue is progressing an inshore fisheries support scheme under the EMFAF. This scheme provides enhanced grant aid rates between 80% and 100% to small-scale coastal fishers to support on-board and onshore investments. It will also provide funding for inshore fishers to participate in inshore fisheries conservation measures. The scheme has been circulated to the EMFAF Monitoring Committee for adoption, and the inshore group, such as the NIFF, NIFA and IMRO, are members of the Monitoring Committee. Once it has been adopted, it will be implemented by BIM without delay. Inshore fishers can also access support from the Fleet Safety Scheme and Seafood Training Scheme, both of which are open for applications at the moment. Department officials are working closely with BIM to identify what additional supports can be put in place within the constraints I've outlined, and I'm confident there will be progress on this in the next couple of months. Funding supports alone are not the solution to the challenges faced by the inshore fleet. Minister McConalogue is committed to ensuring that the necessary scientific and technical knowledge and support services which underpin sustainable and viable inshore fisheries will continue to be provided by BIM and the Marine Institute. The Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine and BIM will be engaging with the inshore sector to develop a successor to the strategy for inshore fisheries sector 2019 to 2023, and this will provide an opportunity to fully consider the challenges facing the inshore fleet and identify measures to mitigate these challenges.
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate you're speaking on behalf of the Minister for the Marine here tonight, but this response has been drafted by Department of Marine officials on behalf of the Minister, and it doesn't capture the urgency. I mean, they don't need. You don't need just increased grant aids for onboard and inshore investments. Like we're beyond that. I mean, you know, there's somebody drowning here, and we're talking about giving them swimming lessons. That's literally, and I'm sorry to use the pun, but that's literally what's happening. You know, they could have fallen back in Pollock to some extent in the past. That's not there. You know, and that's what we've been doing to the inshore. They haven't been given, you know, the options that they would have had traditionally. Their traditional fisheries, they've been squeezed more and more to rely on shellfish, and now even that market. And I'm just going to, read out for the record here. 18 months ago, brown crab was €4 a kilo. Now it's currently 160, 170 a kilo. Prices of lobster have halved. Same with oysters and mussels, but of particular concern, shrimp in the recent past. Now it's crab and lobster. They're disastrous numbers. One fisherman was quoted there recently in a media report, not enough media focus on this, talking about you couldn't give it away. It's just like we're going to see an industry die here, and that is an emergency. And I don't get a sense that our Minister and Department are conveying to the European Commission the scale of the crisis. And there are global issues happening here. I mean, people point to we never really got beyond what happened during COVID. We never really got beyond what happened after Brexit. You know, there's so many market disturbances, the war on Ukraine and so on. So I just want you to convey, I appreciate you're not the line minister, but please have it conveyed. I'm sure the officials will watch back on this. This is a profound crisis, and nothing in this response tells me that the department gets how serious this is. I'm speaking, it's my job as opposition spokesperson to speak to fishermen around the coast. I'm telling you and telling everybody who wants to hear, this is an unprecedented crisis and we need urgent intervention now.
Thanks, Deputy. And I will raise this again with Minister McConalogue, but he has met with the representatives of the inshore fishers recently, and he is very aware of the challenges they face. He is committed to ensuring that we identify and explore all avenues available to us in terms of funding supports that may be put in place for inshore fishers. In saying that, we as a Member State must be aware that while the EU Cohesion Fund provided to our seafood sector is of huge benefit to the sector, there are constraints as to how we may use that funding. And as I said already, funding supports alone are not going to resolve the challenges that the inshore fishers are experiencing. There are a range of factors at play in terms of impacts of the cost of living crisis and choices made by customers and the sustainability and availability of stocks. As regards stocks, pollock, following the International Council for Exploration of the Seas, ICS advice, which has meant a bycatch only fishery this year, Ireland is actively involved with the scientific research to improve the understanding of pollock. The Marine Institute is taking a lead role in the next ICS benchmark process for this stock, which will be completed in the spring of 2025. While the preliminary results indicate that this extra information does not change the perception of the stock, the new model will give a more precise estimate of the state of the stock and improve short-term forecasts that determine